but we don't know the price actually.
Well, what would gas do in that vacuum if you introduced gas into it? What would the gas do?
Wait.
Now, hold on, Cyclone. I want to know the relevance to what he's saying to what I was saying before. What's the relevance? Like, why did you even bring that up?
Because the Kármán line is something that represents absolute zero pressure, supposedly, right? And if people are doubting it, then this type of near lowest, the lowest achievable pressures that we have had so far are an indicator that it is, at least
there's actually no such thing as zero pressure, absolute zero pressure.
No, that would debunk the argument, because you wouldn't be able to form any kind of spherical ball of gas in that vacuum. The gas would fill the available volume. So that would just debunk the globe claim of space around a ball of gas.
Yeah, but that's also something he can't prove. You can't demonstrate that that's the case, dude. Even if you said that was analogous in some way, I want you to show me how you know it's analogous, and by a demonstration or a method or some kind of measurement that's been taken in situ. Can you do that?
That would take me some time.
Ah, yeah, of course. So
before I get sidetracked, someone asked me a question earlier about a container and gas. I kind of got sidetracked. What was the question again?
It was, how would you show me gas pressure without a container for the gas to press upon? Because that's the globe claim, right?
So how do I show you gas pressure without a container for gas to push against, is what you're asking, right?
Well, yeah, because the claim is that we have an air pressure system here on Earth where the air is pressurized. And the definition of gas pressure is that it's the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Every example in reality requires a physical container. So this tells us that the story they've told us about us flying wildly around a ever-expanding vacuum is nonsense, and we're actually in a contained system. You get it?
Yes.
There you go. Welcome.
I think the way I would put it is, I don't think you can demonstrate gas pressure without a container or surface for gas to push. Gas pressure is defined as the force exerted by gas molecules colliding with surfaces. Without a boundary to collide with, gas molecules simply disperse freely into space, from my understanding. Pressure requires confinement. It's a measure of molecular collision against a defined area. The closest natural example we have would be solar wind pressure. It technically isn't
hold
gas
that thought.
pressure,
Hold that
as it involves plasma.
Well, hold that thought, because you just said it. The gas pressure that we're breathing would have to be contained.
Wait, I haven't finished. And so solar wind pressure, is the closest natural example we would be.
That heliocentric space.
Can we just wait for a second?
I'm just letting you know.
Closest natural example we have is solar wind pressure. It technically isn't gas pressure, as it involves plasma. Interstellar medium pressure, is also one of them, but this is very minimal, and it's effectively zero. This is why space is considered a vacuum without containment. Gases simply expand infinitely, resulting in no measurable pressure.
No, because, again, see, even with those examples, you've just started to assume the space story to begin with, which is the very thing in question. So no, you don't just have those space-related ideas. You don't have any of that. All you've got is gas pressure requiring containment in reality. And that's what we've got. We've got gas pressure. We must have containment. And that's why, like you said, you can't provide a demonstration to the contrary, which makes the belief in the contrary basically a religious belief.
Well, I do hate religion,
because you're saying you can have gas pressure sitting adjacent to a vacuum, and the gas molecules aren't freely expanding into the available space, which is what you know they do. So see, this is like a religious belief that's contrary to what we observe in reality.
I think there's a misunderstanding here. The atmosphere's retention of a spherical on a spherical Earth is explained through gravity, not containment. Gravity acts
that's
as
just a religious belief.
Container.
That's the religious belief that you can't demonstrate. That's what I'm saying.
Physics is a religious belief.
No, that you can have
can't
gas
demonstrate
existing next to a vacuum without containment due to this gravity, quote unquote.
You can't demonstrate gravity turning anything into a ball. Can you do that?
Have we not looked at a bunch of other planets of various types?
Yeah, how do you know, like, the formation of something? Have you ever seen gravity turn something into a ball?
Yeah, you don't know they formed into balls through gravity. Why are you're just imagining because you've been told a story. You don't know that.
So you leaned on physics for this, but physics isn't going to help you because there's no demonstration in physics that shows this, is there?
When you say turn something into a ball, what are you specifically talking about?
You think fucking spheres out in planets and shit, right? We're standing on a giant sphere. What the fuck do you think I mean, dude?
Come on,
you're not that slow. You can keep up with this argument of yours.
I'm asking you directly to state what you mean. I don't want to infer or imply or assume.
You were just talking about things out there that you think are planets that are forming into balls because of gravity. You said planets, yes? Are we on the same page now?
Okay.
Okay, so in physics, how do you ever see that in action? Yeah.
You don't.
So not fucking physics?
Yeah, that's the pseudoscience.
Yeah, theoretical pseudoscience, yeah.
I think I see what you're getting at now.
Yeah, there you go.
Protoplanetary formation.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, dear. Yeah, we're dealing with what can be observed, measured, tested, repeated, not just baseless, quasi-religious claims. So just try and think about empirical evidence.
There's nowhere to go, dude. There's absolutely nowhere to go on this. Not according to physics or anything applied. Guaranteed.
We're talking about measurable things, correct?
Things you can test, things that can be repeated, yes.
So, objects over 400 kilometers of diameter have enough mass for gravity to overcome material strength. Material deforms until reaching equilibrium, which is a sphere. Which is why...
Yes, these are things that you say. Where's the demonstration?
Yeah, and if you're going to resort to the gravity word, you're going to have to define what you mean by that, because globe believers generally mean a whole heap of different things when they say that word. So you have to be very specific.
We're always going to ask for a demonstration, so you're going to have to define it, then demonstrate it. I mean, there's no other way around it.
You need... well, okay, here's the problem, right? I'll put it this way. When you say it's not repeatable, you are correct, for very different reasons than what you are talking about. One, it requires massive amounts of mass. Secondly, you need significant gravitational forces.
Dude. You're just making it unfalsifiable, so you don't have to prove your claim.
This is science.
It's easy. I can do that too. Yeah, science is not making things unfalsifiable. So
yeah, making baseless claims is not science. Saying I have this idea but I can't test it is not science.
We have mathematical models that support astronomical observations.
That's not science.
We have computer simulations. We have natural examples in space.
No, that's just
all of this is science.
Wait, natural examples in space? What do you mean by that?
You're just expressing your emotive response right now. You need to think very strictly about the empirical. Yeah, not just, I've been told this is happening in space.
So when you ask me natural examples, we're talking about gas giants like Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune.
No, you can't have that.
Like Mercury, you can't demonstrate Venus, Earth, Mars.
No, you can't demonstrate gas balls in a vacuum. So you can't assume those until you can show a gas ball in a vacuum.
You seem to have this fixation on the fact that you need to have a vacuum.
On reality, you're saying it's in a vacuum, isn't it?
That's the claim, isn't it?
Yeah, I told you that's the claim. The cosmos is a vacuum. Space is a vacuum, which you couldn't even provide as evidence here on Earth. Up in the mesosphere, you can't measure it to be one. So how do you know it is one?
Yeah, so let's stop jumping to the fantasy medium of space that you have no evidence for. Think about it from your perspective, from our perspective. How can we prove that the ground beneath our feet is a rotating curved surface? No, dude, listen to me. I'm helping you focus. Don't revert to your stories about space.
Your argument essentially is because things
I've not really put an argument forward.
And I'm trying to repeat things because, as a matter of fact, whatever happens in space, whatever your beliefs are, happened in what we call space. Requires massive amounts of mass
space
and lots of different, massive amounts of gravity. Therefore, because planet Earth that we are on, you cannot do
the mental exercise.
Obviously, because of those limitations.
Right.
You are essentially saying that it's impossible. Not because of the fact that
you're saying it's impossible. You're saying it's impossible.
But because of the fact that you can't repeat it.
Oh, dude. Listen, you can't demonstrate any of those claims, so we can dismiss them. What I'm asking you to do is go through the mental exercise.
Things that naturally happen, we observe.
Let me finish. You need to get into the headspace of thinking, what evidence can you reasonably obtain from your perspective about the surface of the Earth and whether it's curved, flat, in motion, or still? Without resorting to, I've heard these things about space. So do you have anything like that? And what can we do? What can we measure of this ball that spins? Anything like that?
Who taught you 1 + 1 when you were born?
No, not who taught me 1 + 1. What can we do to prove the ground is curved and in motion?
Who taught you 1 + 1 was 2 when you were born?
What's that got to do with my point?
Answer my question first.
No.
Okay.
If you want to have the conversation, this is the conversation. I'm offering to have this conversation with you, and you're trying to
I'm giving you a parallel.
With non sequitur bullshit.
I'm giving you a parallel.
Answer my question. What can you do in reality to demonstrate that this surface is curved and in motion?
Jesus Christ. This is essentially a circle jerk.
Are you going to pray to him?
You answer it.
Is that what you're going to do?
I wanted to draw a parallel. You refused.
So you can't tell us? You don't know?
Never said that. You said that.
Okay, so what can we do? What do you want to try and prove? Curvature or motion? Or both at the same time? That'd be impressive. What can we do?
Okay. What can you...
we just have to switch on the TV?
Can you concisely rephrase your question? Since I can't...
I feel like I've asked it very concisely. Like 5 times.
Okay, can you repeat it one more time?
What can you as an individual do? What can you as an individual do, reasonably, to obtain evidence for the curvature or the motion of the surface that you live on that matches with the globe claim. In reality,
when you say globe claim, you mean shape, right?
Yeah, the globe shape, the globe dimensions that they claim. What can you do?
Well, you can look at ships that disappear, well, on horizon, disappear hull first. You can look at large ships with binoculars. You can note how the bottom disappears first, and can be done from any elevated coastal position.
Okay, so that's boats going over a curve of water.
You can look at star patterns, which tracks circumpolar stars. You can note different stars visible at different latitudes. You can have different constellations visible in north or south hemispheres.
Okay, let's go one at a time. Okay, that's good. Good start. So you're starting to think about how the natural world looks for you to get a judgment on if it's a spinning ball. And you've been told that boats disappearing bottom up tells you that they're going over a curve of water.
It's less about what you've been told and what you can actually do and see.
Well, no, it's what you've been told. Things. Because
if I got told 1 + 1 was 2 and I never questioned it, or if I questioned it, how would I know 1 + 1 is actually 2?
Well, think about this.
It's not real.
When you see the bottom of the ship potentially become obstructed, how do you know the cause of that, whether it's physical or optical?
That is a pretty good question.
Can you tell the difference? So it's not just as simple as looking at a claimed observation.
I guess multiple viewing angles help. You can have different atmospheric conditions. You can have various times or seasons, different locations.
Well, you could also, you could check the distance to the horizon, right? Because on the globe, that horizon is a geometric position on a ball. The furthest point of the curve that you can see, right?
We can track.
Understand that?
What?
So if you go on Google, and you type in distance to horizon calculator, you'll see some calculators where you can put in your observer height. Let's say you're 6 feet, standing at the edge of the ocean, and it'll tell you how far away that horizon should be based on your observer height. Right, so for 6 feet, say you're standing at the beach, how far away do you think the horizon should be?
Give me the measurements again.
So a 6 foot observer height. How far away should the horizon be if you're on a globe? You can guess if you don't know. I don't expect you to necessarily know off the top of your head. But we can tell you. You should check out the calculators and get familiar with them.
I would guess would be 3,959 miles.
That would be the radius value of the claimed globe. But how far away would that curvature be for a 6 foot observer so that it starts obstructing things from the bottom up? What would that distance be from you to the curve?
3 miles.
3 miles. Right. So that's what the globe claim is. So let's say you go down to the beach one day and you start looking out to sea and you start looking at a ship and it's 15 miles out, 20 miles out, and it's not at the horizon yet. So the horizon is not at 3 miles, but it's like 20 miles. What would that mean?
So I see a ship at 15 miles, you said?
Yeah, let's say for an example, the horizon isn't at 3 miles like the calculator says, but it's at 15 miles. What would that mean? Do you think?
See.
Because this is what's happening. This is what people are doing. And what it's basically showing is that there is no Earth curve where there should be, where boats should be sinking bottom up. It's an optical phenomenon, the horizon. It's not physical.
I think there's a few conclusions to bring from this. If you can see ships at 15 miles from a 6-foot viewing height, this represents a direct conflict, I guess, which supports what you're saying, with the model that people have brought forward, because at 6 foot, it is supposed to be approximately 3 miles for the horizon, which means, with what you were also saying, ships should completely be hidden by curvature. No amount of zoom should bring it back. The implications, I would think, would also be that, which is what I was getting to, is either the calculations are wrong for the globe, or it could be possible that the surface isn't curving as claimed, or there's another explanation that is there. I would say...
But whatever the explanation would be, it wouldn't be a 39, 59 mile radius ball. Which is the problem, because that's what they've based the entire model on. The distances to the sun, moon, and stars, the galaxies, everything is built on that 39, 59 mile radius.
If we have in fact gotten the wrong calculations, that doesn't necessarily support the fact that the model is wrong. Just that the calculations need to be changed.
No, that is, I mean, if you've not really looked into it, you might not understand how crucial that 39, 59 mile figure is, because the whole model is built on that.
There are lots of historical breakthroughs mathematically. Some things have been proven wrong. Physics has changed over time. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean physics is non-existent, or that it's wrong, or that it doesn't exist. It just means...
Well, we've disproven the geometric horizon and therefore the radius of the globe. So what they're teaching to all the kids in pretty much every country in the world is wrong by basic observation. That's not a small matter.
That is a good point. That is a pretty big dilemma.
Yeah, something to think about. Anyway, you're welcome to ask questions, chill out, do whatever. I'll let someone else pick up if they want to carry on. Miggy,
when you say that's 15 miles, is that something you have experienced, or is it an example that you brought up to make?
That was just I have experienced similar, but that was just an example. But I'm sure the guys in the chat were posting some examples, and they give varying observer heights and distances, but some showing the same thing, the horizon being further than its geometric limit.
I think one of the things that are very difficult with these things, and which is why I'm not absolutely 100% on science's side, is that variables and what you can and cannot control have a large role to play in your results. Which also means that if people did things on a matter of, like, I guess, a theoretical level with, like, practical testing, people's results could vary. I don't think that necessarily means that the entire thing is full of shit, because there's tons of human error that goes into people getting wrong results all the time.
Yeah, but with the results that we're talking about, it's not like a small margin off. It's orders of magnitude. Like, we've got an example that's showing some oil rigs, and it's a 1 foot observer height, and the horizon distance is over 10 miles. And that would make the radius of a ball, if that's what the horizon was, like 250,000 miles, which is the distance they claim is to the moon. Right, so it's not just like slightly off, it's miles off. It's not even in the realms of possibility. And that's not even like the worst one. So.
Right.
And we've got a server with all this stuff kind of saved and curated into channels if you're interested in researching it. Someone can send you the link, or it's just discord.gg/flatearth. We're also live on YouTube. Shout out to the gang in YouTube land.
I think what it disproves for sure is that it disproves specific globe calculations. It disproves predicted site limitations and certain geometric assumptions. But I do think that, different surface shape, unknown physical properties, unexplained mechanisms, alternate geometries, different models entirely can explain, like these things.
Well, just think on that, because NASA certainly aren't saying, hey, we might be wrong here. They're claiming, hey, we're taking photographs and images of this 39-59 mile radius ball. So it's not just a case of, oops, we did the wrong math. It's actually 250,000 mile radius. It's like, it can't be a mistake.
I don't think human beings, like, no matter who it is infallible. But just because they never admitted it doesn't mean that they aren't wrong. It also doesn't mean that just because they got things calculated wrong. Like the concept is a concept, the principle is a principle.
No, but you put input they're presenting it, and they're not presenting it as a theory. They're presenting it as
I get
scientific fact, quote unquote.
I get that, but had they actually gotten the numbers right, the concept works just the same. And
no, it doesn't. They don't have a concept. They don't even have. They just have an imagining and a religious philosophy. But anyway, I think you should take that thought, right? The numbers are wrong, and you really need to think about that, because that does destroy the entirety of everything we're taught about the ball Earth, the solar system, the galaxies, everything. But you need to dig into it and do the research to figure that out.
I think one thing that would be interesting.
Hold on, I'm going to peace out. So I'm just going to say it was good talking to you, and one of the other guys can pick it up with you. Okay.
Cool. You too. Interesting conversation. One of the more productive ones. Nice.
Shut up, bitch. Just kidding.
What did you learn today? What'd you learn today?
I guess how to not enter a chat room.
You didn't learn shit.
He thought it was a great conversation. I asked him, what did he learn?
That's a good point.
He didn't know anything.
That was a great conversation. What'd you learn?
That could just be a trick.
How to enter a chat.
I would be interested since we just had that conversation, if you could summarize some of the points that were made that you found interesting.
I got a question about flat Earth. How can the Earth be flat if black people have big round noses
shut up,
and
bitch.
big nostrils?
We gotta listen to this guy. Shut up.
Yeah, so tell us some points there that we just discussed that you found interesting, just so we know that you understood something.
I've always been under the impression that, like, since science functions off of things that are a lot of things are repeatable, that if science with some of its more complex theories and models were reliant on other aspects of physics, that it would also be reliable. If what is being said is true and calculations are wrong, then it would make, I guess, physics in this, like this thing, these models in particular, less reliable than people are marketing them as. I think that it doesn't necessarily mean the entire concept is wrong, just because input of numbers is wrong. Because it's like, there's many principles in like, not just in physics, but in life in general, where you can have a concept and have different input inside of it. But just because you put different input inside of it doesn't mean the concept works differently or that it's not true. And like, I mean, consistency is a very important thing. So I mean, like, it creates a lot of questions if what is being said can repeatedly be proven to be true, and especially if the measurements eventually are proven to be wrong, like very definitively, given a certain part of maybe Earth and known distances. I don't think anyone has ever, at least to my knowledge, I don't think anyone has ever done that to disprove this. People may have had different experiences, but everyone has different circumstances and locations. I think that, you know, like I think my position was never that science was infallible. It was more so that there's a certain level of reliability, and a lot of things we create and do and function on in daily life is based upon physics. So, like, you know, not necessarily against the possibility that maybe the Earth is flat, but I think science has a stronger like basis for, because just like religion, where you try to get answers, like, you know, where you settle for, you know, silly answers just because science can't explain something. There are certain aspects, I think, of like flat Earth that are also science can't explain. Therefore, this is a better alternative. But I mean, if there is definitive proof one day, I would be open to accepting that.
There is definitive proof.
No, there's not.
Yes, there is.
No, there is not.
All right, dude. So go ahead and show me that the evidence that the Earth is a globe there is not. Let's see your proof.
That's not my job.
Of course it isn't, because you can't do it. Just like every other person who thinks the Earth is a globe can't do it.
You need to go to school.
So if you can't do it, then who is?
Did you get a degree in science?
Yeah, the truth doesn't need a degree. You just need to know that it's true. Yes or no?
Did you get a degree in science?
Is the Earth a globe, and is that true?
Did you get a degree in science?
It's not a science question, is it?
Yes, it is. Did you get a degree
size of the Earth How is the size of the Earth? How is the size of the Earth a science question?
You never finished college, did you?
Yeah. How is the size of the Earth a science question?
Did you go to college?
All right. So you're not going to answer, right? You're just going to keep repeating your little question.
You can't say yes because you never did.
So that's not the issue here. The issue is, first of all, you don't even know what science is.
You're trying to talk about scientific realities.
You don't even know if this is a category error or not.
Scientific realities are.
You're literally talking out of your ass, dude. Seriously.
You're talking about all this crap that's been on YouTube.
What is science for everybody in the room?
This flat Earth shit did not even exist
Isaac, what is
That's
science?
about a couple of articles in a newspaper in the
Isaac, what is
1800s.
science? Are you going to tell us what science is? Because you're Mr. Correct. What is science? Yeah, crickets. That's what we hear when I ask you the question, what is science? Crickets.
You dismiss every single thing that is in the
No, what
textbook.
is science? I'm going to keep asking
No,
until
that's
you
what
give the
you
answer.
are.
What is
That's what you're
science?
doing. You're
What is
saying that
science?
all these people that wrote and dedicated their lives to creating science books are all liars.
What is science?
That is your conclusion.
So you're just going to
If you
avoid the
state
question.
that the earth is flat,
You're
then
going to get
therefore
muted
you are
again.
also
I'm going to give you a
stating
chance. I'm going to give you a chance. Just tell me what science is so we know you know what it is. You can stay unmuted, but just answer the question. What is science?
science is the study of reality.
No. You need to answer it
Yeah.
as it's defined.
Yes, it is. Science is the study of reality.
No.
Yes.
Answer the way it needs to be as it's defined.
As it is defined.
Yeah. Look it up if you have to.
I don't have to do that.
Well, you're not giving the answer per the definition, so yeah, you probably need to.
You only want people to regurgitate your paradigm.
It's not my paradigm.
That's why you guys
It's
have
what
this
science is.
24/7 flat Earth
Science is not what
discourse.
I think it is. It's
Because
what
you
it
only want
is, dude.
people to regurgitate your paradigm. You don't want anybody to come in here and oppose your paradigm. That's why you
So
put them on mute.
I define what science is? Is that what you're saying? That we flat earthers
You
are
want a
defining what science
monologue.
is?
You want a monologue and just come in here and tell us what y'all believe instead of
I
It's
allowing
not a
us
belief.
to say,
It's not a belief.
I had a discussion. I mean, when I came in here, I expected the conversation to typically be how it usually goes. But I had a conversation with people where people actually talked about science. Just the saying,
Yeah, and I want him to answer the question. What is science?
hey, CSGO, how many classes of science
No,
did you
don't
have
appeal to
in college?
CSGO. No, don't appeal to him. He's already had a conversation. It's your turn. What is science?
CSGO, you know more than these dumbasses do. Okay?
All right. So are you going to be able to
Why would you
say what
ask
is science or
somebody
not?
who hasn't gone to college about
You're
science?
cruising for a mute, bro. You're cruising for a mute.
I don't know what
You can mute
degrees
me,
they
it's
have.
fine. Go ahead, hit it.
I don't know
Yeah,
what
you
degrees you
deserve
have.
it. You at this
Hit
point you
it.
deserve
Hit the mute button. Do it, man. Do it.
I don't know what degrees they have. I don't know what degrees you have. They asked a simple question. That's it.
That's all I want him to
I
just
have
respond.
close to
Simple
a 2-year
questions.
degree. I took 2 biology courses, 2 geology
I can't
courses.
tell. I can't tell.
So what?
Well, that means that you're saying a whole bunch of things that you can't back up. Which number one, you don't even know what science is. If you took all these courses,
I didn't come in here to teach you.
oh really? Well, you don't even know the definition for science. I think we're in trouble there with your degrees.
No.
Yeah.
I know the definition, but I'm not going to tell you what it is. But I don't give a damn.
What is it?
Why do I care to have a conversation with you?
Well, then leave, dude. Just hit the big red button and then leave.
No, because you're so full of yourself.
No, so you want to stay in here?
You're living in a conspiracy. You think that thousands of people have dedicated their entire lives to proving a falsehood.
You think anybody wants to hear your fucking ideas?
That's your conclusion.
With your Cheeto Dust fucking t-shirt.
That's your conclusion.
Talking shit on the internet, dude. You're a fucking
like you.
Just a waste of space, bro. Go off into another. Go to another room.
We're in the same court, man. We're on a damn fucking Discord.
No, we're not. You're in our court. This is
we're
our
not being
court.
productive. We're not being productive
holding court right now
in our
over
society.
You. And it seems like you're not able to produce any evidence that you know what
you're on Discord like me. You know, you could be doing something with your family.
Here's the option.
But you're not like
you're
me.
either going to be able to tell us what science is, or you're going to cruise for a mute. Last chance. What is science? I'm fair. If you're going to be able to give
the mute button, buddy. I'll be fair. Hit it. Hit the mute button. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you want it that badly,
hit the fucker.
We aim to please.
Thank God. Why did that poor guy get muted?
Yeah. Poor little old Isaac. Because he's talking shit, dude. I took biology classes. I did this. I did that.
He said he's a janitor. He never took any classes. He told us that when he first got here. So which is it?
He's a 300-pound janitor, according to everything we put together in the chat. Well, I don't want to say the rest because rest is a little bit, personal, but...
No, he puts it right out in the open what he wants.
What he's looking for,
Yeah, he likes guys to talk to him, if we can say that much.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
It's definitely looking for that.
I didn't want to tell Cyclone because he was speaking, but he kind of had a little shine to Cyclone, so I don't know about that.
I mean, I don't I don't specifically have degrees in science, unless psychology is a science. I mean, okay, but I mean, like, I have I
get what you're saying.
I have a law degree. I have my middle school and my A levels.
Oh, really? The law degree? That's interesting.
It's useless because I need
useless? Are you kidding me?
Yes, it's useless.
Law degree is
I have to.
Are you in the US?
No, I'm in the UK. I'm from Hong Kong, but I live in the UK. I immigrated here because, sort of tried to immigrate here because China fucked my home. But anyways, no, I studied at a US university for psychology and a UK university for law.
Oh, really? So you're Asian descent, but you wound up in the United
I'm yellow. Yeah, I'm like a banana, I'm like a banana.
I mean, listen, dude,
I'm yellow on the outside, white on the inside.
Listen,
I don't know about all that, brother.
You and you think you live on a ball in a vacuum, or you don't think that? You got all that going for you, but you think you live on a ball in a vacuum?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think I have my mind set on anything. Usually, I just
Well, let's just. How about this? Let's just take this day by day, CSGO. I mean, what I think I'd rather have you do is just come by and keep having conversations with us, and you'll see throughout the time that you're here that it doesn't matter who it is, and the conversations we have, it's always going to amount to the same. But usually, we put out the same type of argument so that if everybody can, kind of grab a hold of. But if we hear somebody that's genuine, it usually goes through. So at first, there's a little resistance.
I think the most important thing in a conversation is to be open to have the actual conversation. If people make up their mind beforehand, it's not really a conversation. It's just two people yelling at each other.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, well, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. No, I just don't like to usually make up my mind very quickly. I mean, it's also who knows, maybe in the future, so there's, everyone will think a specific thing, or maybe some new stuff comes up. But I mean, shit, dude. I mean, the world is very strange. And, fuck, dude.
Yeah, you ain't lying. But yeah, like I said, all you got to do is just we ask different questions, but mainly it's the same topic. We're asking about the shape of the earth or lack thereof. And most of these people have been doing the research, daily, and we've been having discussions daily. So we're very adept at knowing where people are going to be at within the context of a conversation about the shape of the earth. So at least the people have been doing this for a while. So.
Interesting.
But I mean, these degrees that you have, they're still applicable in the sense of you have obtained knowledge.
Man, I have to get a part-time job or an actual job so I can actually study for what I wanted to do, which getting a job at all is impossible. Nice.
What do you really want to do?
I wanted to become a lawyer so I could have like lower prices for people. But then like
wait, say that again. Lower prices for people, like you want
to. Yeah. I don't like the fact that criminal defense lawyers are expensive. I wanted to, be like a cheaper.
Wow, dude. Like, I mean, I've never heard of
free here. Just be a public defender.
Yeah, I was gonna say a public defender will get you there.
Yeah, but you have to like the problem is like when you go to university for law, it's like sure you can get like a university degree, but until you actually get certified, you can't do shit, even if you're perfectly capable of it. But like to actually take the exam, there's a lot of schooling you need, and that costs money. So I'm just
but let me ask you, CS, from the information that you've obtained so far, if this was to ever be in a court situation, let's say the Globe was put on trial, right?
Oh God!
And we have people defending the idea. Think about it, right? And we're prosecuting, the defendant. So if people are going to be saying that the Earth is a globe, what information do you think? Because they would say it like this: we have evidence, right? And then we would say the same: we have evidence too. But now, if something doesn't pan out to be evidence, can we toss that out of the court and say it's not evidence? Whatever it is, whatever it is. I'm just giving an example, like in a court scenario.
I mean, things either get proven or disproven. So I mean, like if you have evidence that is inaccurate or is not true, then it usually,
toss it out, right?
I guess.
Okay, well, I mean, I thought I was going to probe your knowledge on court and law and all that, but not really sure if you know anything about the topic.
I'm not really well versed on like flat Earth. I just know
no, I mean, it's not so much about that. I think what it is, it deals with more of like somebody presenting a case that would verify information to, have the specific case validated. So if, like, let's say,
why don't you ask him if he knows what evidence is?
That's a good, yeah.
You know what evidence is?
You mean when you admit evidence to court?
So we're in court. I have evidence. What does that mean?
I mean, I know that from what I have learned, I know that if you illegally attain evidence, it gets thrown out. I mean, if it's false evidence or fabricated, it gets thrown out. If it's tampered with, it gets thrown out.
When it gets thrown out, does that still constitute it as it being evidence, or does it become not evidence anymore?
From what I remember, I don't think you can use it.
So it's not evidence anymore, right? Because there was well, he's in academia, but I think he's a professor. He's still teaching, but he made a claim that he says, because both sides can have evidence. So therefore, it could stand to reason that the Globe Earth could say they still have evidence. But the way we look at it here is kind of like in court. If two sides have evidence, it doesn't mean they're both can. You know what I'm saying?
I don't want to say anything for sure. It's been a little bit since I've had my degree, but I'm pretty sure once it's thrown out, you can't use it anymore. What the fuck?
No, but that's what I'm getting at, right? So it's not evidence. So if somebody's evidence gets thrown out, you can't say, "Well, that was my evidence," because it's not evidence anymore, right? Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, there are limited exceptions. You can reference during appeals. You can have pre-trial notions and discuss it.
Well, I mean, if it's relevant, but what I'm saying is, if the information that was supposed to be the evidence of the particular case, and it was shown that it was not evidence, then if it gets thrown out, you can't still say it was evidence.
It's not evidence. You can't use it as a legal argument anymore. It's not something you can do. Were they saying that you can?
Yes.
What the fuck? Okay.
Well, that's the problem.
Wow.
This is the situation that we're in right now. We have the idea that people are presenting their evidence, right? Okay, so I'm just using the court scenario so you can see what's happening. So over the years we've been doing this. People come forward and they say they have evidence of the globe, right? Now, evidence would be something you could substantiate, validate, in some way. And if you're bringing it forward, right, I don't care what it is, so long as it validates the claim that you're making your case, right? So if there's no validation that occurs, and if there's nothing that you can substantiate within the context of this evidence, we can throw it out and say it's not. Go ahead.
I mean, the court's job and the judge's job. Yeah, I mean, is this a criminal case or is it like a civil?
I mean, think about it. Like in any in any court case, right? There has to be the validity of that evidence. It needs to be able to be substantiated, validated. It needs to have some sort of way to say that it can lead the person to know that it's the claim can be substantiated by the evidence. And then if you can't do that with the evidence, then the judge can examine it and be like, well, I found it to be wanting, so I'm going to toss it out. It's not admissible.
The problem with this topic is that, like, depending on the type of court, the judge's role changes. If you have a criminal court, the jury decides. So, like, the judge's job is not this because they bring in experts, and the experts pretty much, I guess, in this case, would be people who are more on the, like, I guess, science side, I would assume, generally speaking.
Excellent. No. I mean, I think what you're saying is basically you'd call in witnesses. You know what I mean? You try to support the claim with as much information for the evidence to be substantiated. Like, I don't care what you'd have to do, but
because the judge would just take what they say, and if there's multiple, then well, shit, I guess. Well,
Yeah. I know what you mean. I mean, but the way I'm looking at it too is that we handle this, and it needs to be the way it's done. It's been done like we've been using vernacular that deals with like the court scenario. So every time we talk about the evidence being provided, we look at it as through the lens of a court case, right? Because that's the only way that you can come forward and say that it can be considered as evidence. It needs to be substantiated, right? So if it's not substantiated, you can't keep saying that it's still evidence. Does that make any sense? Like, I'm trying for you to realize that if you're trying to make a case out of this, then you have to back up the claim as much as you can with the proof that you're not just making it up. Like, I can't just conjure up something that I call evidence and then not put forward what I mean. Does that make any sense?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense, man.
Yeah, it does. Interesting.
Well, this has been going on for the better part of a decade. So, and we've been asking for the thing that would substantiate the case. And it seems like there's been multiple people that come through here that say they got, witnesses and people that are testify, like, they got pilots and they got, people that say the Earth's a globe, but there's never this, it's all hearsay. It's not something that's produced with the data. It's more like it's conjured up. Things that are calculated, things that are inferred, never leading to the hard facts. We want to establish.
I think one of the problems people have is that there's always like there's a lot of people who would rather wait for science to develop in the future for a way to explain what isn't currently explainable, as opposed to take a alternative perspective, whether it's from religion or flat earth or other types of I think that's what a lot of people are doing.
Yeah, but it's more like an inference, though. We can't work with that. It needs to be something that's directly observed, measured, tested, verified. Like, all these things need to solidify the point that their case is solid. It's not just, they don't really know, kind of, because we're dealing with people that come in here, they're confident that the Earth is a globe, but they can't substantiate it. So they say they have evidence. We say, go ahead, present your evidence. And it turns out it's just ideas that they've grown up knowing that the Earth is a globe because they've been told. Now, told is something different than taught. Of course, taught would be like you could instruct people on how you know the Earth is a globe, but they can't even say or recall any of the information of how they know it's a globe, like as how they've been told. So it's so far down the well that the only thing we get from people these days in the way of evidence is just them chanting that the Earth is a globe or them saying that they got NASA pictures. Now, there's a lot to deal with. Like, let's take, for example, NASA pictures, right? Let's use that as part of their evidence for the case that the Earth is a globe. Now, if we're going to examine it, how can you, in a court case, provide evidence that photo that looks like a globe is what the Earth actually is? Now, if I was to present this, let's say I was a glober, right? I'm just going to be playing the glober in this particular scenario. I have my picture of the Earth as a globe. I'm bringing it forward. I say, this is my evidence that the Earth is a globe. And I put the picture down, and let's say you're the prosecutor or whatever, and you pick up the image and you start questioning me. What would you question me on the image?
I would have a pretty large problem because usually for images and videos at this day and age doesn't really get used much anymore, for one, because it's too easy to create indistinguishable, fake images. But if it was admitted, it would be pretty hard to argue against what you can see, I mean,
Oh, so you're not really well versed in being a lawyer. I'm sorry, dude. No, but like you would first ask for there to be some sort of field expert, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's why you have to take a very different course to.
Yeah, but you just bypassed that. You didn't even ask like, well, let's get a field expert in here so to examine.
Well,
like, see,
yeah, because
I don't know if you've ever been faced with the scenario about being in court, but this is important, right? The important part of when you submit evidence, you want to make sure that somebody's
like. For me, right?
Yep.
Like the extent of education was pretty much you have mock kind of exams in a courtroom kind of thing in a university, But like a lot of the well, I guess other stuff that you would have to learn to be a lawyer, you don't exactly get taught. Because like that's reserved for when you actually take your 2-year kind of course before you take an exam to be a lawyer. But so far, like as far as an actual like degree goes, it's more learning the like a bunch of, I guess, cases, a bunch of laws, and lots of different like principles, lots of different theories and other stuff that relate to, that you need to know.
But the problem is the problem is though, like if somebody's bringing forth this information and I put down on the table that the Earth is a globe and I have this image, are you just going to pick up the image as a prosecutor and go, Bob's your uncle, like the Earth is a globe, guys, I'm sorry, I mean, there's nothing I can do about this, obviously it's a globe. Does everybody see this picture? I thought I had a case against this, but it looks like his image just thwarted my efforts to even produce anything against it. Sir, you are right. I was wrong.
I would imagine a prosecutor would have due diligence and do their research. I mean, that's what lawyers get paid for, right? You do a lot of.
No, I know, but I'm saying just use this as a thought experiment. So if you were in that scenario and you had to show people if this was able to be valid or not, how would you go think about it? Just how would you go about it if I was just showing an image, like there was nothing but the image, and I presented it, put it down, and it was on the table, you picked it up and you looked at it yourself, you're like, oh, okay, this is what you're showing that the Earth is? What would be the next questions you could ask? Just think about it, man. If you don't have any bias towards the Earth being a globe, you could answer this real quick. What's stopping you is that it becomes incriminating to even answer this, doesn't it? Because it implicates you by the process that you're about to proceed with.
I mean, I would imagine you would have to prove authenticity.
Okay, well, that's one. I mean, prove authenticity. But what if I told you I got it from, think of his name, but one of the astronauts. I could just mention any one of these guys' names, but I got it from one of them. Yeah, Armstrong, whoever. They gave it to me. One of his family members gave it to me, so I have this picture. It's from Neil Armstrong. There you go. Now what?
I guess I would want someone who can verify this to be real. I mean, it'd be pretty funny presenting a fake image to judge would be pretty angry, you know.
Well, no, but I'm saying you're the prosecutor. It's your job to actually show if this is able to be authenticated or not, isn't it? Isn't that what you're supposed to be doing as a prosecutor?
I do not learn, or did not learn yet, all of the procedures that people have in court, because
I guess what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm sorry, CS, but what I mean to say right now with this little test that I'm showing you is that if you were to think as a person who was just to critically think about the information presented, how could you say, okay, it far being just for you presenting it like it came from Neil Armstrong, and I'm just going to take it like, okay, well, you said it came from Neil Armstrong and it looks like a globe. There's really nothing more I can do but accept this as the thing you say it is. Like,
I mean, the problem here is like, if you go to if you have an illness and you go to a doctor for tuberculosis, they think it's tuberculosis. If you go to a psychiatrist, they think it's a psychiatric problem. And if you go to a physician, they think it's a physiological problem. So I mean, like, if I was to tell you that I wanted experts, then it would just be like a bias argument.
Yeah, but let's say you wanted to test the validity of the image itself, right? And you say, just to say, for example, you tested the validity of the thing and you said you found it to be a real photo, right? I'm going to give you even that. Let's say you found it to be a real photo. You're the prosecutor. You took up the photo and you had one of the experts come through and he says, yep, this is an authentic photo. Would you think it's the content of that photo is authentic or the photo itself is authentic?
I mean, if it's just a photo, and like, I mean, do they have a space? Like spatial. I mean, if it's a picture of the globe, then it's like.
Yeah, and what I mean to say about the picture of the globe is you can use the 1972 blue marble, just for example, picture of the globe.
That'd be pretty.
And if I was to lay it down on the table and you picked it up and you were the prosecutor and you came through and said, okay, well, I examined this and had a field expert come and take a look at it. And he said it's a legit photo. It's a real photo. But does that mean that the content of the photo that's on the photo, is that real? Because that still what's in contention is the content, not the image itself. The image itself could be real. The picture.
I mean, I guess the question I would have is, if it was not real, then how did he take a picture of the Earth, I mean, the implication that it came from Neil Armstrong would be that he was in space and took the picture. So if he did, then I guess that's what the Earth looks like.
Yeah, but are you the prosecutor just going to take it like that? Are you going to just... It sounds like you would just roll over, man, for the court. Like, it sounds like to me, like you'd be a really horrible prosecutor. Like,
I mean, I haven't learned shit yet about criminal procedure and everything.
No, I know, but I'm saying, when it comes to these cases, right? Like, we've been doing these. It's kind of like these mock court cases that we've been having for a long time. So every time somebody comes in here, we do a similar style, right? We let the audience, the YouTube audience, be the jury. You know, we're the prosecutors, and everybody's coming in here as a defendant. They're defending the globe. They're putting up their best evidence and such. And they say, well, I have evidence. And we examine it, what they consider evidence. We toss it out as it's not evidence. Look, you presented something that you thought was evidence. I tossed it out. It's not evidence anymore. You thought it was evidence. It's not anymore. We tossed it out. You can't use it. It's not evidence. But it's evidence. No, it's not. Just like you said, you can't go back on something that you didn't prove, call it evidence after we tossed it out. So now that we're going to go again to what else you got, right? So that's what happens in here. It's like basically we're holding court, and we have people that are defending the globe come in and day out, and we're the prosecutors in here. We're interrogating them essentially, right? Where were you on the night of January 22nd? That kind of shit. What we're finding out is that nobody can provide evidence that the earth is a globe, nor they can substantiate it. It's all hearsay. It's smoke and mirrors, fairy tales, whatever you want to call it. It's not able to be validated. So in no way, shape, or form does a globe exist in the physical and natural world. You guys have been brought up to believe that that's the case, but we've been holding court for the better part of a decade, and it doesn't seem like there's any evidence of it. And I guarantee you, we've been combing these arguments with a fine-tooth comb. There is absolutely no evidence. And it's to the contrary. Every single time, every day, we find out that their idea of what evidence is just, it's feeble. It's hearsay. It's, I saw it on Discovery, or I heard it from this guy. And what did he say? I don't know. The Earth's a globe. Like, it's so bad, dude. I just showed you that one example of using court as a way so that you can, since you said you took law, but there isn't any evidence.
I learned a bunch of cases. I learned lots of legislation. I learned a bunch of case law. I learned a lot of how the legal system works in terms of like all the institutions and how they work together. But I've never actually taken like a certification to actually practice, which is also why I don't exactly know all of the.
I posted something for you in chat. It's the moon rock, and if you read it, click on it and you read that. So I brought that into court as a moon rock. Would that be acceptable? There's Neil Armstrong on it.
I think this prosecutor would roll over for that. That's a moon rock, right?
I wanted to say yes or no because I got to do something with it. Need an answer, sir.
Oh, well, fuck.
Admissible as evidence.
Man, there's a lot of things I don't know the answers to.
Yeah, no, I'm saying though, he doesn't. I don't think he's going to answer that one.
Well, what color is the moon when you look at it?
I also don't know the answer to that.
Well, you can actually just go outside and see it's not brown. Anyway, so here's the punchline to that picture that was actually presented. As you can see, Moon Rock Museum is just petrified wood after it was analyzed. From Australia, the wood came from.
Wow.
Shit.
Yeah, I know, right? Well, it's just, dude, we have people that want to submit evidence, right? This is the evidence, but every time it gets examined or people look at it closely, whatever their evidence is, we can toss it out as not being evidence now because it's never been verified as the thing that they claim that it is. That's the reason why we hold court every day in this forum. A lot of people come in here, they mock the forum, they say whatever they want, but they never leave here knowing that the earth is a globe. They leave with their beliefs, right? Because you can believe anything you want. Believe anything. I don't care if you believe in the Easter Bunny and tooth fairy or whatever. Doesn't matter. But it's not substantiated with evidence that the Earth is a globe. You're never leaving this court knowing that. And we have our YouTube audience always to appeal to. They're the jury. Of course, the rest of the panel members are also jury members as well. But
I mean, from what I understand, the court would mainly care about expert testimony and like the authenticity, goddamn it, of the image, which which would have to be like, well, like chain of custody and a bunch of documentation. But I mean, like, I'm not sure a bunch of other things. I mean, like, you could present counter arguments to things for the photo.
Oh yeah,
I'm pretty sure that that's like different things. And
what if I handed you that rock? What if I handed you that rock in court with the little placard? Would it then be a moon rock?
I mean, I don't know if I would suddenly become an archaeologist, but I would have to.
It has a certificate of authenticity with it, doesn't it?
I guess you could get other experts to look at it.
He wants a second opinion.
Would you need an expert that's been to the moon that knows exactly what moon rocks look like to be able to qualify that as a moon rock, or no?
There's only one answer. CS.
I guess technically the way people would see it would be that if there are a lot of photos that we take of the moon, not I don't mean like camera photos, I mean like actual satellite, or space, or whatever is taken from a spaceship in very high definition, you could technically see what I guess the moon looks like.
I object.
What's your objection?
I guess
waffling.
I'll allow it. His waffle is going somewhere. CS, what's your waffling about?
I asked if I handed you a moon rock in that little gold card and said, "Here you go. Can I submit this as evidence? Is it allowable?"
I think he's struggling to answer this because he does know that. I think too, because of his bias, he doesn't want to answer. So anything that he says right now is
it's not admissible because it's not proof anybody went to the moon, but he doesn't want to say it.
He doesn't want to say it. It's incriminating.
I think like with the way the court would go, that it would be acknowledged that the moon rock has been analyzed independently by thousands of scientists. I mean, that alone to a court would be pretty significant. I mean, chemical composition. Chemical composition.
Analyzed, sir. Your Honor, I need to put this out there. It was analyzed and found to be petrified wood from Australia. I admit it as moon rock now.
I mean, like, I guess if you were to argue for it to be evidence, I mean, the rock supposedly contains isotopes and elements and ratios that differ from Earth rocks, I guess.
Whoa! If you find how would you know? So if you find a rock and it's different from Earth rocks, how do you know that it's different? You found it on Earth. How is it now different from rocks you find on Earth?
That's a bold claim, CS.
How do you compare it to, okay, so these are from Earth and these are from the moon. Where's the pile of rocks from the moon for me to do a comparison with?
I got a rock that's from Mars. How about that?
One of the arguments that people put forward would be that it lacks water-based weathering present in all Earth rocks. And that, like, they show micrometeorite, they show signs of micrometeorite impacts, I guess would be an argument people put forward.
Nope, that's not an argument for that being a moon rock.
Yeah,
because I can go out in the desert in Arizona and pick up a piece of petrified wood. It looks exactly the same. It's been laying out there 1,000 years. Looks exactly like that.
A court would also have third-party verification.
So somebody not Neil Armstrong has to say they've been to the moon, they've analyzed the rocks. Yes, that's a moon rock. Correct?
So right now he's actually playing the defendant.
I don't think the court would do that. You know, I mean,
he's a defendant. You're defending the globe right now, so I don't know, John Q globe or whatever in here, but you're defending the globe at the moment. Yes.
You're the public defender.
Basically.
That's right, you are. I'm the prosecutor.
I don't think I can be. But anyways,
Alpha is the judge right now.
I mean, if you have radiation damage from exposure to cosmic rays, it could kind of.
So, if I have damage from somewhere that doesn't exist, at least we can't go there, then that explains something.
I mean, because what I'm trying to get at is that, like, if you went to court and you had, like, realistically had to get this as evidence, you'd have a lot of these, like, scientific arguments put forward. And if you were sort of, not saying the court wouldn't take it seriously, but if you were trying to make a flat Earth argument, the court, I would think, is more likely to take expert evidence from scientists.
Why do you think that though? Why would you think that's the case? If the court is basing everything off of evidence, why would you think that they would consider somebody being a flat earther or you being someone who thinks the Earth is a globe as a matter of any point of contention for the two people, like, presenting their case? Wouldn't it be based on evidence and not who they are?
Yes, but if you take things from experts, then you bring the realm of science into it. And science is accepted as a form of, being able to prove things. So, the judge's job is not to sit there and tell you that you are wrong or right at least in the criminal court. Their job is simply to make sure procedure and whatever goes well and correctly.
Yeah, so I don't have to consider the person being a flat earther or not. I don't need to focus on that at all.
Well, yes, but scientific, I
don't need to consider, only that you have expertise in a specific field. I would take that into consideration because you've studied in a particular field, right? And so what's going to be held into question is whether or not you can be of accommodation to the evidence. Why would I need to be concerned with whether or not somebody in the court was a flat earther? I don't really care about that.
I mean, I think one of the things that people should need to acknowledge is that in court, you should try to be as objective as possible. It's one of the things you get taught very quickly and very early on. But it's also, one of the things that while you can try, you can't exactly be 100% non-biased. So when you,
what are you saying? The judge is going to have leniency towards a glober because he's not a flat earther?
I think the judge, I don't want to speak for judges, but I would think that the judge would look at science and say that there's a lot of things science can prove, there's some things science can't prove, and that it would.
Then you're talking about a kangaroo court, essentially. You're saying that we're going to be holding court in a kangaroo court. So the judge is going to be more lenient towards a glober based on them being somebody who's identifies as the Earth being a globe. And the guy who thinks that the Earth is flat, well, he's going to be a bit more harsh because why should he be more lenient to him?
Because the thing is I brought up geological composition, age characteristics, unique properties, and scientific verification, as well as distinguishing features, because these things together make up a pretty, I guess, comprehensive, at least for the judge from experts, like argument that it would in fact be a space rock. And unless there's like acknowledgement, like widespread, that people have like come to a conclusion to that, like, this rock is in fact fake, that the judge would not suddenly sit there and go, well, yes, this is fake,
Yeah, it would be determined by the evidence put forward. So if the evidence was substantiated as such, then it would be admitted. But if it's not, then it would be thrown out.
Yeah, but my point being is that the rock has a lot of things going for it that people would put forward. I think it's very likely that it would actually be admitted into being evidence for this.
No, it would all be inadmissible. All the NASA claims, all inadmissible. Can't be verified to be authentic. No chain of custody.
I mean, all like this
images. This is the point. All the third-party claims would be inadmissible in a court.
I mean, the threshold for evidence is pretty high. So, I mean, like...
Well, I know that, but we're holding that same standard here. So when people come in here with their quote-unquote evidence, we examine it, and it's found to be wanting, we toss it out. That's usually what happens.
You heard the phrase beyond... Sorry, Nigga.
You go on, Cycle.
I was going to ask him, have you heard you familiar with the concept of beyond reasonable doubt?
Yep. Definitely, yep.
Well, I would put it to you that the Earth is flat beyond reasonable doubt. That's the level that we're at a minimum, to put it in legal terms. We've proven it beyond reasonable doubt. So there's a lot of unreasonable doubt from a lot of the anti-flat earthers, but you can't be reasonable and disagree with what we're presenting.
I think, because here's the thing, right? A judge is highly educated. Like, a judge is literally going to be somebody who's been a lawyer for 20 years and has lots of education. I find it very, very unlikely for them to sit there and suddenly go, yes, fuck science.
No, that's not exactly. You're twisting things. I think you're making it. You're wanting for this to. You're trying to be a defendant right now. You're trying for it to sound like the judge would automatically be like, "Oh, science, tell me more." No, the judge only has to listen to what the field expert is going to tell them about the evidence being put forward. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to say like, "Oh, I'm so dazzled by this information. It's so wonderful." Like, dude, he's just weighing out the information, whether or not it can be substantiated. The evidence being put forward. That's
but what are you?
You're making this be a bit too much more than what it actually is. It's cut and dry, dude.
What are you going to do though when the science people, experts, I guess in this case, tell you that people cannot explain seasons? Or that people cannot explain solar.
That's because what you're dealing with. Yeah, what you're dealing with, though. Yeah, what you did. Okay, so let's put it into a way that you can understand. So now you're moving into the territory that we're always doing in here. We're gonna start holding court with you. So now you're bringing the evidence forward, right? So you're saying seasons is going to substantiate the Earth as a globe. So in what way does it substantiate the Earth as a globe? Yes, seasons.
Well, I'm just saying I don't exactly know all the details. I'm just saying that these things are people would say.
You can say you don't know. You can say you don't know. I misspoke, or I didn't know if that was evidence or not. You can say those things because we will admit that it's not evidence. But I want to hear you say it's not evidence.
I mean, I'm not exactly an an expert in this field. But
is it evidence that the Earth is a geometric shape, CS, or not?
Do you think a judge is then an expert? Stop. You told me that a judge is highly educated. Is a judge an expert in this field?
No, but I would think that they would be more aligned with like a scientific explanation.
Okay, you're not giving. See, here's what you keep doing. This is mental gymnastics. You're trying to get out of the fact that you didn't produce the geometric shape of the Earth by saying that there's seasons. How did you make the correlation from seasons to geometry?
I brought up seasons because it was one of the common things that people would bring up as a inconsistency with.
Yeah, but we're not talking about inconsistencies with flat Earth. What's in contention right now is if the Earth is a globe, a big ball flying around in the vacuum of space. Now, how did you get from seasons that the Earth is a ball?
Man, it's been a long time. Time to grab some books. God damn.
Okay. Yeah, you better grab those books, man, because I don't know if all the books in the world can help you on this one.
So far, nobody's been able to bring books in to prove that says seasons prove globe. There's not been one person in all the years that I've been doing this. When I say all the years, it's more than 10.
When it's summer in the northern hemisphere, it's winter in the southern hemisphere. I guess this would mean that the flat Earth model couldn't explain.
No, it's not flat Earth model. It's objection. It's not flat Earth model. It's not flat Earth model. You're trying to provide evidence that the Earth is a ball. Quit diverting back to your idea that you're trying to disprove flat Earth and provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir.
Well, the simultaneous existence. The argument would
no, it's not simultaneous. We want the affirmation. We want the affirmation that the Earth is a geometric shape via the seasons. How are you doing this?
Wait.
No, we're not waiting. This court doesn't wait on you. We need the affirmation that the Earth is a geometric shape via the seasons. How are you doing this?
Can I explain, please?
No, only if it has to deal with the information at hand and not something else.
To explain, I'll allow it.
The simultaneous existence of opposite seasons proves the Earth must be spherical. Is what I was trying to.
Must be is an inference. Must be is an inference, isn't it?
It's kind of one of those things where science is like, you know.
Must be is an inference, isn't it?
I guess it would be an inference.
Thank you.
It's based on lines of like
the evidence is tossed out for it being an inference. The court will now address any other evidence that you can put forward.
Yes, but it would be an inference based on multiple lines.
It's tossed out. It's not evidence, sir. It's tossed out. It's not evidence. I told you this is the way it goes in here. Now, do you have anything else?
Well, okay. If you are drawing an inference off of nothing, sure, yes. But if you're drawing an inference off of like evidence and observations that point towards the same.
Don't have any evidence of the ball to do that with.
The ball is a conjuring of an imagination. It's not real. So it's definitely an inference from an imagination.
Okay. Next argument.
How are you going to defend us flat earthers in court for free if
that wouldn't happen?
Program.
That definitely wouldn't happen. All right. Do you have anything else?
Well, this would be very. I don't know, like maybe day length variations.
Yeah, what's you say? Day length variations?
Yeah, I guess. Summer days.
No, don't, dude. You gotta come in with the goods, man. If you're not sure, We're here 24/7. You can actually listen, take your time, think about what you're going to say, write stuff down, come back in here when you're well prepared. Ask ChatGPT, Google, a friend, it doesn't matter. Come back in when you're well prepared and you can have this discussion again, all over again.
Oh, remember one thing. I can prove that the sun is moving. I can put a stick in the ground and watch the shadow move over time. That's because the sun is moving in the sky. Do you agree with me?
Supposedly, the planets are moving. Not,
That's an inference, sir. Again.
Now you're calling us a planet. You don't even have the globe that you needed for your other one, so we had to throw that out. Now you're saying it is still a globe, but it's a planet along with the other ones, so we can throw that out too. You see how court goes? And that's why we win in court every time.
Yeah, it's really no contest.
I mean, I would think as part of a solar system, the sun moves at like 400.
Is the solar system an inference, sir?
You just stacked another one on top. First it was a globe, then it was a planet, now it's in a solar system. You keep adding to stuff that I threw it out. The guy's out in the back putting
all I'm doing is saying that these established scientific things are.
They're not established and they're not scientific. They're not established and they're not scientific.
Looking in the sky is not scientific. I look in the sky. I've got a sky tracker and everything. There's nothing scientific about what I do.
I mean, if we were to go with science, the sun moves at 450,000 miles per hour. It orbits the center of the Milky Way galaxy.
So you went from globe to planet to universe to Milky Way and galaxies. Do you see which you're going in the wrong direction? Have you noticed that yet?
We're talking about the sun, though, which is why I'm bringing this up, because this is all relevant to the sun.
Because Earth's not moving. That's default. Default is Earth is flat and stationary. Like water is flat and level. If you go to a swimming pool, it's flat and level all times unless the wind is blowing on it or you're at a plastic pool and you're shaking it. But it's flat and level. You agree with that, right? Swimming pools?
I think there's an idea of mutual exclusivity that doesn't really match what I guess science is saying, because things are relative and there's relative motion. When you see
if we were moving, the pool wouldn't be flat and level, would be moving all over
the scientific explanation. Well, okay, the scientific explanation would be that what you see is like being on a moving train, looking at stationary objects.
Well, the train would have to be going in a circle because the Earth is spinning in a circle, not going straight.
A very, very slow circle for human perception.
Still, circular motion is acceleration. So you always feel acceleration. You would feel it. Plus, it's got 5 other vectors it goes at. It spins, it goes around the sun goes around something, that goes around something else. Plus, you have an axis that would prevent you, because it would be like a gyroscope, it would prevent you from going in all those axes anyway. So they really have a problem. If the Earth is spinning, you're not going to be able to shoot it through those orbits. If it's not spinning, you have a chance. But if you spin it, now you have a gyroscope. Now you have a problem.
You're just wrong, right? You're actually just wrong. If you accelerate slow enough, you literally won't feel it.
If Earth was If Earth was stationary and the sun orbited us, all stars would have to orbit Earth at the
your cosmology. Your cosmology idea right now is still attached to the fact that there's a heliocentric cosmology. So you think there's a solar system, you think there's a galaxy, you think all of this stuff out there has been what you've been told it is.
I can help him along. Yes, the stars move from east to west, just like the sun. What now? The stars do move.
Hey, Radwen, are you going to acknowledge the fact that what you said was categorically true?
I'll get back to you in a second.
But you said a lie.
What lie did I say?
You said that if we accelerate, we can actually always be able to experience it. And that's not true.
Feel acceleration.
Nope.
Not constant linear motion. You won't feel that.
I mean, like the formula would be like to go with
not even constant linear motion. You can accelerate, but you can accelerate so slow that you literally won't be able to perceive it.
Prove it.
I reckon you've proved it yourself, Radwan, haven't you? You would have used accelerometers.
Yeah, so you guys' argument for the Earth moving is that you can't feel it move with any detectable means. That's rich. So then it's not moving for all intents and purposes.
That's actually not true because we have laser gyroscopes. We actually can detect the spin.
So you know the Earth is spinning. So what is the naturally observed phenomenon of Earth spin? When have you seen the Earth do something? Because you're testing the Earth for.
Well, hold on a second.
Yeah, hold on
Wouldn't
a second,
the
man.
naturally observed phenomenon of the Earth spin be the Earth spin?
No, dude. If you're gonna say that the Earth is doing something, you see something in nature happening, then you're gonna ask the how why question, right? The how why question would be what is causing the effect? So the effect is the Earth is in motion, it's spinning. So what's causing the effect? Now, do you witness this in nature?
What's interesting though is
you're not answering my question, sir. You're going to be muted unless you answer my question. What do you witness in nature?
Say the question again.
What do you witness in nature for the cause of the Earth to be moving? You know, the effect is that the Earth is in motion, right? So what's the cause of Earth spin?
Wait, we have to witness causes of things?
Well, if you say that the Earth is doing something, I better know that you've actually witnessed it doing the thing that you say it's doing in order for you to conjure up some type of experiment.
So, I mean, we all know about magnetism. We don't witness
No magnetism. You said the Earth's in motion. I want you to tell me how you know that the cause of the effect that the Earth is spinning around. I want you to tell me how you've witnessed the cause for that effect. How do you know it's the Earth spinning? And how did you determine it was spinning, sir?
Does every cause need to be witnessed?
Well, in this case, it's a naturally observed phenomenon. The Earth, in this case, needs to be observed to be doing something, which is spinning on its axis. How do you know it's doing that?
I mean, that would be an observation.
Exactly. Yes, that would be an observation.
So here's the thing. It would be an observation of the phenomena, not an observation of the cause of the phenomena. So why are you
the phenomenon would lead you to make the experiment. So you see the phenomenon happen in nature, which is the Earth is spinning. So you want to find out what is the cause of the effect, right? You want to know why it's doing the thing that it does. So therefore, you conjure up an experiment, right? A hypothesis test.
You know there are limiting factors in what can be experienced.
Okay, don't tell me about limiting factors. Either you can or cannot do this. Because if you're going to talk to me about gyroscopes and what they can do, you better have some type of observation of a phenomena that occurred in order for you to conjure it up.
Alpha, here's the thing. Whether or not I can experiment on the cause of an effect, does that negate the reality of the effect?
Yes, because what you're doing is you're conjuring up in the apparatus the idea that your imagination is doing something. Yes. So you're saying in this apparatus, my imagination is happening. And whatever your imagination is, it could be unicorns doing something. And then you say, oh, because unicorns are doing something, I see something happening in the device. So you're conjuring up your imagination within the device. You didn't witness that. Hold on a minute, dude. Just wait a minute. You just wait a minute. You didn't see anything that nature's doing, so therefore you can't draw up a hypothesis test. because you didn't witness nature doing something. So you can't you can't measure, you can't test, you can't validate something within an apparatus that you just made up just so you could test an imagination. It's not going to happen.
Alpha, what I can do with the cause of something doesn't say anything about the something in question.
I don't know what you just, that's word soup. Be more concise. What do you mean? Yeah. What did you mean?
Like, okay, so here's the thing. I point out something that just simply does just happen, and you're like, well, can you do an experiment on the cause of the thing? Who gives a shit?
Within an apparatus, within a device. You're talking about within a device. You just said a gyroscope.
What?
Now,
What even is a device to you?
What does a gyroscope have to do with the Earth spinning?
You're not serious?
Either
right?
answer the question, or we can move on to someone else.
Okay, I'm gonna have to give you a Wikipedia page because it's more complicated than what I can say in like one paragraph. I'm sorry. Sometimes stuff is complicated.
Then why did you bring it up?
I would like to say something. There's
you brought it up.
People said that circular motion is acceleration, right? Okay. So I think it's important to define acceleration first. Acceleration is any change in velocity. Velocity has both speed and direction. Even at constant speed, changing direction is acceleration. Circular motion, consistently changes direction. There is centripetal.
Yo, don't tell these guys that. Don't tell them that. They will never believe you.
Objects in circular motion experience.
We're the ones who tell people that every single day, dummy.
This acceleration points towards the center of the circle, which means the formula is, or supposedly, A equals V squared over R. R
you can't be doing this. They don't like math.
Velocity.
Shut up, dude. So circular motion is acceleration always, even if the speed is constant.
So the important
That's what I said.
That's what we said. And this other fucking cheerleader in the back's going, they don't get it. We're the ones who fucking brought it up. We always have to bring it up because Globe Trolls.
So he was just here to he just here to prove our point?
I guess.
The important thing is that
how about you let fucking finish?
When you turn a car outward, this is why you feel pushed. I guess. So it is true. So because of these.
No, it's not, because it's not analogous, dude. It's not analogous to the Earth. Once again, you're trying to draw an analogy to what the Earth is doing, yet you and the other clown didn't witness the Earth doing anything. You didn't witness the Earth doing dick. And you're imagining that it's doing something, yet you've never witnessed, observation-wise, that the Earth is actually spinning. That's the issue. You can draw all the analogies you want. It's not going to make an observation just poof out of thin air. You have to actually see the Earth doing something to then make the claim that, okay, this is analogous to the other thing you're trying to make an analogy to. So you don't have that right now. What we have right now is two people trying to conjure up some kind of device or an idea of how you can talk about analogies and or a device within the device, how the Earth is doing something. That's not going to win the day. What's going to win the day is if you can make a natural observation of the thing in question doing something, which is the Earth spinning on its axis.
I have a question for you, though.
Okay, why can't you just realize what I just said? Why do you have to have a question?
We all understand what you're saying, dude.
I don't think he did, because he's rebutting right now. He didn't realize what I just finished saying. CS, did you make an observation of the Earth spinning on its axis?
I think it's a pointless discussion.
It's a simple yes or no, sir. Simple yes or no. Did you witness the Earth spinning on its axis?
I think we do that every day by being on the planet.
Okay, so show me how we can see the Earth spinning on its axis, sir. Where can we witness this phenomena?
Well,
I mean, literally just put a gyroscopic telescope in the
Not
ground.
talking to you, Brick.
You.
It's not your time yet. It's his. So go ahead.
You can have a freely swinging pendulum.
Oh, you're with the pendulum now too, just like this other guy is. Okay, so now we're looking at devices. What did you see in nature that made you want to even create a device that's going to show you something about what the Earth is doing or not doing? What did you see in nature, sir?
Why? I guess my question would be, why are you focusing on?
No. It's focused because you're not gonna create a device. You're not gonna create a listen, CS. You're not gonna create a device just because you have an imagination of what you think the Earth is doing. You can't do. That's not how this works. If nature is doing something and you want to ask a question for science, then you're gonna. It's a systematic study of the physical and natural world, right? It's what science is. So if you're gonna invoke it, then you're gonna have to know how to deal with it, and that means the scientific method is gonna have to be utilized in some way. So you're gonna determine the cause for the effect. So in a hypothesis test, you're gonna try to figure out why the Earth is spinning. So you're gonna ask the how-why questions, right?
I think the important thing is that, like, rather than questioning why it exists, the fact that it exists and can be.
You don't know that. You don't know that it exists. How do you know that the Earth is spinning on its axis?
A pendulum doesn't exist.
No. We're not talking about pendulums. We're not even there yet. How do you know the Earth is spinning on its axis?
Well, this is getting to the point.
I mean, no, it's not. You didn't tell me how you know that's the case. You can't stare at a device and say, "Oh, thus the Earth is spinning." You don't do that. You don't start your car and say, "Well, that must mean it's going to rain today." You don't know something, but you're using a lot of inference.
Okay. It appears to change.
Okay. What's causing that change? What's causing that change?
It maintains the same plane.
Yes. What's causing the change, though? CS, answer the question. What's causing the change?
Yo, CS, no offense, but stop speaking.
No, keep speaking.
No,
what's causing the change?
He's funneling you.
No, I actually want him to tell me if it's his way.
Alpha, here's the thing: you don't.
Listen, dude. Like you've already said your side of things. We're listening to him now. So CS, what is causing that to change? Don't throw your body into the gears, Brick, because we're just gonna get muted.
The Earth rotates counterclockwise.
Oh, does it? It does it? You're just imagining that it does what you're saying it does? How do you know that?
Because the pendulum maintains its original swing plane in space.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, so it maintains its original. But then how do you know it does a change to then infer that it's actually the Earth that's spinning? How do you know that's the cause?
Well, the thing is the Earth rotates beneath the pendulum, which also.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know that's the cause?
Well, okay, I'll say this too. At the North Pole, 360
no, you're not telling me
24 hours.
Bro, you're not telling me this. How do you know that's the cause?
Reading PMs and reading shit.
He must be, because he's not telling me how he knows that's the cause. Why are you not telling me that?
Somebody that's DMing him, tell him what the cause is so he can get it over with.
Yeah, please.
Serious question. So when it comes to seasons and how they're spread across.
Oh my God. Right. Dude, you can wait your turn, man. Let this guy finish.
He's going to give nothing of substance.
Yeah, but you don't know that. You're you and he's him. You let him finish. Would you like it if he interrupted you and did what you're doing to him?
He's a lawyer, dude. He knows more than you anyway.
I'm not a lawyer.
No.
I just graduated university for the
all right, dude. We're back to you though, CS. How do you know that's the cause?
There's location-based evidence. The different rotational rates at different latitudes.
Oh, wait. Different rotational rates. What of?
Oh my.
What do you mean, what of?
Yeah, you said different rotational rates. What different rotational rates of what?
Okay. That goes time to look at science book again.
Okay, so when I set my pendulum up in my garage, it doesn't do what you say it's going to do. So what's wrong?
Does it not?
He keeps throwing around the word science. I don't think he understands what science is.
Yeah, we've dealt with that early on, Ancient Traveler. Well, right now we're at the point where he's full on into the globe right now. He's just on full defense mode. So we're trying to get him to realize that any point that he brings forward is going to have to be substantiated, and he's finding a hard time doing it.
Everything is just so stories from him.
Well, his friend is trying to help him with more stories, so they're stacking stories.
And what's going to happen is they're going to get mixed up. That's why the other guy is trying to say that he doesn't know what he's talking about because he's getting it mixed up. He probably got DMs from him, but he's not saying it correctly like he's getting it from the guy. So the guy's getting frustrated.
I haven't messaged him at all. I think the answer to your question would be that North Pole observers would be where it rotates completely under a pendulum. Lower that latitude would be where the observer follows a larger circle around Earth's axis.
That's great once again. That's great once again. But what is the cause of that effect?
Well, I think it's something I already said.
Well, say it again.
It maintains its swing plane in space. The Earth rotates.
Okay, the Earth maintains its. What did you say again? Say it again. The Earth
the pendulum maintains its swing plane in space. The Earth rotates beneath it. Observer
okay, the Earth rotates. The Earth rotates beneath it is the cause, isn't it?
Okay, but I already said that.
I know, but how did you determine that was the cause?
It's kind of an accepted given that the Earth is rotating.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. No, I'm not accepting that. It's not an accepted given. I'm not accepting it.
Flat Earth wins again.
Okay.
We all good here?
This would be my response. You can have I think like this goes back ultimately in terms of science to what the other guy was saying.
No, don't go to the other guy. The other guy can make his own argument. You tried making yours. Go ahead, Radwin.
Wait, let's get down to science. Did you know that when you build an airplane, requirements are that Earth is flat and stationary for a plane to work? So how do you explain that?
What do you mean by that?
In order to fly an airplane, you have to have a flat and stationary, not moving, Earth, or you won't be able to land it.
You would have to have a flat and stationary Earth to land the plane.
Yeah.
You started off saying, if I'm not mistaken, fly or build?
Yeah, to build one, aerodynamics for flights, you start with a flat and stationary Earth, and then you build off that. You don't build Earth curve into an airplane and into its gauges. You don't put Earth curve into anything so that it flies around a ball. It's built for flying over a flat and stationary plane. So we can't use... It's just accepted that it's spinning because I have NASA documents that say flat and stationary. So we're going to win in court. I'm telling you.
I don't think that statement is actually true. Landing an airplane does not require a flat stationary Earth. The curvature of the Earth and its rotation are both factors that are accounted for in modern aviation.
Oh no, he didn't go there. I know he didn't go there.
I just got done telling him we have the documents that say otherwise, opposite from the government.
I know he didn't just say that.
Literally making stuff up.
Airplanes land
You
on curved
actually know
runways.
it's the actual opposite of what you just said. They do not account for the curvature of the Earth, not even a little. They don't do that.
Okay. There's a few problems with that. Airplanes land on curved runways that follow the Earth's surface. Pilots use the horizon and visual cues to judge their approach and landing. Navigation systems and instruments work based on the spherical Earth model.
He's reading from Chatbot.
Hold on, let Eli come in. He hasn't been in here a minute, so Eli, do you have?
Yes, 36 mofos in here. What up, y'all?
What's up, homie?
Hey, man, what you were saying just now was totally incorrect. Has nothing to do with landing, flight dynamics whatsoever.
It's actually correct.
I mean, do you have any citations from any reputable flight sources? Like
I can reference you in Aero textbook.
The FAA has a pilot's handbook. We don't like NASA, I guess, but NASA also has articles. Scientific, American articles exist for it, which I can give you a link to. AOPA,
I don't want to link
aircraft owners, aircraft owners,
listen
and
to what
pilot
I'm trying to say,
association supports
I'm trying to interrupt you in case you didn't know. Listen, all I want is a citation of a plane landing on a curved trajectory, because it would have to do that long before it hit the runway, seeing as that they use triangulation from the time that the plane is descending to the landing on the airway. So if your claim is that that segment is curved, I'd like to see a citation from wherever you get it from.
Oh boy, that's a very specific request.
Well, what were you expecting?
Niggers, fuck niggers.
Okay. I think what I would say would be photographic evidence in this case would work. Many airport runways can be seen to have a curved shape when viewed from the air or in satellite imagery.
You can't see my face palm, but they're definitely there.
No, there's no such thing as
my girl can hear you stuttering. My girl can hear you stuttering. She get turned on right now. My girl heard you stuttering. She heard you not responding to anything I said and turned her on.
That hurt.
Yeah, no, yeah, Pyro, you hot mic in.
You mentioned that people do not, people do require.
Sorry, my bad. Is this better?
Man.
Leave him muted.
Thank you for having me, guys. I miss y'all.
Yeah, man, where you been?
Chilling, I've been around.
Nice.
Post NASA documents, flat, non-rotating Earth. So,
I mean, you can also look at the ILS. I mean, the ILS provides guidance, that signals account for the runway's curvature.
Bro, I mean, I don't know what to do with that. Like, seriously. You mean to tell me we have terrain? Oh my God. What are we to do?
Yeah, but we're talking about the runway. We're not talking about some random place.
Yeah, so the runway, there's terrain, right, where the runway is. But does a runway constitute that the Earth is a globe?
Here we go. While runways are generally designed to be as flat as possible, most are perfectly level due to practical and topographical reasons. They may appear slightly wavy, especially when viewed from end to end. Flattening runways are designed to allow water to drain away and are slightly curved for water drainage. Side to side.
Oh my, the Earth is a globe.
Not front to back.
Side to side, like a football field.
Yep.
Whoever fed him that in his DMs must feel like a dumbass. I'm just saying.
He's using chatbot. I can tell how he's reading it. Somebody's pasting him chatbot, or he's looking it up with chatbot.
CS, just take your L and maybe sit back and relax and listen to somebody else take this, man, because it just gets worse from here, man. It really does. Like, I was face palming when you said that. That was horrible, dude. You're the first person that I've ever heard use that specific argument. And it took the team like a short amount of time to look it up too and find out that's not true. That doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe.
What
say you, Goose? You had something to say, Goose.
Ron, we're not going to allow chat AI in court.
Agreed.
Dude, you kind of can't really prove that with the airplane stuff because it's kind of already accounted for during flight.
In
oh, really?
Way?
Incorrect.
Yeah.
In what way?
They kind of like fly in an arc.
They kind of like. They.
Well, let's look at. Let's
like
if that's true.
You know, I'm not. Yeah, they do that.
Let's see if they fly in an arc. Oh, we just got something posted. No arc. Look at its elevation in the blue highlighted area. No arc there.
You ever notice like the path that they fly from certain places from Europe to Mexico?
They fly flat and stay.
Yeah, they're like a curved shape.
You mean when you look? You mean when you look at it on a screen? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, on a screen.
Yeah, I think that's what he means. The flight path.
There's no arc in that flight.
Yeah.
There's no arc in that 2,000
So
miles.
sadly, I can't like map it. I can't map every flight I go on.
Well, just because you
don't they go straight? Don't they go from airport?
I can't map every flight that exists, bro. Like,
do they
you want
go
me to
from
hop on the flight?
Airport, or are you always turning?
That's a you problem, man.
I have to use the internet here. You know,
it's a you problem.
Massive online community that tracks planes as a hobby hasn't caught on to the flat Earth yet.
I don't
know how that was relevant to the discussion, but whatever.
Serious question, but who here believes in the germ theory of disease?
We're not going to talk.
No one cares about that. We have this in contention right now, which is the forum. It's about
that's Ligma.
He gave up on flat Earth.
Yeah. So what are you claiming that aeroplanes just automatically correct to the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
What device corrects the airplanes?
It's not a device. It's physics.
It's physics. Isn't it?
No, physics, you idiot. Okay. Need to be sure you're following the curve. What device do you use that follows the curve?
So do you think the airplane, when it's following a constant velocity, needs to do anything different due to the curvature of the Earth?
That would be your claim. You claim it's going around a curve, right?
Yeah.
So then you'd have to say, okay, but hang on. Then you'd have to say, okay, I know it's going around a curve. How do you know it's going around a curve?
I don't know, dude. I just believe the dumb stuff.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know, dude. I just believe. Thank you.
I believe those NASA guys.
Thank you.
Flat Earth, 7,591, globe 0.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Isn't this argument funny? Yeah. Like We don't detect the plane doing anything. Therefore, it must be doing something.
I'm saying that the other guy that's making the point is probably wrong, and you can't really prove it.
Yeah. Probably wrong. You didn't have any evidence. Thank you.
Yeah.
Dude, you're not even listening because you're so dumb.
We don't detect the plane doing anything, therefore it must be doing something. That's your argument, dude.
I wasn't even making an argument. That was the other guy making the argument, and I was saying that he's wrong.
But you made an argument.
What argument? I'm making the point that you can't really detect the curvature of a plane flying.
You said it goes
the plane. The plane is going at a constant speed. And
did you say it's going in a? Did you say it's going in a curved path?
Yeah, it's going in a curved path.
Yeah,
but like you can't really tell it.
You created.
That's why you guys are gonna win that argument, I guess, because you can't tell.
So you did state an argument.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
of course.
My argument is the
plane's going to fly curved path.
It's going.
That was your argument.
It's not an argument.
Plane's flying a curved path.
It's a claim.
Didn't I already answer this question? Isn't it like the ILS that does all the shit?
Okay, can you please present? Because he's claiming there's no device that does any correction. Can you please present the device that does all the correcting?
The localizer is what provides like lateral guidance.
Yeah, you can you can keep telling me stuff, but just present it, and show us. Because in order for it to do something, it would need to detect something, right? So that would detect the curvature of the Earth in order to correct to be level again. So what's it detecting and what's it showing? Crickets?
That is a question that I don't know how to answer.
Yeah, I know. That's what we're trying to answer. Yeah, that's what we're looking for, dude. Because we've got some data. We've got some data from a plane that says.
Why don't you guys can pick and choose when you want to believe in physics? You know, it's kind of it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like you're using physics to disprove it, but like when you want to hear about physics.
Sorry, I was talking to someone, man.
It's fake. It's like
I was talking to someone.
You're just fucking yapping. You're not talking to anyone.
Okay, man. So we've got this data, right, from a plane, and it doesn't change any. It's got the pitch data. So it doesn't change its pitch for 2 hours, right? But in 2 hours, it's gone around a significant part of the ball, and it should have changed angular degrees. Otherwise, it's going to end up pointing up, right? So it doesn't detect any change in motion. Now, if you're saying something detects a change in angle and then corrects it, that's what we're looking for. Because no one knows what that is.
So the claim that the plane should have to dip its nose, can you substantiate that?
No, I'm saying the plane doesn't do anything. You guys claim that it's flying around a ball.
Yeah. You're saying that it should do something, so can you substantiate it?
I'm saying it doesn't do anything.
And you're saying it
you guys are saying
its nose down, right?
You guys are saying it's doing something.
You guys are claiming physics automatically makes the plane do something.
It's not our claim. Our claim is it flies flat and stationary, and that's what the data shows. You guys claim it's flying around a ball, but the data doesn't show that. So you would have to show that there is a detection of something doing something in order for it to be doing something. Otherwise, it's doing nothing at all. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Again.
I mean, I would think
that of unsubstantiated claims.
I would think that lateral vertical guidance is something that it detects. I know. There's an instrument made for it.
Okay, cool. Can you present that? That's what we're looking for.
the device exists.
I'll buy the device if you can find it for me, because I'll be able to use it in other places to detect Earth curve. So if you can find that device for me, that would be great.
I have to break into a plane, somehow dismantle it.
Okay, so this is
give you a device.
This is the same as your gravity argument before, right? So it's unfalsifiable because you can't get any evidence. So you don't have any evidence, but the device must exist because we fly around a plane on a ball. That's your argument again.
I can't attain something that is out of my reach, and also.
Okay, so don't claim that you know how it works or what it is, or if there is such a thing.
Wait a second. So just because I can't get my hands on it, it doesn't exist.
Okay. Can you get your hands on it and demonstrate that it exists in the way that you claim that it works? Can you do that?
This is a similar argument to if I jumped off a cliff.
It's not another argument. You're arguing for something that detects something and saying this exists, but you can't get it to demonstrate how it works in the way you say it works, can you?
I told him to just look it up and I'll buy it. You don't have to break into a plane. You don't think planes manufacture them, do you? Somebody makes them. If they make a device that detects Earth curve and keeps the plane flying around it without ever changing its pitch, I want to see what that is. Just look it up. Give me at least the company
you
that
claim
makes it.
that there should be a change in pitch with no change in altitude. That's crazy.
Well, there is no change. That's what we're claiming. There is no change in the flight data.
Planes, so how does aviation work?
Because there's no change in altitude.
Yeah, no change in altitude around a ball would be a change in pitch, wouldn't it?
What do planes do that keep them in the air?
Shut up, you idiot.
Level with the ball.
Sorry, say that again. Hello? Say it again, please. Didn't hear you. Some idiot was talking over the top of you.
What? Me?
No, not you, man. You're alright. Who's the mumbler?
What happens is after a while, they just absolutely start mumbling. They become incoherent to people.
Or just start insulting.
If you asked me how the ILS works, I probably could look it up. But if you asked me to attain one, it's like, what the fuck even is that task? Hello?
We can all find explanations for things, but the thing is, we're looking for a demonstration of something, right? You claim there's a device that automatically changes the plane's position in free space, right? The flight data says that it just flies flat and level, 4-degree pitch up. So what is the device and what is it doing?
It's only pitched up. Air can ride underneath it. It can ride on that cushion of air. That's why it pitches up a little. If you pitch it down 1 degree, you're going to go to the ground.
Yep. Because at the moment, your guys' argument is it doesn't pitch down, therefore it's on a ball.
Yeah, if you're in a boat, do you keep the bow up or do you put the bow below the water? Lovers, answer that. How come boats aren't pulled down?
Buoyancy?
I don't know.
No one's ever put a ball on water before and tried to push it.
That's all right. Don't get away. You're trying to get away from the argument now.
You don't have anything left.
That's literally okay.
At the moment, we're trying to talk about. Well, are we going to concede that aeroplanes don't fly over a globe? Then maybe we should do that because you've got no evidence they do. We're going to concede and move on to a different topic?
I mean, like, one thing is for sure is that the ILS was built with specific, like, things it measures and corrects for. Pilots are taught to fly an ILS approach. They are taught to use their instruments. Runways are built to accommodate those instruments. If everyone here was correct, they wouldn't work. I mean, that much is going to be, I hope, something that people can realize.
Get what you just said and present it in an argument.
How many planes fly every day that use these systems?
Like because planes fly, so because planes fly, they're flying on a globe.
It's not because planes fly that they fly on a globe. It's because these instruments are made to detect and correct for certain things that you claim that they don't.
Well, show it. I'm not claiming anything. I'm claiming that we've got pitch data from an airplane that says it's flying over a flat surface. It doesn't change pitch. You guys say it doesn't change pitch because it's flying over a globe. Now you're claiming that it's got instruments that correct it from flying over a globe to stay level.
All I ever said was that
which means it will be changing pitch.
Yep. So and there's something that detects it changing pitch too, like detects the Earth changing from underneath it, so it can correct to it. Where's that thing?
Well,
AKA not flying level.
Mm-hmm.
So is it changing pitch because it's adjusting for the globe? These instruments?
I mean, I was explaining what like each part does because I did actually have to look this part up and find what each part of it does, but then I got interrupted.
So it does change pitch then?
I didn't say it does. I'm just saying that the system of like the ILS system has specific parts that has different jobs, and those jobs are what people use to fly an ILS approach. The machines do the adjustments for them. That's what I said.
So if the machines does the adjustments for what? The ground?
Well, okay.
It's a close question. You don't have to over-explain it. Is it the ground curving underneath it? Because if it's adjusting for the ground curving underneath it while turning at the same time, it will be changing pitch. That's what you're saying.
What I'm basically saying is that localizers are, I presume, if I understand correctly, on the runway. They emit radio signals.
And it's keeping the plane flying, and it's keeping it. And it's keeping the plane to appear to fly level, or is it changing pitch, adjusting for the ground?
You are talking before I finished. The aircraft receivers, they detect localizer signals that are from these localizers on the runway, and then they use them to determine lateral position relative to runway center lines.
And
we're talking about when the plane is hold on.
These signals are angled to account for Earth's curvature.
Right. We're talking about when
Earth's curvature.
Yeah, and we talk about when the plane is in the air. The plane is in the air. Is it either the plane is flying parallel to the ground?
You use these signals to land and take off.
Yeah, what's that got to do with it?
And if you have a look.
What they got to do with the curve? Yeah, what they got to do with the curve?
The
test for Earth curvature will the test for Earth curvature will be when the plane is flying in the air. either the plane is going to adjust for the earth, for the ground curving underneath it, or the plane will just fly level because the ground is not curving underneath it. So either the plane is changing its pitch because it's adjusting for the ground that's moving and curving, or it would just fly mean sea level, parallel to that, which means it would just fly level. Which one is it doing? Because you saying these instruments is accounting for the ground. I don't know why you're talking about landing and taking off.
Someone else started that, not me.
No, you did.
You did.
No, someone used it as a way of asking me a question.
No. But I just explained what we're talking about. Stick to that.
Well, we're talking about now, not before.
No, before.
What are you talking about? Like an hour ago or something?
Yeah, before they presented the pitch data to you by saying that the plane did not change in pitch. That was the argument that you were supposed to be opposed to. You said instruments. Wait a minute. You said instruments shows that the plane is changing pitch and it's adjusting for the ground.
We were talking about how runways were built to adjust for Earth's curvature.
Yeah, I already debunked that.
Yeah, and then the new argument was about pitch data.
I mean, if you're going to be talking about curvature, you can have horizon, again, observations, as an aircraft gains altitude.
So you want to get away from the pitch data argument. That's something that should be the first thing you go to. I mean, the plane in the air flying parallel to the surface, right? If the plane is in the air and it has to follow the surface in order for it to land to these geographical positions, I would think you would want to stick to the plane being in the air, flying parallel to the surface, not trying to run away and go to runways and other things and read up about stuff that's not related to the pitch data.
When you argue flat Earth, you have to accept constants. And when you look at an aircraft,
okay. Are you going away from the pitch data again? That's why you're getting interrupted.
Pilots
stop trying to tell us how to argue. Just
more curved.
The horizon's created. The horizon's created.
I'm not telling you how to argue. I'm telling you that there are constants.
All you have to do is come up with a rebuttal that's relevant to the point that was made, bro. You don't have to tell us how to argue.
The horizon is
argue. I'm telling you that there are constants. You have to accept when you make such an argument.
Can you guys hear me or not?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is if you're not going to be accepting that there's constants in the this flat Earth thing you're talking about, then there's not much of an argument to have.
Is the horizon created?
So you're just trying to sidestep it.
Is the horizon created by the gyroscope? Is the horizon created by the gyroscope? Like in 10 minutes speech on it.
I would
say that for. Is that how it's created?
Don't know how to answer that question. I would assume that a gyroscope would help stabilize things.
Yeah, well, that's what they call the horizon in a plane, right? Artificial horizon is created by a gyroscope. That's how they stay level, right?
Yeah, but it corrects for things constantly.
Yeah, but you haven't shown that. That's the claim.
Yeah,
you haven't shown that.
And what we presented was the complete opposite.
CSGO, don't gyroscopes hold their rigidity in their given space so that they found the gyroscope? So on the runway, the gyroscope gets spooled up. That is the reference point. That's what everything is referenced on, where it takes off at. It then pitches up, which is shown on the pitch data. It then flies flat and level, which is shown on the pitch data. And then when it lands, it's shown on the pitch data.
Oh, I see what people are saying now. If a gyroscope is in the plane,
you get it now?
and its job is to adjust, for what reason would you think in the data that it shows would you ever see it not being level? Jesus Christ, this is the argument?
That's your claim, dude. That your claim is that it's doing something, right? So you need to show it doing something. At the moment, it's not doing anything.
I need to show you that a gyroscope functions and works as intended?
No, you need to know. You need to show that it functions on a globe.
I'm going to kill myself.
Good.
A gyroscope literally is designed to make sure the plane is stable. You're surprised when you look at data that the plane is stable. Okay.
Oh my god, man.
No, the gyroscope is designed to get readings off. It is a reference point. So whatever it is spooled up at its initial winding up, that's what everything is referenced off of. So if the plane is flat and level on the ground, the gyroscope gets spooled up. From then, whether the plane pitches, yaws, or rolls, the gyroscope holds its position, and the reference points are taken off of that.
And he killed himself in that argument anyway.
Yeah,
I thought we were talking about something else, but
he thinks there's a big gyroscope in the middle of the plane that keeps it stable. That's how retarded he is.
No, it's for the plane.
Excellent.
He thinks it works as a stabilizer. That's
You think the plane could dip? You think the plane could dip around the curve of the globe and fly on the other side of the globe upside down, and that's what's keeping it stable? You think it won't change in the pitch if the plane would dip somehow?
Imagine being a pilot. I want to go left, and the plane's fighting back. No, I have to say stable, flat and level.
It won't let you. Fucking.
Hey, I'd like to make an announcement really quick. The Brick failed the second grader's triangle test. He claims that triangle B with the curved side, he calls that a triangle. He thinks B is a triangle with one curved side. You guys can go back to what you were doing.
Yeah.
had to make that
This
announcement.
is completely valid. When you do math beyond fucking high school, it makes sense.
Yeah, what's the angle? Tell me what that angle is.
What do you mean?
In the curve?
I don't know what the angle is.
What's that angle there?
So somebody would need to provide it.
So math beyond high school curves isn't curve?
No, so the way math works beyond high school, and this is gonna like be crazy, is you have to actually do more than
gonna
what
make
you
shit up,
previously
bro.
did.
So you're gonna make stuff up.
So
Bro.
Euclidean geometry is something you learn. You learn a bunch of stuff about it. You can go into way more detail in specific areas with it, but it's kind of like
he land.
Yeah, there is no.
Why are you muting me? I'm literally explaining my.
There's no college courses that's going to go beyond the principles of geometry, bro.
This isn't true.
Okay. So
wait, what are we talking? What is this?
I mean, that's literally just a lie.
Okay,
That's
give us a
just
citation.
a lie.
Give us a citation.
Are you
then.
serious?
Yeah, give us a citation.
You want me to send you a bunch of math, right?
A math of what? Of angles not being angles and straight lines being curved at the same time. All of those are contradictions, bro. You basically saying that geometry. You basically saying that there's a bunch of contradictions in college math.
Yes, I can send you all the math you need. You just shouldn't mute me because
then it would
I
be
have never
wrong.
said a word of a lie
Then it would be wrong because it's a contradiction, bro.
It's not wrong.
It's a contradiction, bro.
It's not.
Do you have
you're trying to defend math.
Do you have any evidence that Earth is a globe?
We're talking about math here.
Do you have any evidence that Earth is a globe?
That's not the.
Do you have any evidence?
That is always the topic.
I gave him the triangle test, so he's trying to explain himself.
He's saying a triangle isn't a triangle in college.
And college triangles are no longer triangles. So
you know, this is just bullying.
In college, circles are triangles.
This guy asked me about math, and when I speak about math, I get muted. This is genuinely just bullying.
Here, I got a question for you. Since you know you're good at triangles, see if you know this one. Ready?
Yeah, I get muted. Okay, whatever.
Well, go ahead. Answer this triangle question. What is the sum of the internal angles of this triangle?
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Dude.
Yeah.
You said triangles have curved sides.
So, I mean, only one of these things is in a triangle. Like, what do you want me to say?
What?
I mean, this triangle doesn't have any... Like, none of its sides are...
The answer would be 0.
Well, that's not true either. It's indeterminate.
It's not a triangle.
We don't have any of the values of any of the sides.
The circle with 3 dots on the circle.
You struggle with shapes. How the fuck do you think you're going to tell what Earth is?
So did you want him to like connect the dots to make a triangle or something, or what?
This is such weird bullying. Like, if you're gonna bully me, can you bully me about one of
Wait, I'm trying. Is it from Dr. Air Pressure? Is it this little image here? What is that?
I think we just want to ask him what a triangle is. He said college got different. Triangles have a different identity.
This isn't funny. This is so dead.
Yeah, you're
Hold on. My question. Okay.
Oh no.
Hold on.
Your friend.
My question is: did you want to like connect the dots or something, or?
Dude,
guys, so here's the thing.
It to you. Your friend the brick, that B, this shape I posted is a triangle. So I asked him to tell me what
weird. You know what's so like? Has anybody here been on like an aeroplane? You realize that when they make like airplanes, when they do like, aeronautic, they use non-Euclidean geometry.
Triangles.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about triangles.
Yes.
Yeah, they do. Dr. Air Pressure. Wait, hold up. Wait, Dr. Air Pressure, you realize that
talking at the same time.
Yeah, I start hating people.
Yeah, when one of our mods is speaking, you shut up.
One of you college graduates tell me if this is a triangle or not. I just posted that. Is that a triangle?
It could be.
So you don't go to school, right? Because don't tell me that you just consider that a triangle.
I actually had nothing but A stars except for religion, which I only got a B in.
I don't know anything about religion. I'm not religious, so I can't help.
Yeah, me too. I find it so fucking boring. Anyway, you realize that A star students can be one atheist and 2 non.
I mean, you learned this globe religion for a while. This globe religion really got you hooked.
Whatever you say, bud. Whatever you say.
How is that a triangle? How could that be a triangle? Can you please explain?
It can be a triangle.
Yeah, how?
What do you mean it can? What do you mean it can be? I just realized what you're doing. I looked into what the hell's that a triangle?
It can be. Like, guys,
what?
You realize
what are the sums of the angle?
Okay, everybody, please calm down. Calm down.
No, it's only in college.
What is the sum?
I'm going to die. I'm going
only
to
in
die.
college.
Someone actually thinks it's a triangle.
He's a glober like you, so globers don't know what triangles are.
You just shut the fuck up. To be quite honest,
I mean, only in college. He's talking about college math.
So here's the thing: is in math we already know that there are infinitely many possible geometries in which a triangle could exist. So any 3 vertices joined by any 3, this is important, non-intersecting lines. So any 3 completely what's known as linearly intact.
Can you do us a favour? Jump onto Google and type in define triangle for all the nice people here.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. So anyway, so there are these things called linearly intact lines.
Define triangle. We don't want to hear your dribble dick stupid shit. Please, define triangle for everyone.
Can I do it?
A triangle is and that's where you continue.
Oh. Sorry for interrupting you.
Three sides, three straight lines intersecting.
Do you guys just not accept any of math beyond high school?
Now we have to believe in your pretend man.
Can you restate why you don't think that's a triangle? Because I'm actually my mind. This has nothing to do with flat Earth anymore. My mind is just blown. That is not a triangle.
Bro, are you trying to like sabotage your own side? Hello.
Holy crap, dude!
Holy crap!
No, I never picked a side. I never picked a side. I have no loyalty.
His guy is honest, bro.
Okay, so
this is great.
Do you guys need me to actually explain it? Like genuinely, like, you need me to actually explain how math works?
Yes.
So he knows.
Yes.
So he knows he's full of shit. So it's not college math. It's some shit he made.
So the way math works is
I want you to cite it. Not only state it, but cite it.
Okay,
yeah, he knows he's full of shit, bro.
Please be concise.
Any space that an object exists in has certain rules, right?
He's just gonna keep his stupid shit going. He know he lying.
Okay.
Stupid shit. This is like the basis of math. You have a space and you have rules of the space. Hello?
Yeah, we're losing brain cells with you, bro.
Bro,
oh my
stop it.
I'm literally giving you like 101
Your boy
math.
called you out, bro. Stop.
Okay, can you? No, I want to hear what he has to say. I genuinely want to hear what he has to say.
All right. I mean, it's gonna be stupid.
So here's the thing. Like, when you have a space, you have basically a set of points, right? And between those points, you can have connections. We can call these several different things. If the points are the same in this space, it's a dot, it's a point, but if it's not the same place,
I can't
call that a line.
Man. I just can't
Can you
listen
draw
to
a triangle for us so we know that you even know what the fuck a triangle is?
I know what a triangle is. Okay, I'm trying to explain this to myself.
You know that what a triangle is. Why did you say B is a triangle?
Why, what is a triangle?
Why did you say B? I'll post it again for you.
Because it can be.
Why did you say this image is a triangle if you know what a triangle is?
It's not straight lines.
Oh God.
So yeah, your fellow Glober wants you to explain to him how that image is a triangle. Please.
I don't have loyalty. Stop making it seem like I have fuck's sake, man.
You guys are so ignorant that you can never lose.
I'm ignorant. There are rules. Wait. I want to.
Specification, right? So it's 180 degree internal angles. All the equations add up to 180 degrees.
That's not what a triangle is.
You know he's full of shit.
That's a Euclidean triangle.
I can't believe this moron is telling us triangles have curved sides. I just jumped online. Triangle. A flat shape with 3 straight sides.
Okay, well now type in a hyperbolic triangle or type in Euclidean triangle, type in spherical triangle. Type in non-Euclidean triangle matrix.
Okay, stop for a second. Hey, Brent, before you do Brent yourself, I'm quite certain Dr. Air Pressure put up a image for you to look at, and it had a circle with 3 dots, probably also known as a circular triangle in your stupid worldview.
I want to just put this in the most concise way I think possible. Triangles are, by definition, shapes that must have straight sides. They cannot be they cannot have any curved sides and are not considered true triangles regardless of overall appearance. They cannot have curved sides by definition.
All internal angles must add to 180 degrees.
Exactly.
That's the sum.
What a triangle is. No curved sides. How do you like that? What do you think?
This has nothing to do with flat Earth.
My bad that you recruited a dumb bitch to your side.
Yeah, fuck.
Because you know he was.
CS, listen for 1 second. CS, stop, listen. Now, what you witness is an example of what these Globers will go through to deny anything a flat earther says. They want to claim the opposite. I'm just showing you how brainwashed this guy is.
My brain just, I don't have loyalties to either side, but my brain just.
I wasn't calling you that. I'm telling you an example of what the other guys do to jump through hoops.
Oh my God.
To deny the fact that I just posted him a second grade test that he couldn't get right.
Jesus Christ, man! I think I see what you mean now. Help!
This is what we call a globe tart.
We're just exposing them all the time.
I don't have anything against anyone here. It's literally like I haven't been here for 24 hours.
Such a fucking plant. He said globe tart. He's such a fucking plant. Shut up.
I fuck.
A plant. Seriously, bro?
You're such a plant, dude. Fucking globe tart. Shut up.
I've been here less than 24 hours, and already my brain melted at the fact that someone doesn't know what a triangle is. What the fuck?
And you'd be amazed. We're going at around 90% of the Globers will fail that question every time, or they won't answer.
Like the worst part. The worst part is this has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Listen, dude, they will get so mad at the question and quit. They'll just leave for days because of that question.
Well, yeah, triangles do, like in the way he asked the question.
Yeah, triangles have a lot to do with flat Earth, dude.
Yeah,
but how you get elevation angles, right?
Yeah. But in the way that he asked the question, it was a pure mathematical question.
Yeah.
No, I ask it in a way that he has to say what a triangle is, because when we get to flat Earth measurements, you have to admit we can only use triangles, and then you lose your argument of globe. So if you don't admit it, we can't go along any farther. You just have to spiral and quit before you can admit that what a triangle is. That's their only chance, because I do that on purpose. There's a method to everything I do, and it worked.
I didn't even have that in mind. I was just thinking of what a triangle was, because I was looking at the shapes and I was just like,
I know you didn't. I know why I do this stuff. There's a reason why I did it, and it worked. The dude flipped out. He doesn't know what triangles are anymore. He no longer knows what a triangle is. That's how brainwashed he is.
I don't know what what am I is this a dream?
No, you're witnessing deprogramming live. You're witnessing someone who is fighting the deprogramming of the globe.
Right. Fuck. I need a break. I need a break. Oh my God, man. I can't believe.
So yes, don't go. So yes,
I can't.
Just sit back and watch.
I can't believe 7 minutes passed just arguing about what a triangle is. What the
dude,
fuck?
We've done it for 2 and 3 hours straight.
So put yourself in our shoes, yes? Check it out. Put yourself in our shoes. If you've got somebody that doesn't even know what a triangle is, would you want to converse with them about three-dimensional objects?
I don't know how much they know about the others, but I would assume the probability would be pretty low. I would assume the probability would be very low that they know.
You're going to take their advice on the nature of physical reality?
Oh fuck, maybe not that. No, not if I have anything serious to do. No.
Yeah.
I mean, as a joke, maybe, but not if I have anything I need to actually do. Fuck. I leave debate Discord for 3 years. I come back to one, and within less than 24 hours, my brain melted. Right. Help. Oh my God. How? I refuse to believe that the person is not trolling. You actually don't know what a triangle is. Fuck. I need to get something to eat. Oh my god. Ah, fuck. Oh Jesus! I just realized there's animal ethics here. Oh fuck! Oh boy! Oh gee, fuck! I don't want to. I don't want to go there. Oh fuck! It's gonna be worse. It's gonna be worse than this.
What if you argue a straight line?
Rick finally realized what happened to him.
I just like for me, this is just a conversation, right? If a bunch of people think differently, people think differently. It's just a conversation. But to not know what a triangle is like, did you go to school?
Well, maybe you want to start focusing on sitting in here and listening to these guys.
What the fuck? Like, I'm actually mind blown.
Especially if
I've never met someone.
A lawyer, you need to focus on how people irrationally think.
I mean, I think I would play on like people's biases, instead, just be like,
yeah. Okay, he's a Glober and you're a Glober. Do you agree with it? That's a triangle?
I mean, the way that I live life is very simple. I go by a few principles. How you do anything is how you do everything. And also, you get further in life with honey than you do with vinegar. Sometimes, even if someone is absolutely wrong, and you're absolutely right, if you argue and you miss out on things and you lose out on opportunities and things, sometimes it's, you have to tuck your tail. And, well, I mean, it's just, well, how I live life.
You live life on your flat, non-rotating Earth.
Oh fuck!
If you've ever been in a plane, you better be glad the Earth wasn't rotating because you wouldn't have made the landing.
Oh damn! Okay.
Once you go in the sky, the Earth rotates at 700 to 1,000 miles per hour underneath you, depending on where you're flying. Then you have to try to land on that at 500 miles per hour.
Holy shit, I just realized I have not fed cats in the time that I have been on this. Okay, that's not okay. Well, shit. Time to go and do real life stuff instead of Discord. Fuck me, man.
Are your cats yelling at you now?
How much time has passed? What the fuck?
That's what triangles do to people.
That's what triangles do to people. Oh fuck, man.
Warp. It's a time warp.
Oh shit, man.
So we have probably 50 of those clips that sound like that now.
What the fuck? 50?
Yeah, at least
50?
About 50 of them now. Yep. Between
the same people or different people?
I've probably done the most. I've probably done myself 30 streams that have me doing that one. Then there's other people that do it on the other servers that we have. It's funny.
Oh,
we have other ones too, but triangle's the best. You can't figure out triangle. You finally give up. I also have what is a straight line test, and if they can't figure that out, we can't help them anymore.
I'm pretty sure even if you're homeschooled, you can figure out what a triangle is. What the fuck?
Yeah, see? You're realizing what's going on. You should take that picture of what I did, save it into your phone, and ask somebody what a triangle is.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm scared to do this. I think
if they don't know what a triangle is not, if they don't pick B and D, You need to maybe not be friends with them anymore.
Oh fuck! I'm a little afraid of.
That's how you're going to have to choose your clients. When you become a lawyer, you're going to have to put that in front of them first before you take the case.
Jesus, man. In my head, in my head, I want to believe that if people made it that far in school, that they know what a triangle is. Probably, maybe.
School to think the opposite of things. They don't know what they're thinking about. They think they're math wizards. When if you don't know what a triangle is, you cannot be an engineer. Sorry.
Dude, being an engineer requires very complicated math. Triangles are like not even.
It only requires angles and shit. It's not that complicated. I mean, we do it all the time. But
yeah, but you have to mental math that though.
It makes triangles are very strong, so you need triangles. So that's one thing you have.
Oh my god!
Without knowing what a triangle is, so if you think one triangle can have a curved side, and you're going to build something that holds up 2 ton, you're going to get fired before you. When you turn that in to say, "Here's what I propose," they're going to let you go. No, they're going to let you go. They're not going to explain to you why. Besides, you don't know anything about safety. You don't know anything about strength and materials, and you don't know anything about geometry. And they're going to let you go, and they're not going to give you a good write-up or anything. So don't use them as a reference, because if you do, they're going to say he doesn't know what the fuck a triangle is. And the next guy will say, "I'm sorry, we can't use you in this department, but maybe on the maintenance crew somewhere, maybe cutting the grass for us, something like that." Because if you don't know what a triangle is, you have no right being around machinery.
I mean, engineering is super important, to understand all those different things you have to learn. And for like prerequisites, if you can't do basic math in your head, or like, man, what the fuck? I remember when I had a friend of mine who offered me a job for like those like mega structures that exist. They offered me a job, and I was just like, man, I can't do that kind of math. But that's like, crazy large motherfucking shit that I don't want to have the responsibility of. But a triangle, what the fuck, man? I mean, I don't know how good your maths are, but I wouldn't be an engineer. I mean, fuck, a mistake screws everything up. I don't want that.
Well, in structural engineering, it's all done for you. You just got to look it up.
One of the requirements for the job they had was like this, at least the friend that I had the condition where you had to be very, very proficient with a lot of arithmetic, what they mentioned is geometry, and like trigonometry, lots of other different types of things they asked for, and like they had to do it in like real time very quickly. And for me, I was like, it's not that I can't do these things, but to do it reliably all the time and know that I am correct is like, that's a little too much responsibility. No, thank you. They wanted mental math.
So, oh shit, I could have used the machinist handbook on that guy too. Anyway, yeah, look up what a machinist handbook is. That's all you need. That's all you'll ever need. Book, little tiny book, probably, I don't know, 6 inches by 4 inches wide, and probably 3.5 to 4 inches thick. It's got it all. You can build anything you want. All you need is that handbook, and you don't need to be an engineer. You just need that handbook.
I'm going to switch over to Bluetooth so I can wear my headset outside. I'm going to go on a walk. Oh my god, man.
Just walk in a triangle.
Oh my god. I'm going to have nightmares about that guy.
That's good. That's what turns people into critical thinkers when they hear people talk like that. Now you realize you'll never want to sound like that in front of anybody, so you'll start thinking before you speak. Snackle, you're so interested in being flat. Do you know what a triangle is, Snackle?
Wait, what? To my headset. What?
Snackle, you gonna answer me or what?
Did they die?
He's shy.
Oh. Oh, my headset works. Time to go outside. I'm so glad I don't have a job right now. I'd be awake at all the wrong times on Discord.
You're learning more being here than you would at a job anyway. Just think of this free education you're getting that you got today.
I'm glad I don't have a job.
You learned how we can throw out evidence just like that. Being that you just graduated from the university in law, you now realize what we consider evidence, and you can't not agree with us. So you have to agree with us. And you learn that we can throw out every single thing people say about the globe. I have to say you, because you want to be a glober for some reason after you realize that globers think triangles have curved sides, and you don't want to be associated with those guys. So you at some point you'll have to decide reality or fantasy. Yeah, go into celestial navigation with you. See what happens after that when you decide that you know what a triangle actually is. And we show you how celestial navigation works using triangles, and it's all over. You can't have a triangle on the surface of a ball. So that's the end. Game over.
I mean, the thing about me is like, I don't actually have that much of a stake or a strong feeling towards these types of things. I'm more of like a person that just kind of, in terms of morality, I think I know myself pretty well. But in terms of issues like I think it's pretty much a given that things will, and the way people think will always change. So I'm just kind of like, I'm not exactly in the middle. I'm more of I just take in information and, well, shit. Just, I guess, make a decision from there. I don't think I'm going to be set on any one position forever. I mean, it's kind of like the way I choose phones. You know, if 1 year, maybe iPhone actually makes a good product, I'll just buy it. And if Samsung makes a better product next year, I'll buy it. I don't care what company makes it. It's just a good product. It's just the way I am.
This is the best product you've found so far, because we only deal in reality. There's nothing here that we can't prove that we say. We can debunk the globe no matter what is thrown our direction. There's nothing to debunk. There's no globe in the first place. So for people to even start with it, it's crazy what you'll learn. I have one with water. I'm waiting to, like, globers can't answer water questions. I have a water test too. They just they'll just leave the chat when I ask them. So I haven't got to bring that one out yet. Wait till you see that one. It's so easy too. It's so easy. It's stupid.
Never really thought much about water other than outside of middle school.
Here, let's check something out. First, let's give you this, so you can understand what this instrument is.
I can't look at my phone. It's gonna have to be because my hands are gonna be
walking around with your cats right now.
No, but I am holding some other things I have to keep in my hand.
That's fine. Anyway, do you know what a water level is? A tube with water in it?
No, I don't.
From keeping things level at long distances, each end of the water tube, when you put water in it, in a tube, would each end be the same level if they were a foot apart? If you had a hose and you put water in it and you held them right in your hands, would each end be the same level?
I would guess no.
No, the answer is yes. That's because it's a water level. Water.
Okay.
Yeah, water seeks its own level. Okay, so I have a glass of water, and that's level. If I put a piece of paper down the middle of it, and I separated the two sides, would they still be the same? And I could allow water to flow in between at the bottom. Would they stay level?
I think.
Yeah, I have a hole in the bottom of the paper, so water can pass through the bottom of it. And would both sides be the same level? It's just a piece of paper. I took the paper out. Is the water the same level on both sides? There's no paper. It's just a cup of water. The level? It's just a cup of water. Is it level?
I'm a little lost, I guess.
Okay, a cup of water. Is it level on the surface? The water.
Yeah, I would think so.
Okay, now put a piece of paper and divide it. Is it still level?
Okay, yeah, it's still going to be. Yep.
Okay, so now I got two halves of that water and a cup, a magic cup I can pull apart and put a hose in between. And I keep pulling it with a hose in between. Are they still level?
Hose in
still the same water. I just moved the cup to the center. I put a line down the middle. They were level, and then I pulled them apart. Are they still level?
I think.
Yeah, no, the answer is yes. A water level works that way. If you take a hose, a clear hose, 20 feet of hose, and you fill it with water, one guy stands at one end of the room, and you put a mark on the wall, and the other guy stands at the other wall, and wherever that water is at, and you put a mark, those two marks will be level with each other on two separate walls.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yep, that's a water level. Water's always level, always seeks its own level. So, at what distance does that become untrue? There has to be a distance that it has to curve down around a ball, and they don't like that question.
Oh, damn! I don't think I know enough about water for that to happen. I don't know what.
Well, water keeps its shape because air presses down on it. Air pressure keeps water in its form. If you remove the air pressure from above water, it turns into a gas and goes in all directions, just like the air above it. So if I took that glass of water and put it in my vacuum chamber, which I do own, and I turn on my vacuum chamber, the water's going to boil into a gas and leave the vacuum chamber because the air pressure is gone. So it requires air pressure to sit in that cup, not gravity.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Is the water still has a gradient. Yeah.
What is a gradient?
Yeah, it's because you have the pressure, the antecedent for which being the container.
It's kind of like in the world.
And after you get the pressure, then after you get the pressure, which you needed the container for, you can have a gradient of it.
The brick came back after he got bricked by a curved triangle. He got so pissed off he quit. Now he came back.
He doesn't know
No,
what a
actually, the reason I left, is my brother needed some help with cooking something, so I just spent a while just
Hopefully
cooking
you weren't
something.
helping him make triangles. Tell me you weren't helping him make triangles.
That's hilarious.
No, you got to think about what you did. You failed a second grade test.
Nope.
And I showed you a shark fin. You should have said, what the fuck, dude? That's a shark fin. That's not a triangle. That should have been the correct answer.
I get it. I mean, you stopped school at what, like 15?
Yes, I was 15 when I stopped school.
I have a question.
Or maybe like 16, 15, 17. It depends
You're right.
from country to country.
Graduated college at 15. You're correct.
Oh, okay.
What the
So
fuck?
you left school at like 18?
What the?
I guess.
That's crazy.
I mean, you still sucked, clearly.
All you got left after you want to take another test? You know what a straight line is?
I have a question for Triangle Guy. I don't know what to call you.
Oh my god.
He should call himself the Brick Triangle.
I just want to ask if you think that it's a matter of being above middle school, like math. Do you think everyone else who also is, a university graduate is also wrong about what a triangle is?
Yeah. You know what's funny is you guys never ask actual math degree people. You never ask them what they actually think.
What a triangle is. You got a math degree and don't know what a triangle is. Now, isn't that ironic?
No, it's pretty indicative of the fact that actually the idea of a triangle that you guys have is juvenile.
Because a triangle has 3 straight sides?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, great start.
No, here's the thing. It doesn't have 3 straight Euclidean sides. That's the issue. You guys are basing triangles on Euclidean mathematics. That's the issue.
We could bring you a math professor.
Okay.
Let Glover
straighten us out.
All right.
I wanted to see if Glover CS.
You guys the problem with flat earthers is they will never accept any mathematics except Euclidean mathematics. They will never accept hyperbolic, spherical. They will never accept. They will never accept.
Tell me what the sum of the internal angles of that triangle I posted are, Mr. Spherical Triangles. What's the sum of the angles?
Well, the sum of the angles of a triangle on a surface that is spherical or beyond will always be 180 plus.
He's asking the one that's in the side check. Can you give us those internal angles total?
Hey guys, here's the thing. You're doing this thing where you've assumed triangles have to be one thing, so whenever anybody shows you a triangle that is a different thing, you can already presuppose they're wrong.
Can you point to the 3 angles in that red?
Hold on. I have a question. That is that's supposed to be on a Euclidean plane, correct? Just curious.
Guys, how would you even do math on anything that isn't basically made of straight edges and vertices? How do you guys do math on an airplane?
Oh my god!
You don't.
You
just don't. Yeah, like when you design an airplane, when you design anything that isn't literally made of flat surfaces and edges and vertices, how do you even do the math? You don't.
Inside that shell, you think all the structure inside is all curved? It's not. It's just straight. Just wrapped in a tube.
Genuinely?
Yeah, there's struts going around holding the tube, and there's all kinds of nice straight angles.
Do you realize there are curves beyond like a curved tube?
Yeah, a curved tube. What else you got?
You realize there are endless possibilities for how something can be curved.
So, is there an angle where a straight line meets a curve?
Bro, shut the fuck up, dude. Is there an angle? There are infinitely many angles. What?
So there is no. So it's not a triangle, is it?
What? What are you talking about? What?
You can't use the term triangle.
What?
Angle.
I'm pointing out. What I'm pointing out is the fact that you guys assuming everything has to be based on Euclidean geometry is simply not in accordance with reality.
Yep. You want to see why?
Are you dumb?
You want to see why?
Oh my god, dude.
Wait. Do you guys think that there can't be a triangle on a sphere or anything? Like,
tell me
what's the argument here?
Go ahead and tell me what the angles are on the
mental children.
ball. How do you get the angle to that star on that black thing on that ball? How do you get the angle to it? What's the angle to it?
It's very easy.
I rarely ever want citation for things here. I usually just have a chat to have a chat, but I genuinely want to see what source you actually have and what you can actually cite. I don't even need you to send me a link. I want you to cite it.
It's fun. How about you point out, because apparently you're so fucking smart. Did you ever learn non-Euclidean geometry in school before you want to pretend that you're smart?
Math is not one of those things I particularly specialize or focus on.
So you're like a high school.
Oh. Okay.
All right.
I have a question for you.
I can take up the concepts here. What he's referring to is that there's non-Euclidean triangles that exist, meaning that there can be triangles on surfaces that are curved. In particular, he was talking about spheres, and I think earlier he meant hyperbolas as well. He was talking about those existing as well. And all that's
angles, so they can't be a triangle.
What do you mean they don't have angles?
What's the angle between straight line and the curve?
Okay.
Wait. What do you mean they don't have angles?
I'm going to clarify. I think there's a misunderstanding here. So what happened was someone sent a picture in chat of what essentially was impossible to be a triangle. No one ever said anything about triangles being on objects or other shapes. It was purely an image of what he was being asked about, which was a shape that was not a triangle. And he said it was a triangle. We're not talking about what you're talking about. No one is denying what you're talking about.
If you're talking about the sets of the what is the triangle right there, I don't think if they're Euclid or they're supposed to be on a Euclidean plane rather than some of those wouldn't be triangles because one of the sides are curved. Like that, right? Yeah, the one that Dr. Pressure. So the one that Dr. Air Pressure, I'm going to explain it. So that's not a triangle right there. And that's because it has, define a triangle. Okay, so it's going to have three straight like sides. And it's going to have like three edges that are sharp.
3 straight sides. Great. Now the picture I posted at 11 minutes after the hour, is that a triangle?
Yes, those can be straight lines. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so there you go. There you have it, CS. Now you see he calls it a triangle too.
Well, because you put it in perspective of a sphere instead of Euclidean plane. That's the main difference. The plane is now a curved plane. That's the reason. Euclidean planes are straight by their nature. By the
triangles have
specifically by definition.
390-degree angles.
So yeah,
the argument here
isn't really an own on me. It's more one on you that you didn't really think that one through.
Do the triangles have 90-degree angles?
That's not what the definition of a triangle, or at least in this case, a non-Euclidean triangle would suggest. It's not necessarily the case. Euclidean triangles, yes. But in the case of the spherical triangle, that's not always true.
elevation? How do you get an angle?
I have a.
If you're, you can make a triangle. You can make a triangle on a sphere with 3 like right angles.
I have a question for you.
You'd form a triangle.
I want you to grab me a picture of what you perceive to be a spherical triangle.
I mean, you could just look up Google Images. I did this in like a geometry class once. You take like a.
I don't want to look it up.
Okay, well, I'm doing a dungeon in World of Warcraft right now, so I'm gonna have to like explain it to you verbally. So, what happens is you can take a foam ball, like a little foam sphere. You could put one on the top of it. You can go down to the side of it. You can get another pin. Put another pin just a ways away from there, and there's a way where you can create a triangle with three sharp edges and 3 straight sides. You can connect it by a string.
Straight sides. You said draw it on a ball. It's not straight sides. Yes,
those are straight sides.
I want to point something out. Is that like the existence of spherical triangles apparently do exist. However, none of the images posted in the chat are representative of what this is. At least what he was asked about.
Yeah, when I say straight, I mean like coincident with the plane. Like every single point on that line is in accordance with that spherical plane. Or it lies on that plane, rather.
Do you think spherical plane is an oxymoron?
Yeah. Do you think planes are spherical, or do you think they're flat?
Non-Euclidean surfaces can have curved planes. Yes.
Galaxy where we live.
On the galaxy where we live, yeah. If you can define a surface,
I go outside.
You can define a spherical surface as a plane, and it's a non-Euclidean plane. Yes.
Oh, can you give me a citation for that, please?
Yeah, do something.
Sure. You want to give me like 5 minutes while I do this in between?
Yeah, just hold on. Get the citation.
You said reality, and he said. He said galaxy.
So which link do you want? What do you want exactly?
Bones. I want a citation for what you just said. That curved surfaces are planes.
So I can bring up like libretext.org and talk about the non-Euclidean geometry, and it'll explain that.
I want the citation. Okay, I'm just going to shut you up. I want the citation for what you just said. If you can't get it, then just say you can't get it.
So do you want to read the...
I want you to get me the citation.
For non-Euclidean planes? Is that...
No, you said the curved surface is a plane, so just get the citation.
I already... So that the link that I just sent talks about non-Euclidean geometry.
No. Excuse me. Hold on a second. You don't actually have the citation, then, do you?
So I just put it in a link that talks about non-Euclidean geometry. So
links are not citations. Maybe you didn't miss that part. But links are not citations.
See, you want me to create a citation in the middle of this? No, you can just look at the link and
I don't want you to create a citation. I want you to provide for me a citation that backs up what you just said.
So you want me to create a citation for you?
No, I don't want you to create one. Obviously, you don't even know what a citation is. Oh my gosh, you guys are just bricked beyond belief at this point.
Can I say something? I don't think he's going to be able to citation.
I know he's not going to be able to.
Wait. What he's saying, what he's talking about, is ancient Greek mathematics and astronomy.
Yeah, I know. I'm just asking for him to back up what he claimed with the citation. Instead, it's just ipsy dixit. Whatever he says apparently is true. He's talking out of his ass.
Isn't it clear that at this day and age that we have moved on from those types of mathematics, and that we now have what is correct in terms of like geometry, just as mathematics used to have some equations that were, that would lead to different results and now they don't. We don't use old mathematics. Why are we arguing old geometry? What is the point? Like, do you go to work and go like, oh, sorry, boss, but old mathematics said this is right.
I want a citation for what is old geometry. Go ahead.
I'm not arguing for him. I'm just saying that it's what it is.
You claim there's such a thing as old geometry. I want a citation saying that there's an old and a new geometry.
Sonny, have you been listening to him?
Just for a few minutes.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, he's not going to do that. That's not what it's about. He's a glober who can't believe that people don't know what triangles are. He is in stunned amazement right now. And now he's questioning globers if they even know what triangles are, because he's a law graduate, not quite a lawyer yet. So he is in here learning about these pathological people in here that will do anything to lie through their teeth to say a triangle has two sides and a curved side.
Okay, very well.
His background, I think he said he's Asian and living in England now? I don't remember.
Yeah,
right?
Somewhere in the UK.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
Hong Kong,
3 years here.
Your apartment or something. I
want. Oh. They fucked the entire place, dude. They're trying to get Taiwan as well, but they can't.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay. I know what you mean now. Okay.
You see, and that Glober got it wrong. He was just lying. Like, this supposed to be, oh, I got the tangent, right? He totally missed that.
He was saying that a curved line or a curve is a plane. This is getting out of hand.
He also said those triangles that are on that sphere, that they're right angles.
It's projected out from the center, and they don't have a center of a ball, so you can't use it. And it's just a projection from the center drawn onto the surface from the center. Look at their cut diagrams. That's how you do it. You don't have a center to work from. Only works in your imagination.
So apparently it turns out, for some reason, that people still use spherical geometry. Didn't know that. Oh. Triangles too, apparently. What the fuck? Okay.
There is no such thing as a spherical triangle. Not at all.
Yeah, so if you just...
It's a turkey squirrel.
That's trying to tell you that, yes, they do exist, just say to yourself, triangle. 3 angles. And if you don't have 3 straight sides, you don't have a triangle. So saying you've got a curved triangle is an oxymoron, paradox, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It hurts my head thinking about it.
I don't know. I just Googled it. I don't know the shit.
That's why. Because you use Google, it's going to tell you, yeah, they exist and people use them. Go ahead. There's no examples of why you would ever do that. Not if you want to, like, live and stuff. You're going to build off of XYZ axis and shit like that. You'll build your geometry that way.
So, apparently, according to Google and Wikipedia,
That's the Glober's alma maters.
Mm-hmm.
Shit. Why can't I? Oh, they made it so I can't paste this image. That's lame. What the fuck is a right angled Huh? split the triangle into two right angle triangles.
Triangle where one angle is 90 degrees is a right triangle.
According to them, according to this, another approach for what they want to prove is to split the triangle into two right angle triangles. Then given constructs the. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a screenshot of this because it's not gonna make sense without picture. I'm gonna post this. What the heck is this? What have I gotten into?
You need the center of a ball. You want to draw any angle, but those angles are only at the center. You can't have curves. Curved lines don't make angles.
I can't upload images. No. This is annoying. I can't upload images. How the fuck am I supposed to?
Probably too new. You're not typing enough.
Not typing enough. I must rage in chat.
I don't know.
No.
I'm not sure how the timer works. I don't know if it's typing or voice or both, or it doesn't matter. This server ranks you up according to whatever.
God damn it, man. It's probably text, like other servers. Shit. Well, that's annoying.
Every Glober keeps posting spherical triangles, which require the center of a ball. So stop posting the center of a ball. Don't use a cutout section and don't erase it. Just draw the angles and then tell me how you got the angle.
Yeah, so I never lost a debate. Brother, can you give me the measurements of the internal angles on those quote-unquote spherical triangles, and we'll see if they fit the definition of a triangle. Just go ahead.
I never lost a debate. Do you have a debate proposition?
Hi, yes, brother. First of all, you are very stupid. Okay. So I want you.
That can be a debate proposition.
No. The debate
You lost. Yeah, you already lost. That was an easy dub. Bye.
That's two.
That was very easy.
Center of the ball. Then he lost that debate. Like his picture, he posted the center of a ball.
I think when somebody says that, they've lost every single debate they've ever tried. And flat Earth versus globe Earth is not a debate. We all see the Earth, measure the Earth, and practically use the Earth as flat and stationary. You lost that.
Man, they're spiraling.
Isn't it amazing what that triangle does to people? Now, you flat earthers that know the triangle test, you have to admit it's a great test.
Yeah, give us the internal angles of those triangles.
It brings out the retarding globers.
Let's have those internal angles.
Let me actually look this up. Hold on a second. And one.
Wow, Snacker, leave it in the thumbnail, dude. Like, you're actually telling us that it's not a triangle. It's kind of a pretty hardcore self-own there. You know what I mean?
If you're using R radius, you need the center of a ball. So, sorry.
So, according to Google, spherical triangles, as they call it, are used in astronomy, geodesy, and navigation?
Nope, not navigation.
No.
Apparently, they calculate this, determining the shortest path between 2 points. What the fuck?
Okay, let's show you some really quick before you go off in the weeds on something that's not true because you keep using Google.
Yeah, but he just found a paradox, which was good that he just pointed out. They're saying that the sides of a spherical triangle is a curved line. They're saying that's the shortest distance. When everybody can see that a straight line is the shortest distance, it's a shorter line than a curved line. They don't know the difference.
Yeah, the shortest distance would be a chord line, but they don't even know what a chord is. They think they're just going to be drawing lines, which aren't actually curves, on top of spheres and call those lines. They're retarded.
Huh. Now I want to look something else up. Oh boy.
Snackle, dude, quit spamming the chat. Just get in here and make your case.
It's another my guy. It's a spherical
What the fuck?
triangle.
Now Google is saying they get used for satellite communications? What the fuck? Okay. I don't, okay, sure, whatever. Fucking. Wow, wait.
Yeah, so you've discovered Google. That's you're gonna find all kinds of fun stuff there. I've trained my Chat GPT to only find me facts, not fiction. Oh, that's what I use for a search engine now.
I don't use. I don't think AI is reliable.
It depends on how you use it. Mine's trained on engineering, electronics, and programming. Usually gets a lot of.
I think it's fun for making
Find many
images.
mistakes. It's doing language conversions from one version to another, and sometimes it screws that up. It's F's and
Now that
weird shit.
Now that my brain has been thoroughly fucked, I want to go to Animal Netflix and see what they're doing. Oh god. Can't imagine what kind of crazy shit I will hear there. Oh god. The fuck, there's a war room? Okay.
Yeah, this is usually the biggest one. He left. He's been in here for hours.
Why is there so many muted people in here?
Why don't you ask everybody who's muted?
We're out of respect. You don't want to cough and and hear people shit in the background, everything everyone's doing. So we mute unless we're speaking.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the most well-behaved room in this entire server.
It's the most bully room in this entire server. I've been muted here and called stupid kids while muted, not given a chance to talk. Whatever.
If you act like one, you are told you're acting like
No,
one.
I wasn't being
you're acting like one.
loud or anything. I was just saying something that he doesn't agree on. Gravity.
Yeah, exactly.
All
what
right.
about it?
I don't know.
Which gravity?
We just fall. There's no gravity.
No, which gravity are you speaking of?
No, I don't believe in gravity, bro. I'm a flat earther too.
That's a LARP. Okay, give me your top flat Earth proof.
No. Hear me out. Imagine waking up and looking at Earth, and all you see is a flat ground, and thinking, "Oh yeah, it's definitely round." Like, this is stupid. Like, how can you believe people telling you this is round? You believe your own eyes. You should believe in your own eyes. You shouldn't believe what others tell you to do, right? Believe the scientific method. Whatever, man.
Yeah, so obviously you're not a flat earther because you just brought up the scientific method, and that has what to do with what you see in the flat ground?
Yeah, no, it I need to see proof of gravity to believe in gravity. There's no proof of gravity. There's no observable proof of gravity, right? Have you seen?
Why did you bring up gravity the last time that you were in this room?
I thought you were a globe earther. Oh, my bad, mate.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give us your best flat Earth proof.
Proof of what?
You just said that you were a flat earther. What's your best flat Earth proof?
Well, dude, it's obvious. Like, can you get me a proof that the Earth is round? No, nobody can prove that.
No, I asked you for your best flat Earth proof, right? Flat Earth proof?
Flat Earth proof. What's the flat Earth proof? You're a flat earther. You tell me. I'm learning.
Then give us your best.
You told me that. Yeah. So this is how we probe for flat Earth LARPers, which you're obviously one of those. We ask them what's their best flat Earth proof, and when they can't give one, then you just go ahead and expose yourself.
Okay, I am a LARPer. I exposed myself, but can you give me the best flat Earth proof?
It's measured that way. Everybody measures it that way. Everybody uses it that way, including you. So that's a pretty good proof, I would say.
Measure what?
The Earth.
Measure it in what way?
Holy fuck, he's dumb.
No, I'm not Bitcoin. What? Why are you?
The Earth is measured to be flat. The Earth is measured to be flat.
I don't understand. All the measurements we take in geology and school are saying that the Earth has a diameter. That literally says the Earth.
Okay, go ahead and give me the measurements then. How did they take these measurements? Just tell me.
I heard of ancient people who could even there is an ancient way to measure the Earth. Wait, let me look it up.
An ancient way? Holy cow, dude!
Yeah, and it's also accurate. It's you just pretty much measure the curve and do some mathematics and.
And how is that done?
Wait, let me tell you.
Didn't you just say in geology we? I thought this is something you should know.
They don't tell us how to measure the Earth. They tell us that the Earth is like, they just tell us the plain facts.
So they just tell you things and then you believe them and they don't ever tell you how they got the information? That sounds kind of stupid.
No, they don't have to. Like when you're in a like, yeah, sometimes they have to tell you, but when it's like sometimes it's normal and doesn't have to be. Like when someone tell you, oh, I measured the distance from here to there, it was like 20 kilometers. Well, they have to tell you how much is it, or would you like just take it as a plain fact because it's a fact,
20 kilometers, that's a flat Earth measurement. Kilometers is a linear distance. That's a flat line. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then whoever tells you something is 20 miles away or 20 kilometers, they even told you the Earth is flat. So where's the curvature coming from? Where's the curvature at? Where's the measurements of that?
The experiment that the guy used with a stick when he went at the same time at a different place in the Earth to see that the shadow was cast in a different place. But with an angle. And that angle he used to calculate the diameter of the Earth. How? He calculated the angle times the distance, and then he saw the overall circumference. Makes sense?
Incorrect. No, it doesn't make sense. Number one, because you called it an experiment, which it's not. Number two, it's an affirming the consequent fallacy, and I'll give you the form. If the Earth is a ball, then you'll have different length of shadows in different locations. Oh, you have different length of shadows in different locations, therefore the Earth is a ball. So that's affirming the consequent formological fallacy. Number three, it's not a curvature measurement, it's a great circle. So 3 times you're wrong. You want to try again?
You're literally denying what I said was complete ignorance. I'm telling you, he measured it with a degree, like not as a degree, like an angle. And
I got it. So he made an angle, so that's a flat Earth measurement then.
What?
You said an angle, right? So the baseline of his angle is the Earth, and that is flat. And then the elevation angle to the sun would have been the second line, so that's a flat Earth measurement.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
He's talking about something you don't know anything about, just as you didn't listen to a word he said or to even try to understand what he said a moment before.
He's saying bullshit. A few days ago,
how do you measure? What he's saying is, how do you measure a triangle from a curved surface?
How do you measure a triangle from a curved surface?
How do you create a triangle from a curved surface, like the sphere?
Are you?
Pick any location on the surface of a sphere, shoot a line straight up in the air. That's one facet of the triangle. We have 2 more to go.
I get how you guys think.
Where's your second one? Where's your second straight line?
Mm-hmm.
You can't. Because it's curved, there's no angle.
If you make curved like lines on the Earth, not like you make curved lines on a
how do you get the
sphere.
angle?
Let me tell you. If you make curved lines on a sphere in a specific way, you can make, and after you make that sphere a flat, you will see it as straight lines.
You're making no sense at all. You're making shit up.
Whatever.
What a fucking retard.
Look, I'll tell you something, and I'm not trying to sound like a dick, but you can buy $10,000 software, and it won't even do it. It can't, because it's impossible.
10,000. Wait, let me show you an
like
experiment.
AutoCAD.
Let me show you an experiment.
Do it. That's not an experiment, moron. You don't know what the scientific.
No. That experiment is done by a flat earther. Actually.
Oh.
Look at this one. Shut. Check it out. Prove it wrong. Tell me. Tell me what he did wrong.
Why don't you just tell us about it? We're not going to go run off and watch a video that you're not even telling us what it is.
It's probably Jaren, and he's not a flat earther, so don't say it.
Plus, it's not an experiment. It's simply a test.
Look at the video. Look at the video.
It's simply a test.
He said
not an experiment.
He literally said
it was an experiment, but he's an idiot and he doesn't know what an experiment is. He doesn't know what the scientific method is. He said it, so therefore it's so. Wait a minute. Wait. He said it was an experiment, so therefore it's a fact. But what he did fucked up. But we're not supposed to believe that. Is that it? But he said it was an
Wait a second. Is it Jaren? Hey, Oblivion, is it Jaren that he posted?
I don't know what it is.
If it's Jaren, he's a globe earther, dude. Not a flat earther. Yeah, he's a globe earther.
Look at the video.
I said, why would you want a flat earther proving your globe anyway?
Look at the video. He's proofing. He's shooting light through holes that are equal, and they're on water levels. Okay,
it is the Jaren video.
I can't share my screen, but yeah.
Okay, so tomato.
Some really good scientific freaking equipment, like a flashlight.
Tomato, did he recreate this? Has anybody recreated this non-experiment that you're talking about? Or is this just some idiot doing something that he doesn't know how to do, and then you're going to use that as globe evidence?
It's not some idiot. He doesn't seem like some idiot.
He's a globe earther, so he has to be an idiot.
No, it was a flat... Whatever, man.
No, that's a globe earther. I mean, go check his channel. He is a globe earther.
Why are you Hey, Tomato.
Yeah.
Why are you respawning? We ran through this last night for quite some time, and it's already been covered. Now you're respawning again?
Yeah, I'm respawning.
So what happens to light when light passes through an aperture?
What?
Oh, I know. Pick me.
Wait, who's
so you don't know. So you're using light through an aperture to prove the Earth is curving, but you don't know what happens when light passes through an aperture.
You tell me what happens.
You don't know your own claim. So we can throw that out.
Happens. No, I know what happens, but you tell me.
No, you don't, because you haven't been able to tell
normally. Light goes in a straight line. Light goes in a straight line.
Wrong. So we can throw your claim out straight away. You've got no idea about light or your own claim.
Damn.
Is this?
Can you prove
this? Sorry.
Yeah.
Is this? Are you guys mostly? Do you believe in flat Earth mostly, or?
Yeah. They're bullying anybody who believes in the globe Earth. I'm not being kidding.
We're not bullying. We're just pointing out facts to you. Yeah. And look, we don't believe that the Earth is flat. We know it is. There's a difference between knowing and believing.
That's okay. That's a pretty crazy thing to say. I think you know.
Yeah, we know.
Well, yeah, it's measured that way. The Earth is measured to be flat. It's measured that way.
Yeah. All right.
Well, you don't believe me?
That's right.
Okay, so do you have a map anywhere in your home?
I wish I did. I don't, man.
Dude, even on your profile picture, there's a map. Are you retarded?
There's a map on my profile picture. That doesn't mean I'm retarded, that I don't have one in my house.
Are you in your house on Discord?
I'm in my garage on Discord right now, in my shop.
So you're at your house on Discord. Your profile picture is a map. So you have a map in your house.
What? That means I have a map in my house if I have a picture of a map on here?
Yes.
No. It doesn't mean that. I'll get my camera and show you.
Do you know what the map is? Dude, are you looking at your profile picture sometimes? I mean, honestly, this is not difficult.
It's a map of the U.S., moron.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're definitely right. It's not difficult.
Oh my gosh! It took you that long.
I have a map in my house.
You're in your house. You've got a map of the United States. You have a map. Congratulations. Retard confirmed. So, anyways, there's latitude and longitude lines on maps, is there not?
You know, I wouldn't know because I don't have a map. Show me a map.
Oh, we're going to play this game. So now because you don't have a map, and apparently I guess you've never seen one, even though it's your profile picture, you're not going to have a conversation with me about latitude, are you?
I would love to have a conversation with you about anything.
Okay, we're going to talk about latitude. You want to talk about latitude?
Let's talk about it.
Okay, how is latitude derived? Where do we get it from?
Dude, ask somebody besides me. Why? Don't you know?
I'm asking you. You can just say, I don't know. You could do that.
I did.
No, you actually never said, I don't know.
Well, I said, ask somebody besides me. Like, how am I supposed to know that?
I'll tell you, okay? Some people actually know this stuff. You obviously don't, even though your profile picture is a map. But,
right.
You know, we're all learning today, right? So,
teach me. Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Latitude lines are derived from elevation angles to Polaris. Do you know what an elevation angle is?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have one line from the GP of the star, which is on the surface, and a zenith at 90 degrees. And then you have the observer, who's also on the Earth, along the baseline, to that GP of the star, taking the angle to the star. So that is a flat Earth measurement latitude. So all the map makers are measuring the Earth flat.
Right.
Right. So they know the Earth is flat, and now you know the Earth is flat because somebody measured that way.
Well, you're telling me they did that. I mean,
oh, well, you can go look it up if you don't believe me. You can even go take an elevation angle yourself. Then you'll have knowledge.
And if I do that, I'll know that the Earth is flat after I do it?
Sure. Yeah, why not?
Wow. Okay. I'm going to go do that then.
You do that.
I'm going to tell everybody too.
Maybe buy a map right at it. You know what I'm saying?
Awesome. Everybody's going to believe me.
Hey, could do some long distance observations over things that we know are flat and level, which is water. There's an observation famously coined as the black swan. I'll post it in the chat right now. Going. Shit.
Hell yeah.
Did one. I'm going to remove one. There we go. I'm going to add them consecutively instead of at the same time. There we go. So if you look at the chat, there's a picture or two. They tell us there's a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So the observer height in this photo was about a foot. Actually, probably less, but we'll say it's a foot. So based on the dimensions of the Earth, they tell you, the horizon should be 1.22 miles. Though we're seeing objects 9.41 miles out, and we're seeing objects 6.1 miles out, and we see the horizon is way behind it, both of them.
So why didn't they teach this in school, or why isn't it in books or anything?
What are you talking about? It's on maps.
Well, I'm not saying just looking at a map. Why wouldn't they teach that and educate people?
Well, they wanted to make sure that you were as stupid as possible.
I don't think that's right. No, I don't think you're right about that.
That is right. Oh, okay. So what did they teach you that was useful in your day-to-day when you were at school, for the most part?
Hardly anything. And I was just thinking about that today, too. Like, what do I use from school now? Nothing.
Did they teach you to question everything
at
school? No, they didn't. They want you to sit there, shut up and listen and memorize the shit they tell you, and then you're going to take a test on it and you're going to be graded based on the shit they said. They don't tell you to question anything.
But, I mean, like, if you compare it to another subject, like history or math or anything, I mean, still today, that's not wrong. It's exactly what they taught us. I mean, why? You know, this is the one thing they got wrong.
History, they got history right. History in school is right.
Right.
Really? Awesome.
Well,
how would you verify that?
They don't teach the same history in every school, but the history that I learned, I mean, it's still the same history today. I mean, there's nothing that's changed.
Well, there's one simple topic we could bring up that would absolutely prove that your history you were taught was wrong, but it's not part of this channel, and it's a term of service violation, coincidentally.
Oh,
that's how much they want to not let you question anything.
All right.
Have you ever heard the saying that history is written by the victors?
No.
Yeah, so the education or indoctrination that you received as far as history is concerned, number one, is unverifiable by you. And number two, spoon-fed to you to create a narrative about what happened in the past by the people who did the things in the book that they don't want you to know about. Isn't it fun?
That's so fun. Yeah.
So how would you verify any of the things that they told you about history?
What?
How would you verify anything that they told you about the history that you have been told about?
No, I can't verify it. I'm just saying that the stories haven't changed over time. You know, it's pretty much the same.
Does that make them true? Is that just a very consistent story?
No, that doesn't make them true. I'm just saying that it's stayed the same. The stories pretty much have stayed the same. They rarely. I don't think I can't think of anything that they went back on and changed as far as like American history. They don't go back and change a lot of shit, you know?
We didn't say that they did. I don't know why you're bringing that up.
It doesn't make it true. They didn't change it. Whoopee. Doesn't make it true.
Well, that's what he was asked. Somebody was asking me, never mind. Fuck it.
Why don't you go back to what you can prove? Like, for instance, what we just put up in the chat with that image. What do you think about that image?
I don't even know how to see it.
The ball is bigger than they tell you?
I'm not even very, I don't get on Discord very often, so I don't even know how to look at the image you're talking about. That's how rare I get on here. I don't get on Discord very often, so forgive me.
A little button that says open chat, and then the images pop up.
In the middle, like the private chat thing? Or hold on, I'm checking it out, maybe.
Like you see where it says 24/7 Flat Earth? Right next to it's a little symbol, open chat.
Hold on. What? Just a second. Dude, I don't know. Okay, I sent a message real quick in there. I think I'm in the right one. I don't know. In the side chat.
Yes, that's correct. Now scroll up at 3 minutes after the hour. Oblivion posted for you a modus tollens, logical syllogism, and an image with a couple of oil rigs in it. Have a look at that.
I typically omit the modus tollens. It's kind of blah blah blah, but you've got the radius and the formula to demonstrate what it would be at. There's the math. and go straight to the image.
The one where it says "bub" by ball.
Yes. At 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be 1.22 miles, says the math in the image above. And that math is not even questioned by anybody. But instead, you're seeing that oil rig at 9.4 miles away. And the other one, obviously, where's the horizon? Way behind it. 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. And by the way, the observer height is not in question either, because this is a screenshot of a video where they showed it taking place. This is just a screenshot.
Interesting. So, I mean, I know you it's flat. I mean, you think it's flat, but is it also flat, but like in a circle at the same time? Like, I don't mean a globe. I mean a flat circle.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows the perimeter, the edge. To be honest, usually when a glober says, "So is it a circle then? Is it a square?" we say, "Well, what's the shape of your universe?" They don't like, what's the edge? Where's the edge?
Yeah,
you know what
nobody
I mean?
knows.
They don't know either, right? So nobody knows, but we know what we can measure and observe.
I mean, but you do know that it's something is curved, because you can see that. I mean, when you're like, if you watch those videos of people taking off in jets, and they, like, I watch those videos quite a bit, and you can see, I mean, the Earth, I mean, you can see that it's curved.
It's the lens of the camera, and we could prove that too. We could show you that, and you can tell for yourself. Ask what altitude they were at. They can't see curvature even from 100,000 feet in the sky.
Yeah, probably not that far. Maybe.
I mean, yeah, exactly. You can't. But
there is no curvature measured anywhere ever.
Yeah,
never.
You have to understand that if the Earth is curved exactly as they said, with the radius of 3959, then there must be observed drop over distance. It's a geometric fact.
So, I know you guys hear this question all the time. Every question that you've heard from me, you hear all the time. But so, I guess, so what would the edge? Why hasn't anybody been to the edge? Is that like Antarctica or something?
Why hasn't anyone been to the edge? Do you really? Do you know what it would require to pick a direction and go there infinitely? Oh, hey, who says nobody tried?
Oh, wait. So it's infinite?
No, pick a direction and just go till you find an edge. Think about it.
I am thinking about it. I would be the one to do that too. If I knew the Earth was flat, I would go to the fucking edge.
People have tried and they have died. And that's only the ones we know about.
So people have been dying for probably hundreds of years trying to get there, huh?
For all we know, but there's one other thing we do know is that people like to say, well, people flew east to west and they went right back to the same position where they started. And we're like, oh, that's awesome. That's called circumnavigating the globe, right? Why haven't they done it north to south? Like, ever.
Isn't it like really freezing in that part?
That's a good question too. Google, what is the temperature at 35,000 feet? It'll say negative 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Then Google, what is the temperature over Antarctica at 35,000, or I'm sorry, at 35,000 feet, and it'll say negative 70 or negative 75. Ooh, so cold.
Fuck that.
What's the difference? 10 degrees? And then they come up with excuses. Oh, we don't want planes going over Antarctica because it'll disturb the critters and the penguins and shit. It's all bullshit.
Well, I mean, if the Earth was a globe, there's no reason to go over those parts.
Yes, that's another excuse. If it's a globe, cool. Why haven't they done it? It's never been done before. Why wouldn't someone do it like Evel Knievel?
It's all because of money, though.
It's not funny, really. It's like, why wouldn't you do it? Because no one's done it before, just like Evel Knievel.
No, I didn't say it was funny. I said it's all because of money. Money.
Oh, I thought you said funny.
No, why would anybody?
All the time.
Nobody would get paid enough to do that, to fly over that part. I mean, you would have to have a really good reason to. I mean, or get paid a lot of money.
John Travolta claimed to have done it, but if you look at his flight route, he didn't do it. But he claimed to do it, and he paid for it. So that excuse is out the window too.
So he did it, but nobody knows if he really did, right?
Oh, he claimed to have done it, but if you look at his flight route, which is public information, you'll see that he didn't actually do it. People they'll fly over a part of they'll clip the edge and say, I flew across, I circumnavigated, but they didn't. They just clipped a part of it.
They're all scared to do it. I mean, if you need to, emergency land somewhere, where are you gonna,
where are you gonna do it over the ocean? Where are you gonna do it anywhere?
Well, there are little islands and shit around you can probably land.
Come on, dude. Flick a booger at a globe and you're gonna hit in the middle of an ocean. Come on.
Yeah, but there's little tiny there's places you can land on the ocean part. The other part, I don't know. I mean, it's just snow. There's no airports. There's nothing.
These are all excuses. Though they claim to have went to space, they claim to have went to the moon, and where was their rest stop? Come on, man, you're making no sense.
I'm not making excuses. I'm seriously trying to.
They claim to have orbited the Earth, and where's the rest stops?
That's, dude. Those guys were fucking crazy. That went to the moon, though. That's different.
Nobody went to the moon.
They knew what they were in for.
There's planes that are flying all the time, and they're playing day after day.
And it was funded.
They're being refueled midair.
Right.
They don't.
And
stop.
they got paid. They got paid a lot of money.
Direction. Just
and
choose a different direction.
Yeah, but that was for a complete
why they can't do it.
No,
and they're not valid.
If it was a funded thing, and somebody wanted to fly that path, and it was the same as NASA, funded that way, and they said, okay, we're gonna, it would be the same as, there's no fucking reason to do it, is what I'm saying. At least if you go to the moon, you're gonna get paid a lot of money.
Listen,
back in the day,
back to the beginning again. You keep saying the same shit. They've never done it before. That's the best reason to fucking do it. Get your name in the history.
Nobody went to the moon.
But are you not... Okay, hold on. Are you not understanding what I'm saying? They're not going to make any money. Am I going to make any money by doing that?
Holy cow. Oh boy, this is an appeal to motivation fallacy. This argument is void. Nobody went to the moon.
We're talking about circumnavigating north to south.
Yeah.
And I'm using examples. He said examples like, well, there's nowhere to land if something bad happened. I'm like, well, they claim to have been to the moon. And then where was their rest stop?
Yeah.
These are excuses.
Yeah, really bad. Dude, yeah, this is excuses. Nobody's circumnavigating any globes because the Earth isn't a globe. It's never been measured to be a globe. There's no globe. There's no ball moon to go to. It's all part of that history. Remember the history we told you about? Nonsense. Implausible. Impossible.
Which one is it?
There's a million reasons why there's no moon going to the moon. There's a million reasons why you can't even go there. If you think about it, you just got to think a bit. Like, start thinking about the actual practical going to the moon. What it means. It means that you got to project through space at 1.2 million miles per hour, moving with the Earth and the moon, moving through space, and you somehow got to hit the moon with all these movements going in all these different directions. You got to predict where to go and fly and somehow land just at the right place at the right time. It doesn't even make sense. If you think about it, it's so dumb that you have to actually just think deeply about what actually it means to go to the moon. It's so stupid that it doesn't even make any sense at all. It could never happen because it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And they claim that they were able to do it with a computer that had less memory than a calculator, a modern calculator, and their gyroscope. You know, the hub of their navigation.
That would have been helpful.
Good point. I like your point there.
And don't forget their telephone that goes to the moon. That from the president's office, it just magically talks to the moon. It's so powerful that it could just go right to the moon.
You see, this is why we keep bringing it back to the ball, right? You guys keep talking about space and the sky, and every time I'm like, no, bring it down to Earth level, right? We just gave you an observation, and you're seeing a horizon that's 10 times further than it should be. Where's your geometric horizon? It has to, or your geometric ball, it has to exist. There must be observed and measured curvature if it's a ball. Are you saying it's a flat spot?
I always wondered this. If the Earth is flat, like how flat is it? You know? Like what is the depth? You know, like how far can you dig down?
People have done it. Over 8 miles.
It's over 8 miles. It's about 8 miles or what?
Yep. They dug.
Really?
That's as far as we've accomplished.
Yeah. Did they see the... What was on the other side?
The deepest ocean?
Was it land on the other side, or what was it?
No. We're just telling you that somebody attempted to see how deep the Earth was. The best they could do is nearly 8 miles. Then the equipment could no longer essentially pull it off. So it is deeper than about 8 miles, but we don't know how far. Now, there are areas in the ocean that are about that deep, as far as they know, but there are also areas of the ocean they don't know how deep it is, and they've never reached or been able to kind of detect how deep it is. But, you know, the trenches, the Mariana Trench, 7 miles deep plus.
Damn.
You mean they never even just sent a lead sinker down?
Yeah. It's a lot of fishing line.
Well, they actually sent a microphone down. In Russia, they sent a microphone down and they heard screaming sounds at the bottom of like this thing, and they decided they don't want to explore it anymore because it just doesn't sound good down there.
It's like the pit of hell, pretty much.
Who knows if that's true? I saw that video too, and you never know what that is.
Yeah, it's fake as fuck, man.
I get what you're saying. It's, well, just how thick is this flat Earth? It's like, who cares? We're trying to measure curvature here, man.
A lot of people, you know, I think a lot of people would care about that. I mean, that would be one of the great things ever solved. If somebody could solve that, damn, that would be amazing.
But what does it matter? I mean, in comparison to just going ahead and bypassing the fact that you've been told a pretty severe lie, been fed some pretty ugly disinformation for most of your life and been like, whatever. But how deep is it, though? No, I think you skipped over something, right? Like you skipped over.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
That would be a very big discovery if they find out how deep the flat Earth is. I mean, what do you mean it's not important?
Why is that important? Isn't it more important that you've been totally ripped off?
Well, I mean, it might not be important to you, but to everybody else on the planet, that'd be a very important thing to discover.
Well, number one, there's no planet, and number two, I'm pretty sure most people wouldn't be like, oh, never mind, I'm getting fleeced every day by these awful liars. How deep is it? No, you're incorrect.
It would be the biggest news in fucking 50 years. Or more.
Longer than that.
It's like hurting a squirrel.
Yeah. There's no planet. No one's gone to the moon. Space doesn't exist. Neither does Santa Claus, by the way. So, yeah. I mean, welcome to your new reality. If you choose to accept it, I can't force you to, though.
What's the edge look like? Is it round? Is it square? I mean, it's like, dude, flat. Where's the curve? How thick is it? Dude, where's curvature?
And
anything but curvature. Anything but that.
You guys everybody here needs to believe, really believe what you guys are saying, because you're telling them, so it must be true, right?
No. This is the fun part. They don't have to believe us at all. They can actually go out and measure the Earth for themselves. That's the cool thing about living on the Earth, is you have access to it, and you can go measure it yourself. So that way everybody has the knowledge, not the belief. See, your problem is belief. You believe that history is true. You believe you live on a ball. You don't actually go ahead and just use the experience and the things that you have at your own fingertips to prove things. You don't want proof. You want fairy tale. You want religion.
Wait, are you telling me that I don't study this?
Do you know what belief is? Definition of belief. I'll tell you if you want. It's thinking something without evidence. Without proof.
That's right.
Acceptance without evidence.
There's one thing you can do, and you can go out there with a camera like that guy did and just take a damn picture. One thing I know you can't do is you're not going to pick a direction and go and find some edge and shit. You're going to die like other people have done.
No, because there is no edge, or
no, it requires an enormous expedition with a fleet of ships carrying fuel, lots of people. We're talking aircraft, boats, helicopters, all kinds of shit. It's an expedition. That's how things happen like that.
That's going to be cool when they finally decide to do that, like NASA comes back, after all these years and decides to finally go around the world. That would be so cool. Yeah.
It's a pretty weird training here. You know what I mean? Like you come in, you make stupid statements, you ask dumb questions, and then you talk about it all excitedly.
I am excited. I'm not asking stupid questions. I'm trying to learn stuff here.
Yeah, so how deep is the Earth? That's a stupid question.
I don't think any question's a dumb question.
It's definitely stupid. Do you think anybody in here has the budget to figure that out?
Well, no, but I'm just asking your opinion about it because I want to learn some stuff.
It would be an opinion about depth. That's a measurement, dude. That's a stupid question. And a stupid comment about opinions.
Well, I know it's a measurement, but how is that dumb again?
Because you just conflated measurements with opinions. So you've made a stupid comment about a stupid question.
But is that really that bad though to ask?
Yeah, it's pretty stupid.
Really?
Is this how it's going to be for the remainder of your time here, or should I just mute now?
How would anyone be able to measure a thickness? Can you please explain that to me?
Exactly. Until they punch through the other side, and then that another way of rephrasing that question would have been, "What's the deepest anyone has ever dug?" That's a good question.
Didn't I asked that question, I think.
No, you asked how thick was it, and I simply said that someone has the deepest anyone has dug is about 8 miles. I was trying to help
and I appreciate. Yeah, I appreciate you helping me about the guy because I had no idea anybody dug 8 miles. Damn, that's a long way, man. That's really far. How could anybody even?
Well, according to your globe, if the globe was an apple, you'd only be just piercing the skin.
Wow.
Why is Professor Phil chat skanking my DMs? Claiming that we went to the circumnavigated north to south. Does he do that?
That's just what he does. He watches the stream and then he stalks people.
Ugh. Preaching to the choir. What's everybody doing tonight?
Trying to get a new trade.
Me too.
Well, sorry, trade on Bitcoin. I just closed all my trades and I'm just about to reopen.
I planted Carolina Reapers today, the seeds. I know it's late. I think you're supposed to plant them in January for them to be full by like August, but I just got the seeds today, so I planted them.
No,
I have some
where do you live? Where do you live?
Oklahoma.
No, you're still fine. Anywhere like up here in Michigan, I can plant peppers between March and June, and they'll still be done before the winter gets here. So you should be fine as long as you water them.
You're making your own Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire?
What do you want to do with them?
I already grow. Okay, so I have this like fascination with chilies, especially hot ones. And so I already grow these, they're called Thai bird's eye chili, and they're so fucking hot. And so I wanted a better, like a hotter one than that. And so I ordered Carolina Reaper, Pepper X, and Scotch Bonnet. And the Carolina Reaper came in first, so I planted them right away. But my little Thai bird's eye chili, man, they're already growing. I have like 10 of them probably, but they're little.
I like to take Carolina Reapers, put them in a half-gallon jar, top it up with basically vodka, and it extracts everything. And then if you calculate how much the volume of alcohol versus how many peppers, you get the approximation of what one shot would be. Like a half a pepper per shot, which is 1.5 ounces. It's like an initiation shot people take.
So you put alcohol in you feed them the alcohol?
Well, you put alcohol in the jar and throw in a bunch of Reapers you cut in half, and it extracts it all out, and it just makes a hot shot.
Fuck that, man. I'll never swallow one of those. I'll taste it, I'll chew it, but I'm gonna spit that shit out, dude. I already know how hot it is with my Thai chili peppers. I can swallow those, but it's so much better if you don't swallow them. If you just chew it and spit it out, it will still burn the shit out of you and give you that high, like that rush, you know?
Well, if you have a bunch of them, make a jar of hot shot. I just coined the phrase just now, but it's fun.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't wait till those fuckers sprout. The Carolina Reapers. Because I'm in a small town, dude. Nobody here. The hottest thing here is habaneros. So, and I know people that eat those like all the time, and they're like, they tell me that they're not shit. You know. Just wait, man. I'm gonna hand them one of my Carolina Reapers, and they'll see.
If you're feeling really froggy, go to a local nursery, a plant nursery, and they'll just sell you a plant for like $7, and it's already months advanced.
But not here though. Not where I live.
Oh.
The hottest thing here, if you go to a nursery here, the hottest thing you're going to get is jalapenos. If you go to Walmart, you get a habanero.
Oh no, a local nursery, like a company, like a family-owned, like actual down-to-earth company. They grow shit out of novelty and rare.
Yeah, I know I can order some of the little tiny plants or something, but fuck that. I'll just wait for them to sprout. See what happens. Have you guys tried the Thai bird's eye chili? Nobody's tried that?
No, I don't think I've heard of it.
Dude,
I understood. I thought Carolina Reaper was the hottest there was. They came up with some dragon chili, which is considered poison. So
it was. Carolina Reaper was the hottest for a while, but the same guy that came up with that, he came up with it's called Pepper X. It's a green one, and that's the hottest in the world right now.
Oh, I got a video for you. Have you seen the video of the Hot Ones guy and that pepper connoisseur eating a Pepper X for the first time?
I think I have. I think I've seen that. I saw one where he was on that show. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, dude. Most people who would eat that, they would throw up. I mean, it's such a shock to your body.
Well, thank you for letting me know. Now I got to grow some Pepper X's. I got to get it real fast.
Do it.
I got to get it going.
Man, mine are on my way, dude. Yeah, you should.
Yeah, this video right here, go to 1032. That's when the guy who grows them is the guy who invented it, is the guy is in the hat, and the guy with the beard in the middle becomes only the second person in the world to eat a whole one. The Hot Ones guy only eats a sliver of one, but the other two guys eat an entire one in one sitting.
I'm watching it. Yeah, bro. I've seen this. So more about this. What else do you guys want to talk about? Gravity. Talk about gravity. That's boring.
I'll never. Some people in here have heard this monkey wrench from me. Maybe others haven't. Let me know if this is boring. I personally have never understood why there has to be this dismissal of gravity when it comes to flat Earth. I think you can have mass attracting mass and still have your flat Earth. And it gets rid of this problem of needing a dome or a container of some kind.
Well, yeah. And you disagree with old Einstein there, don't you?
I mean, he doesn't have to be wrong about literally everything. I don't know. You get I don't know. The whole dome thing is just, or container thing is just ridiculous.
Well, okay, I hear what you're saying, but like when people bring out a citation, it says molecules bouncing off the container, and like literally in gas law and all these citations, and then they go, well, it's not really a container, but it says container. Yeah, but it's a mathematical container. It's like, oh, okay, here we go. Oh, where does it say that? You see, that's where the argument usually goes.
Right. It's like again, if I put on my flat Earth shoes, I would to even approach believing it, I would still have to have mass attracting mass, which would it would explain why everything moves down and why the atmosphere stays down. Right, it solves two problems for the flat Earth right away. But no, we're hung up on this literal container. That's just my 2 cents on it. I figured somebody would start screaming at me over that. Heretic must be away from his microphone.
Did you guys hear about Trump saying he was going to build like a golden dome? I think is what he called it.
It's just a missile defense system.
Yeah.
That's badass, though, right?
Yeah, he wants to call it Golden Dome because Israel's got the Iron Dome.
Right. Wow.
It's whatever.
Dude, you know what though? I mean, we've needed that for a long time, even though we've never been. I mean, it's been we don't. I don't know. I think we probably need it.
I think we need a massive deportation program, ASA frickin' P, more than we need a dome. A dome, a golden dome.
Deportation of who though?
Every single millions of them that's been coming in for over the last how many years?
But I don't know.
Illegal invaders.
Oh,
they were encouraged to enter U.S.
You're right. Yeah, they were.
I'd say every other Western country ought to do the same thing, ASAP. But as far as gas pressure, GE, I went down that rabbit hole, and I liked my little vacuum chamber here, and I know what my gauge reads. So I started Googling, well, at what altitude is the same pressure? The same amount of pressure. And it's like, well, that's attainable. That's even observable with a balloon that I could buy, right?
Wait, run that by me one more time.
So my vacuum gauge and my vacuum pump reads around negative 29 inches mercury gauge pressure, which reads 0 at atmosphere, right? At ground level.
Yep.
Reads 0 until I pull vacuum. Then I ask Google, like, well, what altitude is that pressure? And then it tells me, I forget what it was, like 100,000 feet or something like that. And I'm like, well, shoot, people send up balloons that they can buy as a kit online. And with a little pressure sensor, right? And it reads that pressure. And I'm like, well, shit. That's a strong vacuum, right?
Right. Like, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, so my point is, obviously, they all say we don't deny a gradient exists. It's like, yeah, but that's a pretty strong vacuum. That's right. Well, then I ask myself, what is the difference between this claimed 10 to the negative 10 torr versus what I'm getting? And that's where I get screwed up, because the conversion calculation is obscene. It's ridiculous for me. I can't get it.
Right. The other problem that you have, you weren't done. Go ahead.
No. That's basically right. But based on the math that I did with conversion calculators, the difference between my vacuum chamber and alleged space, 10 to the negative 17 torr, was like 1%, 1.2% difference in vacuum.
Right.
That's it. Meaning my needle could just tick a little bit more than I could barely see with my eye, and I'm creating space vacuum. So we require a container for that little tick of the needle? Is that the claim?
I don't know. That's the impression that I get. I'm just saying, if you switched if you acknowledged, because there's nothing about observing mass attracting mass that automatically. Again, I'm putting my flat Earth shoes on here. I maintain that you can have your mass attracting mass without the Earth being a ball. Maybe it's something else. Maybe there's something going on under the surface of the Earth that causes everything to be attracted to it. Maybe it's not necessarily attracted to Earth. Maybe it's attracted to something underneath the surface of the Earth. I don't know.
Or just things drop because they've got weight and there's no attraction and things just have weight. And it's just this common sense thing of things have weight.
Yeah, okay, Kiwi. You have to explain why things move in the direction that they move, though. And furthermore, you have to explain why they accelerate in that direction. Because the necessary antecedent to acceleration...
because you guys don't have...
On.
No, because you guys don't even have a cause. So you guys just have a story. We don't need a replacement story when you don't have a cause.
Well, the cause is gravitation. The effect is mass attracting mass. Because that's what you see. That's the effect that you see. Massive bodies moving toward one another.
What? The cause is gravitation? What? That's nonsensical. Try again. What was the hypothesis for this experiment to see the cause is gravitation? We want to see the natural...
I'm not going to get into the fucking Cavendish experiment with you, dude. I'm not going to get into that right now.
I didn't ask for Cavendish. I asked for the cause. You said it's gravitation, and then that's not backed by anything. So you've just got a claim of gravitation as a cause backed by nothing.
Yeah, you're also shifting it back onto me when that's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about the thing that you... Okay, hold on. Throw out gravity completely. Dismissing or accepting gravity has nothing to do with the observable fact that objects fall toward the surface of the Earth.
Some things fall.
If you no, everything falls toward the surface of the Earth. The only thing that changes
helium balloons don't.
Helium balloons get pushed up because the air around them, which is more dense, falls to the surface of the Earth.
So
it's just separating itself.
Fall.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me
so everything doesn't fall.
No, let me explain to you how silly that is. When you take a glass and you put water and oil in it, is the oil moving up? Like when they separate and the oil ends up on top, is that because the oil is moving up, or is that because the water is moving down? Now take that idea and apply it to a helium balloon. That's it. That's all that's happening.
The same comparison could be said with a balloon full of air in water, right? Water down, air up. Is that not right, G?
Well, right, because the water is more dense.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like a similar thing. It's just two different things in two different mediums.
Right. That's all it is. But it's not the same. Calling it a different medium's kind of weird. Like it. I don't really know what the word for it is, but when you do the water oil one, you're dealing with two liquids which are the same state of matter. the helium balloon and the air around you is the same thing.
Got it.
You're dealing with two things that are the same state of matter, which puts it on more of a level playing field because
You're right.
really nothing, absolutely nothing in a liquid state falls up when it's in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I get it. You're right. You're absolutely right. I just kind of like just threw that out there as an extreme.
No, like
everybody knows.
That's the constant that you can observe. No solid matter ever falls up in the atmosphere, and no liquid, true liquid, ever falls up in the atmosphere. Generally speaking, solids dominate liquids, and liquids dominate gas when it goes to moving toward the surface of the Earth. One notable exception to that is ice, because solid water is less dense than liquid water. And there are other things that, like wax does that too, but anyway, that's... Oh, and of course Kiwi left. Right.
Hey, so do flat earthers, do they believe in the possibility of aliens?
Predominantly, I'd say no. I don't speak for everybody.
As a globe
Definitely say no.
As a globe earther, I would say most of them do not.
I was a big alien geek growing up and all through high school and growing up, but not so much anymore. It's just isn't there.
Dude, I'd still entertain the possibility. Not like true aliens, but I'm tempted to subscribe to the notion that single cell life didn't originate here on the Earth, that it came from elsewhere, either meteorite or asteroid or any of that kind of stuff. Possible. I think it's called the panspermia hypothesis.
It's so weird. Like, anybody who thinks about it too long, it won't make sense. You know?
Thinks about what?
Creation, pretty much, and the universe and what could be out there. Like, if you just keep thinking about it, it just doesn't make any sense.
No, you're not going to get me to bite on that one. I'm an agnostic. I do not dismiss the possibility that what we exist in is the creation of an intelligence that we can never know.
I'll tell you what. If we go down this road about creation, it's going to take over and it'll go for hours. It generally does. But to your original question about aliens, I have seen UFOs. Things that I know, nothing anyone's ever described could possibly move as fast and as quick and change directions instantly.
Dude, so have I when I was little.
It's impossible. Shoot.
Did it happen at like daylight or nighttime?
Daylight. I was in Phoenix, Arizona, looking up because I realized that suddenly I'm like, holy shit! I'm in like the part of the world or in the U.S. where the most UFO sightings are seen. So I looked straight up. I'm sitting by the pool and I looked straight up, and in less than an hour, I saw 5, and they were all traveling relatively the same path, and they looked like mirrored balls, almost like a light in the sky.
Dude.
It looked like a mirrored ball, and it just was like lightning, just boom across, and then it would just change 90 degrees, squiggle around, and just boom, gone.
Dude, Oblivion, I got 2 videos for you that I'm gonna link you. Have you ever heard of the YouTube channel called Let Me Know?
It sounds familiar.
Hold on. I'm gonna send you 2 videos. I'm gonna link them in chat. Welcome to if you like looking at alien stuff, welcome to 2 of the best videos you're ever gonna watch.
I'll watch them. Guarantee it.
One of these videos I actually wanted to watch over on 24/7 and do a watch along with people for a very specific reason.
Yeah, you link it in the chat. I'll watch it for sure. I'll put it on my watch later list.
This one you will absolutely love. And hold on, it's playing in the background. I gotta mute it. So what I will say about this video is, how do I do this without spoiling? There's going to be a part of this video at the beginning, okay? And all I want you to remember before you come back and ask me questions is I served on a submarine for 5 years, okay? I want you to remember that. Now, watch this video, and when you get done with the video, there's a specific section of the video that I have commentary on for you.
I'll watch it. I'll bring it up. Did you say there was a second one? A second video?
I'm grabbing that one right now. The second one is the one that will make your. The first one is more of half a debunk, half a case study. The next one. Have you ever heard of the unknowns from the Pentagon's 60s and 70s investigation into UFO sightings?
The unknowns.
It was the cases of UFO sightings that they could not give a definitive conclusion on what was causing it.
Oh, okay.
That one's really good. Hold on. Yes, both of these videos. The second one is my favorite, but the first one that I linked, I can specifically talk about certain things that happen in that video. That's all I'm going to say for right now. I really wanted to do a Flat Earth watch along with that first one.
Oh, I'm going to watch it for sure.
Okay. Yep. When that happens, let me know.
Well, how many people do you think out of the world think that the Earth is flat? Like, what percentage, maybe?
Say that
Never
again.
mind. Okay. I was saying how, like, out of all the people in the world that believe the Earth is flat, what percentage of people do you think that would be? Like 1%, maybe less?
I got no idea.
Yeah, me neither.
Depends if you're. Most people here would know that the Earth is flat. It's not what we think. So you'd have to differentiate between that.
Yeah, I didn't hear a word you said. You were cutting out a little bit.
I just said most people here will know Earth is flat. It's not. It's not that they think it. They already know it. So your question, is it relative to everyone that knows it or just people that think it?
No, just people that think it, I guess, or know it, combined. Either one. Fuck it, combine both of them. And what percentage would that be? Maybe like, I don't know.
It's over 10% going off Twitter polls.
10%?
If we're going strictly off Twitter polls, then it's easily over 10%.
Nice. We're taking over then. Hell yeah, 10%. That's not bad.
Oh,
they say 50% of people at the time of the moon landing didn't even believe it was real. And that was then when it was happening.
Damn.
Me personally, 100% sure that it's a globe, 100% sure that gravity exists, 90-ish% sure that we actually landed on the moon. I'll put it at a firm 90.
So back to like things falling.
Me too.
What's the issue with just weight, having things falling? It's just weight displaces fluid. Pretty simple.
Yeah, but the problem is you need them to move in a direction, which they always do, and you cannot show me what causes the direction.
Neither can you. So if you've got a story, I don't have to have a replacement.
So the correct thing for you to say is, I have no idea why things fall down. Because that's what you're telling me. You have no idea why things fall down. Stay it with me now.
Say it with him, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, there's no vector associated with weight. None. Nor is there any acceleration. Right, Kiwi? You don't have an answer for that? He says one thing and then he goes quiet.
He's falling asleep.
Well, he was gone for like 10 minutes and then came back and opened with that same line again.
So wait, you think the Earth is a globe?
I do too.
I do.
Yeah, me too. That's what I've been trying to say this whole time, but everybody keeps.
It's crazy how these two guys here, they're like staunch global believers, and they're so proud. They say, I do. Like they're fucking, like they're so proud of it. But you know what's the crazy part? They've been in here for like 7-8 years, the both of them, right? And still haven't proven the globe. That's the crazy part. And yet they still keep coming in. They keep coming in. It's crazy.
When did these guys start talking? I thought everybody here was against me.
Oh, buddy. You don't know nothing, my guy. You're just like some new guy.
What, are you Cuban? Why are you talking like that?
What?
Are you Cuban?
Man, I've been giving friends. I've been giving all kinds of crazy fucking are you this, are you that, but never Cuban. This is the first one, right, guys? I say, are you from New York? I get that sometimes, I get all kinds of weird shit, but never Cuban. Where the fuck did you get that one?
I don't know. It just sounded like you were Cuban.
Cuban.
I'm a fucking Cuban, boys.
I've heard all kinds of Russian shit, but not Cuban.
Yeah, right? Fuck. That's crazy.
Don't be ashamed if you are, though. I mean...
What? I'm not Cuban. Don't care to be.
But they are pretty cool people, if you think about it.
Doesn't matter. Don't care. Not me.
As long as I've been here. I don't remember where Frost is from.
You don't even know my real name, my guy. My real name was on the other server for like the longest time, and nobody ever fucking remembers anything about me, which is I think that's the best thing about me, right? Is I can go anywhere and say anything about me and everybody automatically forgets. It's fucking fantastic.
Well, I'll remember you.
No, it's okay. I don't need that. It's cool. But, the problem is, people say it all the time. It's like, no, I'll remember next time. Now, next time comes around and no, I got you, bitch. You don't remember shit.
And they don't remember you the next time? That's
no, man. That's crazy.
I'm terrible
bro. It's
with
like
names. That's my excuse is I'm terrible with names with everyone.
Whatever.
I don't really.
Hey, do you at least recognize this voice? Platypus?
I recognize your icon more than anything.
Okay, well, this icon destroyed you so many times. Remember that.
The icon.
So Deccan's right about one thing. I haven't ever said that I was proving the globe. Instead, I say things like the evidence is best explained by the globe model. So I think we have the best explanation. I wouldn't call it a proof, though.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Matthew, shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Damn. Don't be so cruel.
Deccan, our DMs go back to May of. Oh my God! It is May 22nd. 6 years ago to the day.
Oh, no way! Is this like an anniversary? No fucking way, guy.
Did you just have a
Listen, friend. How many swear words did I send to in those DMs?
Bro.
None.
Get out of here. There's no way I didn't swear at you.
No,
if there's one person I swear at, it's probably you. There's a lot of times I swore at you.
I'm looking. You've never typed a swear word to me in a DM.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Nope,
Okay,
I'm looking
listen.
at it. Hold on.
Okay, so listen. Then at this point, I'm going to send you another DM. Hold on, since we're talking.
Oh, don't break the pattern. Don't break it.
Listen. No. I'm not breaking the pattern. I'm sending him my other shit.
He probably doesn't realize that I remember more about him than he thinks.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do, Vlad.
Listen. Oh, because you read the fucking the SoundCloud fucking names. You cheat. See, there you go. And then you're gonna say, "Oh, I remember more." No, you don't remember shit, bro. You had to go fucking into the text. It's crazy.
I saw it, and I went, "Oh yeah, you're the SoundCloud rapping flat earther."
I don't rap. The fuck are you talking about? I know. I produce the music, man. I'm a music producer. That's it. No fucking rapping. I can do the lyrics sometimes, but hey, listen. By the way, I did send you one just now, which is my most recent, like my most latest track. Have a listen. Have a year gander, my friend. I know you'd like it.
You make your own music?
Yeah, I do stuff.
I heard your debate with Larry, and right at the very, very end, you said you were going to look something up. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, you're talking to me, right?
Yeah, I said GE. Sorry, I was like your debate with Larry, and right at the very end, he mentioned something. And I think you said you didn't know about it or heard about it. And
yeah, I had never heard the expression "false force."
Oh, that's it. Yeah. Oh, yes.
And I looked it up on my lunch break at work. A pseudo force, and it basically it's just a different way of saying. I gave myself I read it up, or I read up on it. It's more like an illusion. It's the illusion of a force because you're not looking at something in the right reference frame. Is all it is. It's like the Coriolis effect. It's not an actual force. It's just the illusion of a force.
Got it. I just couldn't remember what that was, and it was driving me crazy.
Yeah, that's what it was. I read up things when I tell people I'm going to do my homework. I do my homework. Usually because they're throwing me something that I've never seen before, and I like to look up shit like that. Advance my knowledge.
Anyways, are you taking a year gander at the track I sent here, or what? It's only 4 minutes. 5 minutes.
I'm trying to play it, and SoundCloud has got me stuck in this loop where it's not letting the ads stop. Like,
what's SoundCloud? It's not SoundCloud. It's not SoundCloud, bro. Rumble. You don't use Brave browser? Why wouldn't you use Brave browser? It's like the best.
I just use Edge, man. I don't have time for anything else.
No. What do you mean? Brave browser removes all the if you're watching YouTube on Brave browser, those ads don't pop up, my guy. Like any of those ads, like from pretty much any platform. It's really good.
Dude, have you tried using Bandcamp?
No.
for hosting. You should try it, man. No ads at all. It's like I've completely ditched SoundCloud because it just constantly plays ads. But Bandcamp.
Well, I don't do SoundCloud. I don't really care for SoundCloud. Yeah, I put my shit on Rumble, my guy Rumble, and that's it.
Rumble.
What's the
Yeah,
footage?
Rumble all the way.
Is that you playing video games?
Oh yeah, that's my Call of Duty. Me sniping people in the head. Yeah. I also play games, bro. What are you talking about, man?
Bro, do you play
I do
CS:GO?
all kinds of shit. That's a garbage game. I used to when it was like popular, you know, before
How old are you?
Warzone. Bro, I'm close to 40. Let's just say that. Let's speak
Yeah,
with that.
I can't stop playing Counter-Strike, dude. I've been playing Counter-Strike since I was 9 years old, and it was an unofficial mod for Half-Life Deathmatch. Like,
No, I get you, sure.
Yeah, it's my game.
Yeah, I know, I get you. I can stop. I've played every game possible, or every type of game possible, so I'm cool. I like my stuff. That's it.
Oblivion.
But
Is
hey,
there
I hope
any
you.
chance?
Oh,
go ahead.
What? I hope you're listening through some good headphones, because you know it's progressive. It's like it's gonna pick up, and you're gonna hear some real nice rumbles in that bitch.
It's my kind of music, man. That's the kind of music I usually listen to.
Oh no way! Oh great! Just keep listening to it then. Thank you, man. If you like it, that's great. Shit.
Like, for a frame of reference, the greatest concert that I know, it's not the exact same genre, but the best concert that I ever went to was I was in Chicago in 2007 when Lollapalooza happened, and Daft Punk came out and did their Alive set.
Oh, so this reminds you of Daft Punk?
It's just a different flavor of. It seems
electronic music. Yeah. Sure, there's some Daft Punkish arpeggios I could say, yeah, I put in there that you can kind of have some kind of that, you know, yeah, sure. Which I'm gonna soften up those arpeggios, you know, to make it like more, but you know, it's all good. Wait till like the ending part of that, it fucking goes. Sometimes I trip out how good it goes.
But yeah, my cousin, he was actually on the other side of the ice wall.
No fucking way, bro. What happened then?
Well, you know, like when you're filming a movie, it's just like craft services and like hot chocolate. The actors just stand around waiting.
What kind of cousin? Was it like that Kanye West type of cousin?
It's like a 53rd cousin, like just some other. I think he's descended from apes or something.
Okay. I guess you didn't get my joke, but it's okay. That's cool. Went over your head.
No, nothing goes over my head. I will catch it.
Oh yeah? Even the Kanye West cousin joke?
Kanye, never heard of him.
So there you go. So it went over your head. That's what I'm saying. So you didn't get my joke. Anybody that knows what's up right now with Kanye and his cousin, and then et cetera, et cetera. That's why I asked you. Is it that That Kanye type of cousin.
Yeah, I'm gonna imagine that when you laughed, you were thinking of something else.
A little bit of incest.
Where the fuck is this guy come out of fucking nowhere? Oh man. Oh, that's crazy. Kanye West is nuts. If you guys know what's up right now with Kanye West, holy shit, this guy's going crazy. I just gotta laugh, man. When he mentioned cousin, that's all I can think of, man. It's Kanye West, bro.
He's out there, man. But I think he made the song up somewhere.
Oh, you heard the song? No way. Buddy, nobody beats his production quality, bro. It's fucking insane. Hey, and now he's tweeting out that he's full blown gay. You know that? It's not that I gave my cousin head. Now it's like, I'm a homosexual on Twitter, straight up.
Oh,
that's what he said.
He's out there.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised after all the shit he's been through. Or maybe that's just a clone. You never know. Who knows what's going on? I don't know. Shit, the Earth is flat. I don't fucking know anything else. I'm crazy, friends. I'm crazy. I finally got to the edge. I'm crazy.
Well, degenerate shit does run in the industry. Look at Puff Daddy.
Well, no, and that's the thing. And then Kanye West is on P. Diddy's side. It's like, what the fuck? Now you're like doing videos with P. Diddy out of jail. What the fuck is going on there? Or when he was on house arrest or some shit. Like, now that's fucking going crazy. Anyways, but on the upside, everybody, for the Globers and the Flatties, guess what? Bitcoin's at an all-time high, friends. Woo woo. Let's go.
Were you serious? I haven't even paid
want to
attention.
talk about Bitcoin.
Oh, it's at an all-time high, friends. Let's do it.
Yeah, so
bro.
everybody who owns Bitcoin, nobody who owns Bitcoin has lost money.
That's exactly correct.
With the money that they own right now.
Oh, buddy, no, it's almost about to be 108 American friends. This is crazy.
2013, me and my best friend started mining crypto, specifically Litecoin, and we traded it all in back in 2013 for 0.312 Bitcoin. And we sold it a month late. Yeah, a third of a Bitcoin, and we sold it and thought we made off like bandits back in 2013 for $260.
Nice.
Worth about 35 grand today.
Yeah.
GE, you were going to ask me a question earlier?
Who is that?
Oblivion. I heard you say, "Hey, Oblivion," and then all of a sudden you stopped.
You went quiet, and my hope was that you started watching one of those videos in silence.
No, no, not yet. I will watch it tomorrow. I have time, and I will watch it tomorrow. I come on here at night.
Yeah, I do too, because I work 3 to 11. Matthew, you missed it right before you came in. If you scroll back up in the text chat to... let me see how far away that was.
The final experiment, 07?
No, go back up to about 12:55, 12:56. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever heard of the channel Let Me Know on YouTube.
Yeah, I have, actually.
Dude, the 2 videos that they did on UFOs, I fucking love those videos.
Is this recent? Christ. I think I may have seen this, unless it's really recent.
I think these 2 videos are 4 and 5 years old, respectively. Or 3 and 4 years old, something like that.
Yeah, I think I've seen these.
Oh, they're so good. But I recommended. We got on the topic of aliens for like 10 minutes, and Oblivion's never heard of the channel at all. So I sent him those 2 videos.
Can't spell aliens without a lie, friends.
And you can't spell believe without a lie, also.
Yeah, but that's why I'm not a believer. Like you guys.
Also, it turns out that the fact that you can't spell aliens and the fact that you can't spell believe without a lie is merely a coincidence and means nothing.
Ah, that's what you think.
Oh, look at you guys. You guys are so cute.
No.
I got it. It's 1:30 in the morning for me, basically. I'm going to have to get
Hey, awesome. Since before you leave, did you fully listen to it?
Yeah, why?
Oh, yeah, well, I'm just saying. I'm just expecting a little critique, like what was good, what was bad, what could improve, because I'm working on my next song and shit, So I like the critiques.
I'm literally adding it to my background playlist that I listen to at work.
Don't get the fuck out. Okay, how are you even gonna add it? It's on Rumble. How are you gonna add it through Rumble?
I may or may not have already recorded it.
Oh, so you told me you ripped it off the thing?
You didn't see, you let me listen to it for free. I can't make a copy. Wait, hold on.
No, you can have it. Listen. No. Hey, listen. If you wanna have the song. Hey, be my guest. No problem. Shit, if you like it that much, be my guest, friend. That's a compliment. You're such a nice guy. Can't believe it. You're like stroking my penis right now. It's insane. I'm hard right now.
You made a whatever floats your boat, buddy.
I'm joking with you, buddy. No, but I mean, like, that's fine. Hey, if you like the track, keep it. Just make sure you say it's this Vlad on the internet guy. He knows the earth is flat. He made that fucking track, boys. Let's do it.
It's funny, GE. My wife took a picture, and then one day she saw it on a calendar and goes, "What the? That's my photo." And I'm like, "Yeah, but you uploaded it to the internet, honey. You gave it away."
That's right.
It's so silly. All right, I am out for the night. Oblivion, I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow night if you're on.
Oh, I'll watch it.
I want to know if you watch those. But all right, everybody, have a good night.
Have a good one, buddy.
See ya. Take it easy.
I think he lied when he said he already ripped it and took it to his playlist. I think he lied.
I don't think so.
I think he lied. Okay, Matthew, did you listen to my new track or no? I think I sent it to you.
I think you might have sent it, yeah.
Really? Because I think you're on my fucking messaging list now, even though I hate all Globers.
How new is it?
Are you that guy who makes flat Earth songs?
No, I just make beats for now.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, there was some other flat earther who DM'd me some tracks about flat Earth or something.
Well, there's a lot of people in flat Earth that make the music. Yeah, for sure, 100%. A lot of these guys have talent, crazy talents. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, Matthew. Yeah, I didn't send you that track, so yeah, here, I actually sent it to you right now.
Yeah,
it's my Rumble channel. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, cool. If you would have a ear gander and then tell me what you think about it, because I know you listen to some of my old shit. I don't know it's not as good, and I like when people hear the improvement and shit. You know what I'm saying, dog?
Yeah.
Because I don't just plateau. Every step I make is always up, never down. Fuck yeah. And no matter how big the step, as long as it's progressively going upwards, it's all gravy. Going slowly up, that's it. Fuck that. Have to be fucking leaps and bounds. Fuck that.
When did you guys first realize that the Earth was flat?
Oh, that for me was about it was a while ago, over 10 years maybe now. and I look over towards the horizon, and I'm looking at the horizon, I'm looking at it, and like this motherfucker is so goddamn flat.
Jesus Christ.
And then I realize, holy shit, it's flat. Because I'm looking at this fucking horizon and it's just extremely flat.
Were you always a flat earther, or were you a glober at one point?
Oh no, we were all fucking taught the globe lies since kids. You know, we all know about like the whole heliocentric model, the sun being in the center, all the planets moving around, you know, the fucking how they're placed and everything, you know. But that shit doesn't make sense, man. When you grow up, it doesn't make sense. Like believing in Santa Claus, bro. Fuck that. That makes sense.
When you were still a glober, if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. But when you were still a glober, when you were still a glober and you saw the flat horizon, how did you rationalize that?
I've never paid attention to it ever. Imagine that. Because it never actually like the question never was like posed, right? The only time that I ever started paying attention to the horizon was when the question was posed whether the earth was flat or not. That's when I started paying attention. Yeah. Big difference.
Yeah, otherwise no one pays attention.
Yeah.
Like we all know
Zombie,
sea level.
you're an NPC.
Right?
Yeah.
We all know sea level. We've known that all our lives, but it doesn't really make, when you become flat earth, it's like, oh, okay, sea level. Yes, that makes sense now. See how that ties in.
What other convincing arguments do you guys have for the flat Earth thing besides the horizon and the flat Earth, the sea level thing?
It's measured flat. All the aviation, navigation, surveying, it's all done with the flat Earth. And even some of your guys' stuff, orbital mechanics, for one, that needs a flat plane, ironically. So everything needs flat. We use Earth as flat and stationary. We fly, sail, drive your car. With GPS.
When you say it's measured flat, what instruments do they use to measure it flat?
Sextant.
I'm actually not familiar. I actually don't know the. Yeah, go ahead.
Here we go. Look in the text chat. I posted. There's two images.
You got artificial horizon, maybe.
Do you see it in the chat?
Who's speaking to me right now? Who just told me to see it in the chat?
Oblivion.
Oh, yeah.
That's me.
All right. Give me a second to look at it. Give me a second, okay?
This is probably
okay. So from what I gather at that picture, it seems to be that there's one of. Are you positing? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Explain it to me slowly. I'm very stupid. Are you positing the idea that one of those oil rigs is like smaller than another one, or what are you saying exactly?
No, I'll do it. They claim the Earth is 3959 miles in radius. And then in the first image, it says that it basically lists the math that every horizon difference measurement must be no more than 1.225 times square root of the observer's height in feet. It's basically just lists the math of where the horizon should be. In the bottom picture, the image is taken 1 foot above the water. So based on the math, with the radius they give us, the horizon should be no more than 1.22 miles away. But at a 1 foot observer's height, we're seeing the oil rig 9.41 miles away, as well as the other one before it. More importantly, the horizon is well behind it. Both of them. That's one way to say that we observe it and measure it flat. Because
doesn't it seem to be? It seems like so there is a little bit of curvature, right? It's just not the degrees you think it is.
No.
There's no curvature at all, even though there's like one of them is clearly smaller than another one.
Yeah, you're talking about optical effects. That's totally different and irrelevant. Honestly, it's actually irrelevant to the image and the whole point.
Well, wait. I mean, if we're just going to say optical effects, go ahead.
You shouldn't
sorry,
even
go ahead.
see. I know it. You shouldn't even see any of this because keep in mind, the horizon should be 1.22 miles.
You can see the whole rig. You can see the whole rig, but you think it's over the curve. The smaller one, you can still see the bottom, but you think it's over the curve. No, it's just perspective.
Yeah, the horizon is well behind both of them. So either the Earth is 10 times the size it should be, you know?
Well, there's definitely part of the second or the one on the left. There's definitely less seen of it, right? So it seems to me that either there's like some sort of haze or optical illusion that makes it disappear, or there is curvature. It's just not what you think it is.
Perspective.
Yeah.
You said that it's one. You said that it's 1 foot.
How would that even make sense? That the thing that's supposed to be hiding the thing is behind the things it's supposed to be hiding.
Yeah.
But you say it's showing less on the first rig, but the thing that's supposed to be hiding it is behind the second rig. The fuck are you talking about, man?
So basically, what ends up happening is that globe earthers come in here and they say that that's refraction. It's refraction. It's refraction. It's like, okay, what type of refraction? Because all types of refraction have everything to do with objects in respect to the horizon, not the horizon itself. Things may appear higher, lower. You know, other things like there's looming, stooping, sinking, towering. These are specific forms of refraction. Which refraction are you talking about? Because none of them have anything to do with relocating the horizon. That's just visibility. On a clear day, you'll see further. That's all.
You're saying that. Got it. So you're saying that the rig on the left, the one that you see less of, the reason you see less of it is because of optical effects. You said.
Yeah, it's called mirage. There's several different. I mean, they're classified and they're well established.
That's just further away, dude. It's smaller because it's further away. And you get
it's
that.
Smaller because it's further away. There's all kinds of instances of mirage that are legitimate and well established.
Mirage.
They have nothing to do with that's a form of refraction, but they have nothing to do with the horizon itself. It's objects with respect to the horizon.
Does mirages always happen at that distance? Or is it just like so it's like if something is that far away, if something is that, like, let's assume that it's like, I actually don't know. I'm sorry. You said in the picture it's like 3.9 miles or something. I forget. I'm sorry. In that picture, so it's like everything that is at 3. Did I get something wrong?
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So the picture, I'm just going to assume the picture says 3.9 miles. I don't want to look it up right now. I'm sorry. Does that mean that like everything that is that distance starts disappearing, or is this refraction or mirage thing like conditional on weather conditions or something like that?
Well, what the image shows is at a 1 foot observer height, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, where the horizon is at well beyond an object that is confirmed to be 9.4 miles away. Not only do you see it, you also see the horizon well behind it. Both platforms should be below the horizon, behind it.
Right, but like one of the platforms is you can't see all of it. The other one, so that means that like one, and I think we both agree. You tell me if I'm wrong. That the oil rig on the left is like farther away. Now, obviously, a glober, silly as they are, would say it's because of the curvature, but you would say it's because of like optical effects like a mirage or refraction and stuff like that. So what I want to know is that refraction is always going to be exactly that distance where it's like anything that far away, or is it go up or down depending on like weather effects?
it's dependent on the temperature of the water, temperature of the air, the ambient humidity, the visibility of the day, things of that nature that cause those effects. But what we can't get away from is that the horizon itself is well behind it. Because all of these effects that you can define and clearly argue exist have everything to do with the objects with respect to the horizon, not the horizon itself, which is 10 times further away than it should be. Where's the measured curvature? That's why this is my favorite observation.
Bro, you're just talking just to fucking talk.
I'm done.
No, it sounds like you are.
So this is.
I think we're.
This is just an observation, right? This is not actually an experiment. Is that correct?
True.
The Earth is round.
Observation.
Yeah, I heard some Globers, silly as they are, I heard them say that you don't need to account for any of that.
Silly as they are, that's my phrase. You can't steal my phrase. Fuck you, buddy.
You trying to say something?
Here's an IOU for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, now I get to steal one of your jokes.
Take my wife, please.
Are you guys having a private joke here or something?
Oh, by the way,
It's just a private view.
there's better images than this. There's a lot better images.
So what's the dependent and independent variable in this experiment?
It's not an experiment.
It's not an experiment.
Oh, so who cares?
Okay. Do you need one for an observation?
Do you need one for science?
You need one for a manipulative experiment.
Do you need one for an observation?
I mean, if you're just observing stuff, anybody could observe stuff. You could observe that space-time is curved.
Can you? How?
Yeah, in a 22-meter tower in the 1950s. Yeah, you can.
Cool. How do you do that?
Well, first you go to Harvard where the tower is, right? And then you aim the light up, yeah? And that's the dependent variable is up or down.
Yeah, and what's the
No, wait,
independent
is that the
variable?
independent variable? Which one is that one? And then it gets red or blue. What is it about up and down? Is it the gradient? Is it the buoyancy density of the gradient? What's in this box of gas? What if we change out the gas? It's not Doppler. Nothing's moving. Help, my family's starving. I can't explain this.
So you're saying that you've got an experiment that shows the bending and warping of space-time?
No, you have an experiment because the Pentagon funds, Harvard experiment.
But do you have one?
This is everybody's experiment. This is for everybody.
Okay, can you post it?
Yeah, it's called harvard.edu.
Yeah, you can post it.
Sure.
I want to learn more about this.
It's called Take Any General Relativity course, and they will tell you about. There's a thing called experiments.
I want to know more about this Harvard place, this Harvard thing. What does it do exactly? What are they selling you?
It's on the other side of the ice wall. I could take you, but I'm gonna need that other joke back.
What?
Right, yeah.
Fucking retard. Right, before he goes, actually, was it? What's the experiment called?
Pound Rebka, POUND-REBKA.
Sorry, can you type that in the chat for me, please? I don't understand your accent.
Here, sometimes this works. If you just talk to everybody, sometimes this works. Siri, type in the chat, Pound Rebka. We'll see if it works.
I can't understand your accent, dude.
I don't have a Siri. Maybe somebody does.
Wait, aren't you Australian? You can't tell me that. Like, I don't understand his accent.
No, I
don't
didn't
understand
really
his accent. Yeah. So if you
Okay, Google, type in the Discord, pound Rebka. Let's see if that one works. Let's see who has
Rev, R-E-V-K-A. He's asking you to just spell it out, dude.
REBKA.
B.
spell it, dude, and just type it in the chat, and then no one's confused about your accent.
Maybe if one of you had AI, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Oh, Lord.
You know, I asked Grok if the Earth was a globe, and I think Grok is in on it.
Yeah, Elon Musk is definitely a triple undercover ground.
Okay, so you can keep speaking, but you can't type the experiment in the chat.
I have no hands. Help me out.
Okay. Looks like you're pretty armless then.
I asked Grok a pretty darn good question, and after it answered me, it said you might be interested or might be asking something related to a flat Earth proof, and then went on, and then discounted it as being real. It was funny.
I'm going to ask Grok, actually. I was beaming before, but I actually want to know what Grok says. Give me a second.
Well, it depends on what you ask it.
All right, I'm going to let you steelman. I'm going to let you steelman it. Give me the best question to ask Grok, and I will put in verbatim what you say. Go ahead.
Yeah, you have to be real precise with your words, and I'm not as going to be very precise, but there is a graph showing a flat line of flight, and this is black box data from a known airplane flight that had we'll just say it had a incident. And it was just level and flat, no pitch, over a great distance, like 1,000 miles or more. So I asked Grok, what instruments is basically sent to the black box, NTSB black box, to record pitch data, and asked if it would detect the curvature of the Earth. And it went on and on saying that they use magnetometers, accelerometers, and blah, 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 all these things, and then basically ended up saying that it couldn't detect the curvature of the Earth, and then followed up by summarizing that you might be interested in the flat Earth argument or something like that, and then just shut me down.
You're right. That is kind of a hard question to phrase. I'll try some other things. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Timbo, that's a rabbit hole to go down. Oh, wait, is he in here? Yeah.
Yeah, me.
Yeah, that's a rabbit hole to go down, man. Ask it what instruments, in your own words, then ask it again and try to more clarify, and it's wild.
At some stage it starts tripping over itself, yeah.
Then I'll use ChatGTP, I'll use Google, and you'll get all kinds of different information.
Yeah.
But it was funny that Grok picked it up and said, yeah, you might be asking about a flat Earth proof. I was like, oh, that's crazy. I'm surprised no Globers have even said anything about that.
Should we? Gizmo's asking to be unmuted. What? Should we unmute him? All right.
Fuck it.
Go ahead, Gizmo.
Well, what do you want? If you got observations and they're going to match up with one theory, and then you're going to complain that those aren't really experiments. We got this Einstein gravity thing. It says when you aim the light up, it gets redder, and when you aim the light down, it gets bluer. You explain that.
Okay.
What was the experiment called? You typed a lot of shit in the chat. How did you do that with no arms or hands? But you can't type the experiment's name?
Oh, I might have lied about that.
Yeah, just a liar. That's all right. We knew that.
Wow.
Well.
Fine. It's flat. I can't keep the lie up anymore.
No, you don't have to do that. Water's not a lie.
No. You're righteously demanding the truth here, and I'm just
Do whatever you.
I've had it with the lies too.
Do whatever you want, mate. We don't care.
Okay, I just got back from Grok.
All right, I feel like lying on behalf of the Globers more. Is that okay?
Hey, do whatever you want. We get it every day, so it doesn't matter.
Right. So there's a place. It's called Harvard. It's on the other side of the ice wall, and they have a 22.5
I just don't believe you. I'm not sold on this Harvard thing, all right? I just accepted Stanford. I'm not sold on Princeton just yet, but this Harvard thing, I don't buy it. I just don't buy it.
He's on your side, man.
Oh yeah? Are you could just walk upside down now at quote unquote Stanford? Okay.
Look. I'm just saying I need some hard evidence, okay? People tell me that these places exist, but I haven't seen them. So how do
What's
I
an
know?
experiment I can do anywhere that proves that Stanford is real?
All right. That's why
I've talked to people who say that Stanford exists, but they might be lying. And I've seen pictures of this so-called Stanford, but how do I know it's not edited by NASA?
Whatever, man.
There's no way of knowing.
All right, what did Grok tell you?
Grok told me, and I swear this is true. I don't swear that this is true. I swear that it's true that Grok told me. Grok told me that the horizon is not measured flat.
Okay. Put it in the chat.
I'm driving right now. I'm sorry.
You see, you can't just ask them a simple question like, "Hey, is the horizon measured flat?" It'll say no. You have to give it scenarios and everything like that, and then and ask it questions. Yeah. Why, would, if, this, then that, and then it goes, "Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, you're correct. That is true." And it's like, "Oh, yeah." You got to really. It's like pulling teeth with AI.
Yeah. Saw this one YouTube video where there was this guy saying, "Okay, so how do I clap my hands, right?" And he's asking the AI like how you clap your hands, and you gotta like close the distance like halfway, right? So you're halfway to clapping your hands, and you're halfway. And if you keep doing it halfway, theoretically you do it like infinitely, right? You're always closing half distances, but that's not how it works in real life. In real life, you just clap your hands, right? You don't always do halfway. So and he could not get the AI to admit that, look, you can't, it doesn't work that way. He was just trying to trip up the AI, but you have to like ask it smart guy questions. AI is weird, is what I'm saying.
Grok will also tell you that dinosaurs were extinct by an asteroid, but they'll also tell you simultaneously they evolved to be birds, though they were extinct. So how does a non-existent, whatever you want to call it, evolve to become something that exists from non-existence?
Well, I mean, they're definitely extinct in the way that they don't exist anymore, right? Like, there definitely are no dinosaurs, so they are extinct. But their descendants are still here, right?
No. Like I said, AI will tell you that an asteroid hit Earth and killed them all. They're dead. Yet, simultaneously, they'll say that they evolved into birds. Though there wasn't any alive to become birds.
Sounds like a Grok of shit.
It's a Grok of shit. Yeah. But ChatGTP saved my ass this week, man. It really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of money.
Well, yeah, how?
So it says here that
yeah.
So go ahead.
No, you.
So I asked Grok, God, this thing's convenient. I mean, I don't trust AI all the time, but it's a very good, like, cursory beginning search tool, right? For basic questions, right? It's very good. And I just asked it, like, hey, did an asteroid kill all the dinosaurs? And it's like 66 million years ago, an asteroid killed all non-avian dinosaurs. So if some dinosaurs can fly, they probably survived, right? Not many of them, but some of them survived. But like Tyrannosaurus Rex, oh, they're kaput.
How do you make that? How does that make sense? How does flying shit survive?
I would imagine it's like the conditions on the ground, right? Because a lot of the dinosaurs on the ground are like really big boys, right? Who need like a lot of food. But the avian dinosaurs, the pterodactyls, they're lighter, right? They don't need as much food. They can sort of select. They can swim in, eat something, and then fly away. But if you're Tyrannosaurus Rex, you're like always on the ground, and if
That's pure copium, bro. That's horrible.
So they ate each other. In other words,
this is like a speculation. I wasn't there to observe it, but that's like one explanation, right?
So basically, the flying ones lived and they ate each other. It evolved and became chickens and shit that we eat.
Yeah, I mean, I buy it. I buy it.
It's horrible.
Yeah, we're just having
You're not
fun.
a huge fan of evolution?
No, because if you want to do that, which
Trash.
we don't want to do that. It's a bad way to go.
Okay,
It's just not going to work.
Okay, we'll talk about something else. Let's talk about flat Earth. I haven't talked about that in a while.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm here to vent. Mr. Flat Earthers, can we put our differences aside and can I vent to you guys?
Buddy, I want to vent too. What do you want to vent about? Let's go.
Are you a flat earther?
100%. I know the earth is flat. What do you want to vent
Hell
about?
yeah. I've been bullied by the Muslims.
Okay, I don't care.
They bullied me because why the fuck is this thing talking? Oh, okay. They bullied me because I thought slavery was bad. Insane, right?
Again, I don't care.
Crazy.
Go cry to somebody else.
Okay, Mr. Cool, edgy.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
Hey, listen. If you have nothing better to do you want to do something for me, guy? Okay, I sent you a link. It's my Rumble page. Right? I made some music. Go listen to it if you have nothing better to do. Tell me how it is. If you hate it, tell me you hate it. If you like it, tell me you like it. That's all I want to hear.
Let me listen. Oh, I hate it.
Oh, you didn't even listen to it yet.
I did. Every single the first millisecond is
Gamma squared
pure
minus.
ass.
Oh, you're a hater. There you go. That's good. Be a hater. That's fine.
Yeah, it's terrible. Like,
that's cool, man. That's fine. I told you, be a hater. It's cool. It's cool to hate,
ears
bro.
don't work. My ears don't work anymore, man. Like, I
Bro,
can't.
it's okay, man. Listen, it's fine. You don't have to, man. It's cool.
Yeah. Oh.
As a matter of fact, don't do it. I don't want you to do it. Fuck it.
Do what?
Go cry about the Muslims somewhere else.
You think slavery is alright? Tell me what's your moral compass.
Listen. This is a flat Discord. This is a flat Discord.
Tell me your moral compass, mate. What is it? Subjective or objective? Huh?
Listen.
That's really good.
You see, he got muted for talking about something that's not flat Earth. I told you.
Is this thing on?
What's up?
Oh. And we are live.
We certainly are, brother. Yep.
Okay, it's been confirmed. We're live. You guys talked to Gizmo yet, or is that is that one of us? Also, welcome,
Unfortunately.
Fish.
Therefore, we can write a very fast conclusion, which states that the length of the velocity, its norm, is always equal to the speed of light.
See how am I can?
When using coherent units, for example, if we measure time in seconds and distances in light seconds, the speed of light is precisely 1.
Yeah, Gizmo is a dude who has the strength of 5 globetards, it seems.
Is that a real? It sounded like a down.
He's
He's
just
just
playing
weird?
a clip through his speaker.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I was like, it's giving that same yaw angle guy vibes, if you remember him for a second there. But it's Gizmo, so he's a globetard?
He has the strength of 5 yards.
It's giving. It's giving. I'm not gonna lie, it seems like that. Globetard shirt. Yeah, man. What the heck? Interesting stuff. All right. Well, should we? Are they not trying to talk or what?
What do you want to talk about, man?
And we are live. Well, the chat's talking shit. Wait, is that who was that? Oh, that's Mr. Scott. Mrs. Scott. Mrs. Scott. Or Fish. It's Fish. What's up, dude?
Oh, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you live. We are live.
What I meant, I wasn't talking shit in the chat, so.
No, sorry. I thought you were. I thought I wasn't looking at the panel. I thought that was Gizmo that said something, and I was going to stir the pot by saying they're talking shit about you. But it's all good. Have you been here before?
Oh yeah, buddy. Yes, sir, I have.
Are you like a Fish fan? That band Fish? Is that what you're into, or is that something else?
You know, so many people have asked me that question, and to be honest, I've never checked them out. But I probably.
Me neither. Nah, I hear they're like good for like. There's like I have some friends that are into it. Let's just put it that way.
Okay.
But I've never really listened to stuff like that, to be honest. My hippie friends are into it.
I don't even know what type of music they are. To be honest with you.
What is it like? It's like indie bands or some shit, like hippie, like acid. People like take stuff like that and go watch the show. I don't know, some shit like that.
Okay.
Not my speed either. Anyway, I feel like I recognize your profile picture. Have you been here before or no?
Yeah, I used to be Ryan Osirus, but I went through kind of a
There it is.
as it can be said.
Yep.
A bit of
Gotcha.
rebranding. Not trying
Right
to
on, dude.
I just need to keep all my profiles consistent. You know what I mean?
Sure, bro. I feel you, dog.
You feel me on that? So.
Yeah, I feel you. So, what are your current thoughts on Flat Earth? We getting any closer, or what's the vibes?
I don't know, man. I'm just like, I'm still skeptical. Obviously, I mean, because definitely still skeptical. I need like something that I can use in my, use to. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Sorry.
You need a model or something?
I would never say that to you guys specifically, because that seems to
But
kind of rile everybody up. But
that's what you
something
feel like.
that just something I'm a visual learner, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I can only give you a visual in the sense of words, but I like having like a mini me or like a Hot Wheels version. I don't think you're ever gonna be able to get that. I don't think it's because we don't like it or like if we give you something and then it like proved it wrong, then we're cooked. Like I don't think it's anything like that at all. I think it's more similar to how the universe is presented. I used to think of the universe in a bunch of different weird ways back when I believed in the globe. But do you think, do you have, let's just say for a moment, everyone in here were globe earthers. Well, like the globe itself is a thing in a place. It's like an object in a realm. I would say it's a thing in a place. So like then we start to think about that place itself, then we have a lot of questions. What shape is the universe? I don't know how you would even know that. Or where's the edge? I don't. Can you make a mini me, like a Hot Wheels version, a mini model of the universe? I don't know how you would even do that. Like this is the universe would be reality, like as a whole, the way I would think about it. And how do you can't really look at it from sort of like an outside place. You know, you can look at the globe from, God damn, this guy's right in my ass right now. You can look at the globe like you can look at a puppet on your hand, right? But you can't look at the universe like that. So I always compare Flat Earth to the universe in a similar way where you can't really look at it in the way that people want when they ask for a model. What they're asking for a model is something like the globe, which you could leave the Earth, go to another place, look back at it, boom, globe, great. We can model that, we can make miniature versions of that, etc. But we can't do that with the universe, and we can't do that with flat Earth. It's not like, oh, we just don't like models. It's just like, how would you know, you can't get that perspective on reality. You're inside of it, you're not outside of it. So it's going to be very difficult for someone to give you like a visual, you know, I don't think you're going to get it, to be honest. That's usually what I tell people. It's a thing in a place, and that place is reality. Yeah. So hopefully that helps a little bit, but
is the thing that we live on like the only thing in the universe? Because we keep saying the Earth and then the universe. Are these the same thing, or are these different things?
I would say, like, let me not speak for everyone in the panel. There might be some people that maybe disagree, but I would say the flat Earth is the universe, or at least it has very similar characteristics. Maybe not necessarily in like its sheer size. Oh, you're gonna say, what about the stars?
Yeah, that is exactly what I was about to say. I'm just curious what your thoughts.
Yeah. Well, I think I heard a quote, like this was like forever ago. I heard a quote. This is way before I came in Flat Earther even. It went something like, the greatest mysteries known to man are the sun, the moon, and the stars. And like that's more true now than ever. I don't think anyone knows what stars are. Anyone knows what the moon is. Anyone knows what the sun is. How would you? All we have is lore. You know, the globe has given us lore about what they are, and that's cool. But I don't think we know what those things are. If me and you go to the beach and we look up at the sun or the moon or the stars, and you turn to me and go, "Hey, CB, so what is that?" Like, If I were to say anything, I'm just straight capping. I'm just pulling it directly out of my ass. How would you know what that is? It's like some twinkly light phenomenon in the sky. That's as good as you're gonna get. I don't know what that is, dude. I don't think anyone has known or will know what they are. I would say, I always joke around and say, get in line if you want to know. Everybody wants to know what those are, but I don't know, dude. I don't have those answers.
Why is it not possible for us to know?
I don't know how we would even get closer to knowing. Like,
well, we could get closer physically, right? I mean, there are rockets that go into the sky. They're planes, right? So that technically gets you closer, right? Can we glean in?
Yeah, I mean,
closer?
Maybe. I don't know. Like, let's think about the moon for a second. Like, are you familiar with like a new moon?
I thought you were about to say, are you familiar with the moon? Yeah, I'm familiar with the new moon.
New moon, yeah. So, what do you think's going on there?
Right. So a new moon is like when you basically can't see the moon, right?
Can't see it, yeah.
Right.
Like I'm like fascinated by that. I'm like, what even? Oh, based off of what they're saying, they're like, well, it's a rock, and like the sun shines light on it, stuff like this. That to me, that seems kind of silly because when I look at the moon, I'm like, that thing glowing. You know, that thing is glowing up, and then like it goes like dark. Like, what is that? Or like an eclipse. What's that?
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're like, oh, it's just just a rock getting in front of another rock. I don't know about that one. So I don't know. I feel like there's so many mysteries, like this, what the sun is, what the moon, the sun eclipses too. I feel like they're so mysterious, and I don't know how you would come to a conclusion of like, yeah, I know exactly what the eclipse is. I know exactly what a new moon is going on there. It can go so deep as I used to follow a channel called Crow 777. This guy used to film the moon all the time with his telescope, big telescopes. And he filmed this thing that he called originally the lunar wave. But then I think he like redubbed it to the firmament wave or something like that. But basically, you know, when you have like a TV screen or like a computer screen, and I don't even know how to explain it really that well, to be honest. But it like, fuck, I don't know how to explain it, bro. But like you have a TV and there's like waves on the TV. Really bad at explaining this. But he basically saw the same phenomena on the moon. And so just the moon just does weird stuff, bro. And I don't think
about,
that
like
we're
the ripples, the waves.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Now people say like, oh, that's just like the planes flying by. Like, maybe, I don't know. But
maybe we were talking about different things then. I saw a video one time. It was by like Corridor Crew. They're like visual effects artists, and they analyze videos, I guess. And this video ripples going through across the moon, basically looked like a wave going across the moon.
Yes, right? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm talking about the same thing.
Yeah. I forget what you said. Was.
Well, I know like the mainstream, like if you presented it to like a hardcore anti-flat earther or whatever, they'd be like, oh, that's just some planes flying by and it caused like refraction waves or I don't know, some bullshit. We'll just make up some shit.
I don't think that was the reason they did, but
oh, well, that's good. I don't know what that is, bro. But I'm just pointing out that the moon is weird. But I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. It looks like the moon's like it's like a loading screen or something. I don't even know how to explain it, but yeah, the moon does weird stuff, and so I don't think and that we talk about the Earth being contained, right? So it's not that you could leave the Earth and like fly closer to it. I don't even know where it is. I saw a video on Twitter the other day. This guy was in a plane and the moon's like below him or whatever. And people in the comments were like, so much for like 300,000 miles away or whatever. Like there was some people that were like, yeah, the story about it's cap. So I don't know, bro. I don't know how you would, you know, come to learn more things about the sun or the moon or stars even. So I don't know. I say there's like the mysteries are up there, the questions are up there, and the answers are down here. But I don't know, bro. That's a good. I want to know what they are too, but I don't think I'm going to get much closer to that, at least in this lifetime, or not by asking my fellow man, "Hey, bro, next to me, do you know what the moon is?" I don't expect him to know that, you know.
Sure.
So, yeah.
Very cool.
So yeah, I mean, I don't think the flat Earth is like in, or like I don't think the moon is like an object in space, and then the sun is an object in space, and then the Earth is an object in space. I think the Earth is kind of, this is it. This is the realm we live in. This is reality. And then what those things in the sky are, I have no clue.
So
Sometimes I compare.
So they're are they physical?
I would probably bet not. I would probably say no. Because, like, that's why I pointed out the new moon. Is like, if it's a physical thing, like, why, what's up with the new moon, like, disappearing thing? Like, what kind of physical things disappear, you know? Or eclipse, you know, like, what kind of physical stuff does that?
I could show you a ball in my hand and then put it behind my back, and then it would disappear. That doesn't mean it's
But that's not
all
what they're, that's, I know what you're saying, but I don't think that's not what even is claimed to be happening with the new moon. They're just saying like, oh, well, like the sun's angle isn't hitting it, so it's dark. It's like, I'm not sure if I'm buying that because it should still be detected. Like, let's say you have what a better analogy would be, I think, is like you have the ball in your hand and you have a light on in your room and you turn the light off and you don't see it, but you should still be able to detect it through some means, like infrared or something like that. You should be able to see the ball in some way, shape, or form, or detect it at least. But what I'm hearing, or my understanding with the new moon, is like it's not even detectable. Like we don't see it. We're not detecting it. I could be, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's my understanding of a new moon. It's like nobody's seeing that, nowhere at all. You know, so I don't think it's physical. Is it real? I mean, I don't think it's fake.
I mean, something's obviously real.
Sometimes I come to a rainbow, but like, yeah, well, like we see rainbows, but you can't go touch a rainbow. Yeah, I'm not saying the moon is fake or anything like that, or like a simulation, or like I don't think things like that. But I sometimes I bring up the rainbow thing, and it could get me into trouble. But like the rainbow, we see a light phenomena in the sky called a rainbow, but it's not like you can land on it. They have jokes about being pots of gold on the other side and stuff like that, right? But it's not, we see it, you can't go to it, you can't land on it, you can't touch it, taste it, smell it, but you see this light phenomena very clearly. So I say, what if the moon and the sun are like that, sort of, where it's like a light phenomena, but it's not like something you can go to or like touch or grab or anything like that. You know.
Okay.
You know.
Then it would be a projection. Is kind of, I think, is kind of what you're.
Maybe I don't. Again, I don't know. I really, really don't know. It's hard for me to like even speculate.
I know, and most of you guys. I'm sorry to say this, dude. Most of you guys would just say, "I don't know," and that's okay. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
And you guys just reject the mainstream science, I'd say, explanation of things. Just fair enough.
Yeah.
And, I don't know. It just makes it hard to have a discussion, I guess. I don't know.
Sure. Yeah. I get that.
You know, because like you say, oh, it's not this, it's not this. What is it then? I have no idea. Okay, well then there it is. There, you know.
Are you familiar with like shamanism at all? You ever heard of like shaman or anything like that before?
I've never played World of Warcraft, dude. Sorry.
Me neither. I learned about shamanism through like it's like Eastern philosophy, like Eastern um wisdom and stuff like that. Alan Watts, if you're familiar, are you familiar with Alan Watts?
No clue.
That's all right. Well, like Buddhism and Zen and Hinduism, stuff like this. It's like Eastern philosophies, and they have like shamans. They would have like the work of a shaman. Um, let's say you're like it's like some dude in like a hut in a jungle, like way away from civilization. This shaman lives by himself or whatever, and you hear that he's got some answers to life, and you want to go seek him out, and you go seeking out this guru or this shaman. You go find him in his hut, and you're like, hey, I heard you have answers. And like, he's not gonna give you answers, even if he does have things to help, like ways to help you. He's not gonna be like, okay, here's a brochure with all the facts in it, now leave. He's gonna he's gonna like, there's a saying, a fool who persists in his folly may become wise. So he's going to like do that with you. And I use the analogy sometimes of I used to play Forza like way back in the day on my Xbox. And you ever play Forza before or no, that racing game?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
So like in the game, you would be driving and then you like find, they have like these barn finds. You like stumble across a barn and there'll be a car in it and you can like keep the car or whatever. And like that's true in real life too. You might like people buy cars off of old guys. They left like a Porsche sitting in this barn for like 20 years. It's just covered in dust or whatever, right? Now, the idea is you wouldn't necessarily need to get like a new windshield and new wheels, this and new that. You just clean it off. Like the windshield's crusty and dusty and covered in dirt, but all you need to do is just like remove the dirt and the grime, and then you'll be able to see through it again. And so like that's kind of the work of a shaman, where you just remove crap and clutter and maybe like your ego. Maybe you have like a big ego. You remove your ego, and then you're healed or whatever. And so there's actually a saying in Sanskrit that's called neti neti. And it literally means what you said, not this, not that. And I don't know. This is like a kind of a scrambled way to explain why it's okay to like not feed someone answers. You want them to figure it out. They're like that windshield on a car. You just remove crap, bad ideas, remove this, remove that, and then maybe they'll see it. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't force it to drink. You need people to kind of realize it on their own. So, we can't just sit here and be like, oh, the sun is this, the moon is this, the earth is this is this. We sort of I take that shamanistic approach. And if someone's like, oh, flat earth must be like a disc in space. Nope. I take that idea away. Well, gravity must be like holding us down to the earth. Nope. Take that idea away, right? So I'm really big on this like neti idea where you just take ideas away from people and then they have to, they should be able to see it after that. But I know that's really difficult for people, for sure.
But we agree that the guy's sitting in a rat nest of a home. he doesn't. He claims to know shit, but he won't tell you shit. Wants you to figure it out for yourself.
Well, he's not even going to claim to know things. You're going to assume that he does.
Oh, but, well, I wouldn't.
Well, I mean, maybe not you, but that's what the people that go seek him out.
Why would they seek him out? He's a guy sitting in a rat nest of a home. Why would they even look for him?
Well,
why would he know anything?
It's the fool who persists in his folly that becomes wise, right?
Rat nest of a home. We're talking about his.
the shaman in the jungle, like just in a freaking hut, you know.
Yeah, rat nest.
He's not gonna be like, yeah, I've got all the answers. Boom, here's a brochure. He's gonna be like, oh, you've seeked me out. Tell me, like he's gonna start playing tricks on you and stuff like that, and eventually maybe you'll like wake up or realize something that you never needed him to begin with and stuff like that. It goes really deep, bro. This
I bet a dude
philosophy.
in the jungle could have a lot to teach all of us. I'll be honest.
Exactly. Exactly.
I wouldn't go to him for like truths about the
Earth
that we live on.
yeah.
I'd maybe go for him how to build a hut, maybe what like plants to eat, what plants to stay away from, poison ivy, poison oak, shit like that. I would
ultimately he'd probably teach you that you're a lot more like him than you thought. No.
Have you
I don't know,
have you
man.
ever taken shrooms, psilocybin
Oh
before?
shit!
CB?
You see, this is why it comes to this. It comes to this
Hey,
because
it's a
you
family
go to
show.
a native Indian, and he's
I'm
going to
sorry,
tell you
dude.
all kinds of shit that's garbage.
This is
and
what it sounds like, dude. I'm sorry. When you're talking
Now
about
it's shrooms.
ego death, and like you're talking about shamans and shit, I immediately think, oh, this guy loves his psychedelics.
Well, I'll DM you if you really want to know stuff like that. But
dude,
yeah,
it does. I mean, that's cool.
that's
Though.
my approach. I know there other people have different approaches, but that's been my approach for the
I'm a big
longest
fan of
time.
drugs too. Hey, I've taken shrooms before too. They're pretty fun.
Okay. I'm pretty sure they tried to drop enough hints. We don't talk.
What were you gonna say?
in here.
Who was it? It was You can pop him up. Yeah, I think he's got the memo.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're on YouTube, bro. We can't go too crazy on that. It was who was that? Was it Says Who or who was that? I wanted to talk to them a little bit
Me?
more.
Fish?
No.
Okay.
Who did Says Who leave or?
Wait, why did I get muted, bro? Because we were talking about the thing.
Well, we can't talk about rugs too much in here, man. You know, Persians are gonna get mad.
Bro, I was getting to a point though, and I forgot what it was now. So, anyways,
Oh, you're good. I wanted to talk to Says Who. Was that Says Who? Freaking made a Tetrix. Like, yeah. I don't agree with this. I just wanted to clear
I
up
feel like I
something with
just
him.
got left at a party, dude. Me and you were talking. We were holding our drinks, and then you're like, "Oh, what up?" To another guy, some dude walked in. You go, "Oh," and you left me, and now I'm alone.
Well, I just wanted to address him because I feel like he was gonna. I just wanted to clear something up with him. It's all good.
You're good, dude.
But
You're fine. You're fine. Go.
you're good. You're good. I just got home too. But yeah. I mean, that's my introduction. I usually give people that introduction often is about the Earth is like the universe. You can't compare. People just want to compare the flat Earth to a globe Earth, and they're not alike. You know, they're not like like each other at all. I think that's what people get into they get into a lot of trouble when they start comparing those two things. They're not similar. You could take a lot of objects and use them to represent a globe, a ball, some fruit, like an apple or like orange or something like that. There's a lot of objects that you could use to represent a globe. But what object would you use to represent the universe? Exactly. Like I don't think there is one. Oh, he's deaf in chat. Maybe you got a call or something. No worries. Beta Tetrix, you had to bang Gizmo out of here? Damn. Was he talking shit in the chat?
Yeah, just spamming chat GPT shit.
Mm.
If I wanted to ask chat GPT, I'd type the bastard in myself. I don't need these teenage tech turds coming in here jumping onto chat GPT because they're too stupid to ask questions themselves. So, yeah.
Yeah, true. GPT.
Anyways, the way he was talking, there was a guy in here last week. Yeah, I think it was last week. He was Mogwai, off Gremlins. Like that fella there, Gizmo. That's what that Gremlin's name was, or Mogwai's name was. Well, that's what they're classed as. But yeah, I called him that, and he didn't even click with it. And I'm guessing that this clown here is the same dude, because he was posting up exactly the same shit. Anyways, that's neither here nor there.
Wait, Metatetrix, was that MKBHD guy actually here?
I don't know if it was him or a troll, but
Probably was a troll. This guy's way too busy.
Well, that's what I'm thinking too. He's way too busy. He's always doing videos, and he's as cool as a cucumber. The one that was in here was a complete muppet.
Oh, I would have recognized his voice. I wasn't here, but I would have definitely recognized Marcus's voice.
Yeah, I've heard him before a couple of times, and it didn't sound the same. But yeah.
Yeah, there's no way it was him. I saw that in the chat. I'm like, wait a minute, was he really here? But that would be interesting. I don't think he would actually do that.
Well, he's
like I said, he's super fucking busy. Yeah, he's, and like you said, he's like a little bit more even keeled. It seems.
Yeah, he'd be way too controlled. That kid just spiraled out in no time flat. So
that would be really interesting though if he actually did join, because that's a big freaking channel, man.
20M.
Huge. That's a big channel, dude.
Yeah.
But like I said, he's too busy.
Well, either way, if he wants to post up, if it is him and he posts it up, that'll be interesting. We'll get all these other wannabe heroes trying to come in here.
Yeah, for sure. All press is good press for Flat Earth, bro. 100%. Like, that does not hurt us at all. We've already seen every hit piece, every attack. They can't say anything now. I mean, it'd have to be just TOS stuff to like really, oh, you're a bunch of rapists, or it would have to be something absolutely unbelievable. But I don't. Any hit piece is gonna make us blow up now, because the TFE, the conferences, even like Dave's videos and Duffy and all these guys, like they're just giving us more press.
Yeah.
And it's funny. I have a clip. Myron was watching a debate between Andrew Wilson and some like agnostic guy or something. They were debating something. I think they were debating the them boys, if you know what I mean. And so Myron went to Modern Day Debates YouTube channel, and guess what popped up? The first thing that popped up when he searched it: Flat Earth versus Globe Earth. It was the first thing that popped up on the screen. He didn't address it or anything, but he definitely saw it, and he was looking for the other video. I have a clip of that. It's not that important, but I thought that was interesting that he literally scanned over it. It was the first video that popped up. Oh, also, I have something to report as well. Hold on a second, chat. I was listening to a song recently. Hey, made a touch of. You know who Cardi B is?
Who is?
Cardi B.
Cardi B. I've heard the name.
Okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. She mentioned Flat Earth in a song that I'm like, dude, not positively necessarily, but the fact that she mentioned it was interesting enough. She says, I'll have to get the clip and add it to the soundboard or something like that. But she says, got a round ass. I don't think the earth's flat. So stupid. But dude, she literally says it in the song. I don't think the earth's flat. Like, even if you didn't, you don't have to mention it. But the fact that you mention it, that's good.
That means a
People
flat
can do-
earther has hurt her.
Oh yeah, she's probably been addressed.
Now I
You
know
know,
who
she's
Cardi
some-
B is. I'm just looking up. I wouldn't have known her if she sat on me knee. Like, seriously.
Wow, that's, you know what? That's so funny. I love you Aussies
Just
are so funny,
remember
dude.
this. Remember this. A lot of people listen to music, they don't watch it.
Yeah. Like, I probably couldn't even name, like, the biggest song I can name by her is like Clout, but even then, you probably don't know that fucking song.
No.
I don't know. Anyway,
Even if I'd probably go, never heard this before.
you know what? I'm stealing that. I wouldn't know her if she sat on my knee. That's funny as hell. Is that like an Aussie saying or something?
No, normally I say worse things, but I'm trying to keep it family.
You are too funny, dude. You are too funny, bro. I'm stealing that though. That's a good line right there. But yeah, I got a round ass. I don't think the earth flat. Like, someone definitely had brought it up to her. But like, thanks for mentioning us though. Appreciate it. Yeah. So, but like, all press is good press for us for sure, dude. Dang, bro. I kind of want to talk to Says Who. I like a little beef. He's like, yeah, I don't agree with this. Like, well, it's fine, dude. All right. I just sent him a DM just in case. Let's see who's with us here. We got people joining in. Political Viking. Yeah, this is the panel. Got pretty chill tonight. Not too much going on. What's the latest with you, Made Tetra? Arguments? Oh shit. Let me switch mics, guys. Hold on one second.
He's getting his good mic on. Look out.
It should be a little bit better. Maybe I can play that song without getting copyrighted.
Maybe.
Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. Cool. 1 second.
Was I getting feedback?
Yeah. It's coming through my mic. I can fix that. Should be better now.
Testing. Yep.
Yep.
Good.
All good. All right, brother. Cool, man. Hey, it's good to be here with you, bro. It's good to be in politics as well, man. Oof, that soundboard, oof, feels good, dog. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still a little bit rusty, though. I'm not gonna lie, dude. There's so many sounds. It's not even funny. Were you here when I debuted some new clips?
No.
No. I got some new content, dude.
I had a look at the soundboard and I've just scrolled through it and gone, I can't even find half the shit. There is so much here.
Yeah.
I track it before.
Well, dude, because that's how it works. You have to
Memorize
use
everything.
it or you lose it. Yes, you use it or you lose it because it's all based off of searching. So if you don't know what to search, you ain't gonna find it, and you can't just sit and scroll. It takes too much time for this. You have to be on point with its quickness, right?
So the more you use it, the more you get better at it. And I don't mean like use it like all in one day a million times. It's just like getting familiar with the search terms is like really important, or documenting them with proper search terms or emojis is like one way to really enhance your skills on it. Like for example, like if I search gun, that pulls up all the gun
everything.
emojis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sniper, the gun reload, the gunshot. I got you in my sights. Anything to do with like, shots fired. Give me the shooter. Give me that fucking shooter. That's a good one, right?
Well, that's good when someone else does a reload. So if someone does a reload, you can bust that out. It's like, you shouldn't have that. Give me that.
So those are really good. Like the emojis, you can use emojis, but yeah, man, I don't know how the fuck we got to so many, dude. It's ridiculous. But it was turned off for so long, so we got kind of rusty, But it's all right. I wonder. You should take a screenshot, Matrix. I want to see what your top favorites are. I'll screenshot mine. I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
You're on your phone, aren't you?
No, I'm on the computer, bro.
Oh, actually, I can post that. Yeah.
Those are my top. That's my top one right there.
So favorites, the top. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 3 rows of 7, and oops, try that button.
Oh, nice. That's a fact, Jack. Think, McFly. Think. Also for you. Yeah. The dream one is so good. I love that one.
Yeah,
Stop the cap, of course.
Yeah, stop the cap. That's a given.
Say it. That's something you came up with that I love that, dude. That's a you one for sure. You did all those. Say it.
We do not care.
Yeah, that one's brilliant. Also, tweeds. I haven't used that one in so long. Just one of them tweeds. Q used to love that one. What's that? Take a look. What's that one?
Where are we? Take a look.
Oh, I see.
See what just breezed in the door.
What is that from? That's funny.
Back to the Future.
Oh, really? That's a
The
funny ass.
third
I
one,
love
yeah.
that. That's a good one. Yeah, you got some good ones up there. I have a lot of favorites. Is that it? Because I can scroll my favorites, but those are the ones when I open the board, that's right there.
Yeah, that's what those ones that I've put up. That's the first. Was it 21?
I favorite it a lot. Also, we have Yakub Effendi. What's up?
What's
dude?
up?
What's going on, man? Is this your first time or you been here before?
I was here yesterday a little bit, but I'm just.
Nice. How did that go?
I was fine. I was chill. I was just listening. Just listening to what people are saying.
Are you a flat earther?
No, I'm just chilling, using you guys' kind of background noise. It's kind of nice.
I've got you in my sights.
All right, well, we got that.
I'm just listening to what you guys got to say. I'm all ears.
We're just talking shit about the soundboard right now, but
I'm all ears. That is an awesome one off Universal Soldier. Thank you.
wait, where are you from, Yakub? With a name like
What do you
that?
mean, man? What do you mean?
Are you like from like Europe or some shit?
No.
So you're like from like Slavistan or some shit?
I'm from the U.S. I just thought it was like a cool nickname, I said it was like a cool username. Was all.
Yeah, that's cool. How do you pronounce the second one? Pasha?
Pasha. The S is like SH. But
Nah, man.
yeah.
They're definitely Mexican or some shit.
You Mexican? Holy shit, you're Mexican? Yeah.
Dude, they made it Tetrix. That's the new clip that I got, bro. I've been busting it out. I
That's a
just
nice
set
clip.
people up with that. Yeah, it's funny as fuck. I love it.
It's a good one.
So, how about just like something really basic? Like, do you think the Earth moves?
Sure, man.
Sure. Why?
That's what they told me, you know.
Okay. Like, do you like think about that, or you just rolling with it?
No, not really.
Because I don't think the Earth moves. I used to force myself to believe that, but now I'm like, that's just so. It's like so basic.
Yeah, that's why I mean. I'm just letting you guys do your thing, you know. I'm just listening. No hate, no. Just letting you guys do your thing.
That's cool. That's a vibe. That's a vibe. But I always ask people this: like, are you in a building right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that building attached to the Earth?
Yep. My house is not moving. You know, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. I'm just sitting here.
So I'll be like, oh, are you in a moving building? They'd be like, no, of course not. And then you walk them through, like, okay, so is it attached to the Earth? I'm like, yeah. Is the Earth moving? Yeah. Okay, so are you in a moving building? Oh, well, yeah. It's like, okay, there you go. You're in a moving building, I guess. So,
yeah, it's pretty sweet.
All right, one more for you.
What's up? What's up?
I'll stop bothering you, but
no, you're good, man. So I'm just
well,
chilling.
maybe then two more. We'll give you two more then.
Okay, right.
This one's about water. So, like,
okay,
a body of water that is big enough to put your body in.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is the water at the surface of it concave, convex, or neither?
You're gonna have to like dumb that down for me, man. You know, I'm not a big water guy. You want to explain that one for me?
I got you. Yeah,
I don't want to sound too dumb here, you know, but
you're good. You're good. Sometimes that word's like a little. Just a refresher on what that means. Here we go. Sorry, one sec.
No, you're good, man. I think I remember the Banhammer guy from yesterday, the Australian guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I remember him from. I was here last night, or maybe day for him. I don't know, but I was just listening. He was yelling at some guy. Some guy. Yeah, I was like, you were yelling yesterday. It was like I just, you know.
Actually, I don't yell. It's just my normal volume. Believe it or not.
Yeah. I would say sorry. You weren't yelling. You're just. I think a louder human. You know, that was my first time hearing you. So I just think you're louder.
Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah. I'll give you an idea how loud my voice is. At 2 yards, if I put a decibel meter in front of me, it's 78 decibels.
You're just a loud man, huh?
Yeah. Always have been.
Chill though. Always have been. That's cool.
Until I yell.
I hated that shit.
And then it just blows out. Just noise then.
Yeah. I don't know if you were taking a bath yesterday or what you were doing. You think you mentioned like a bath or something. I don't remember.
No.
No. I don't know where I got that from then. You sound like you were just relaxing though. Some guy was annoying you.
That's pretty common.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Are you like notorious? Oh, okay. What's up? Okay. Yeah.
Can you see the chat?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm like laying in water, it looks, you know, it's like pretty flat when I'm laying in it, you know?
Yeah. Well, I would say that all bodies of water behave the same, and they're not doing either of these.
Yeah.
Like an ocean's not doing, like the Globers are saying that the thing on the left. Oh shit. Yeah, they're saying the thing on the left is what's happening.
Gotcha.
Like on like lakes and oceans and everything. I'm like, no.
No, yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
That's where the flat comes in.
So I had a question. I'm not like, you know, I'm not trying to debate. I'm just curious with you guys. Like, how many, like, when you guys get like people in here that like want to debate, you know, really set you right or whatever. Like, have you ever like not like converted people? You know what I mean though? Like, have you ever like hurt someone
Matrix, did he cut out for you?
Yeah, he did actually. It's
How
not
would you
really a
answer that?
debate. How do you debate measurements? Like, if I drag you around to my house and I go, right, here's a tape measure, let's measure my table, it's 4'8", or whatever the number comes, we'll use 4'8". We measure it, it's 4'8". How do we debate measurements? We could probably debate whether we like using that tape measure or not, whether it's accurate or not. Then we could get another one, measure it again, 4'8". We could probably debate which way to run the tape measure, who should hold it, who should read it.
Yeah,
When it
yeah.
comes down to it, the actual measurement, if it's measured, it's measured. It's not a debate topic.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, cool. I like the way you worded it.
So-
Thanks.
Yeah, debating shapes and measurements.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
So, yeah, when they come in here, because we get quite a few, because of the server we're in, we get quite a few what we call debate bros come in here just looking to debate. And the issue with that is they don't give a crap about the subject matter. They just come in here for the specific game of debating.
Yeah, no, I mean, those people are annoying no matter what that topic is. I feel like it's
Correct. And
it's
you've
not
probably
mutual,
seen them in
yeah.
other channels too.
Oh yeah, man.
Very
Yeah.
frustrating.
Yeah, it's annoying.
So they
Gotcha.
normally get drop kicked pretty quick.
Give them the hammer there.
If they're in here being respectful and not spamming the side chat, or just if they're just in here listening, being chill, they can stay here all day. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
When they start carrying on with crap or spamming the side chat, if they TOS violations, insta gone. Good luck if you last more than 3 seconds if I'm sitting in front of the computer. But
I mean, it is your name, you know. It is Banhammer. You know.
it's not actually.
It's-
Normally it's Matrix, but
Oh, okay, all right.
yeah, someone else nicknamed me this because I cleaned a few out in a hurry one day.
Oh.
But yeah, if they're in here being chill, asking sensible questions, or even if they're asking stupid questions because it's their first time, I don't have a problem with it. The ones I do have a problem with are the guys that have been coming back for the last 9 months straight, asking the same repetitive, stupid questions. They start to get on my nerves after a bit.
Okay.
Normally we shut them down and let someone like yourself have a bit of a yarn. It's all good.
Yeah, that's sweet, man. So I don't really use the server, so
Ah, cool.
I don't really know how it works. But
So what got you into the whole flat earth thing in the first place? You just woke up on Sunday morning and said, that's it, I'm going to jump in here and find out what's going on.
no, I was playing like Ready or Not, and like it was just a creepy mission, and it spooked me out. I just wanted background noise. That was all. Honestly, I just it's a dumb reason, but I just want like the topic yesterday was really intense, and I was like, it was just needed. It was really good to listen to. You know, that was it. I'm just
Fair enough.
yeah.
That's good.
Like I said, I wasn't going to say anything, but the other guy said hello. So
No, we normally try to say g'day to everyone that pops in,
yeah.
just so
It's,
they're not just left sitting out there when we see
Yeah.
new names that we haven't come across before.
Yeah, sweet, man.
So what do you think? We're crazy, or are you going to go and check it out for yourself?
No, you know, I'll read into it. I'm not going to just call people crazy because I don't think it's. I know. I don't think it's flat, but I'm not going to be a dick and just be like, oh, they're all crazy. Because I mean, if you guys believe it for a reason, so you know.
Well, it's not a belief; it's a knowing.
Yeah, sorry. I know you know it, and you know what? I'll read into it, or I'll listen to you guys, but I'm not gonna. You know, like I said,
Well,
I'm not gonna.
how's this? I don't
what's up?
expect you to trust or believe in anything I say. I hope that you would go out and check for yourself to see if anything you're told is truthful.
I think it'd be worse if I just sat here and like, you know what, this Australian guy on Discord told me these things, and I'm not even gonna look more for myself. That's what I know now. I think that would be.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'll look, man.
So we all know really basic shit like water at rest takes the shape of its container. Yep, that's a given. Most fluids do. Actually, all fluids do. Takes the shape of their container, and they are flat and level on their surface.
Yep.
We all know that. But yet we'll get people coming in here arguing, oh, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's like, dude, you were taught this stuff in kindergarten. Water is flat and level on top. So at what distance, at what range, at what size does that change?
Mm-hmm.
If you believe you live on a ball.
Mm-hmm.
In a drinking glass, flat and level on top. In your bathtub, flat and level on top. In a swimming pool, flat and level on top. Go down to the local lake, flat and level on top. Look across the Pacific, curved. Where did I miss the...
Yeah.
That's what we normally get. So, something to think about. If water, as we know, is flat and level on top, how can you have a ball which is allegedly 72% water if it's flat and level on top?
That's a good point, man.
So just little things like that.
Yeah.
And then you the next one. Which this is the one that cracks me up. You can't see the curve because it's so big. You have to go up into space. Okay, that's a fair claim. Not a problem. We'll let you wear that. And then in the very next breath, even if they take another breath and they don't just spew it out in one sentence, boats disappear over the curve. Well, do boats disappear over the curve? Or can't you see the curve because it's so biggy, it's flatty? And you have to go up into space to see it. So which one is it? Is it so big it's flat, or are boats disappearing over it?
So what do you think about when people make the space, well, like the space station point? Like, what is
this whole space station thing? The issue with space is it's a violation of natural law. So there's this nasty little thing called entropy, and with entropy, things move from hot to cold, high pressure to low pressure, basically positive energy to negative energy. So if you've got a high pressure system, or I wouldn't even consider it high, 14.1 or 14.7 psi that we're breathing at sea level, and the alleged, which I think it's 720 torr, I think it's something like that, 720, 760, something like that. Anyways, the alleged claim for space is 10 to the negative 17 torr.
God damn.
That's somewhat of a jump. Now, the question normally asked is, how can you have gas pressure without a container? So you've got these two different values that are not even close to each other. There must be some kind of containment in order for the gas pressure. And as you could probably guesstimate, if there's a container there, guess what you're not doing? But anyways, just things for you to think about, man.
Yeah. No, gotcha. I appreciate it, man. Appreciate it.
So if you do have any other questions and stuff, don't be scared to holler out.
Absolutely. Appreciate you saying hi.
De-stress myself and go and play squash, and I will come back later on, and hopefully someone doesn't trigger me.
Wait, one sec.
What? Red button.
What's squash? Hold on. One more question. What's squash?
Racquetball, except
okay, gotcha.
The little black ball that doesn't bounce.
Yeah,
that.
That sounds awesome. Have fun with that, man.
Nah, cool.
No,
Anyways, guys,
the Earth is round as fuck, bitch. Never gonna be flat, no matter how many times you say it.
here we go. And then they run away. Yeah. See, that's the other thing you get. Just weirdos that do shit like that.
Gotcha,
They're the ones
gotcha.
I normally rail. If I can catch 'em.
Gotcha. You
Anyways,
should get him
dudes.
back. You should get him back.
There we keep. What they don't realise, and this is what's great, because we record this, I can jump on YouTube, and sometimes there's about a half a minute lag, and I can jump on there and go, oh, that's what your name was. Hello. And then just go and type their name in and get them anyways. So,
Gotcha.
yeah. Nah, all cool. All right, guys, have a good one, and I shall catch you later on. Peace.
Hello? Anybody home? Hello.
What's up, bro?
What's up? How are you?
How you doing, man?
So is the Earth flat?
Some people believe it here.
What do you think?
I think the Earth is a sphere. I know it's a sphere.
How do you know it's a sphere? How do we know it's flat?
I didn't say it's flat. I said it's sphere.
I have no idea. Can you tell me?
What tell you?
How do you know it's a sphere, dude?
Common sense.
But isn't scientific method?
You gone. You gone. One question.
Can you explain to me why the Earth is flat?
It's used as if it were flat. It's measured flat.
Like on maps and stuff?
Well, the maps are kind of depictions of that. One wouldn't necessarily say because a map is flat, the Earth is flat. But
makes sense.
Sure. But what's more important is when you observe it, when you take measurements, when you operate on it, it assumes it's flat and everything works out.
What about the magnetic field?
What about it?
Like the North Pole, that would be in the center, right? Then the South Pole would be around the perimeter of the Earth?
Well, in that case, it wouldn't be a pole, right? A pole is the center point.
Because it works like a magnet, doesn't it?
Well, right. So if you use your compass points north, right? There's no
magnetic field.
To my understanding, there are no compasses that point to a south pole. It's just inferred. The direction of south is inferred by it pointing north, and then in the opposite direction you get your south.
The thing with compasses is they have a pin that gets polarized with the magnetic field, and it won't point north or south. It kind of just has a line that goes along with the magnetic field. So if you put one side labeled that has the north polarization, it will point along the magnetic field. So it will point north,
What do you mean by that?
north and south. Does that make sense?
What do you mean by that? No, not really. I mean, it
follows the flow of a magnetic field. So each side will point north and south pole.
But isn't the pin made of like iron or something that will be attracted to the north?
Not necessarily. If it's
So how does it
attracted
point
to
north?
the magnetic field and itself isn't polarized, it will be attracted to whatever side is closest.
Oh, if the south is not polarized, you mean? Wait, what?
Magnetic fields.
Could you explain?
I'm so tired.
Yeah, it's late for me too. Could you explain? I'm a little bit lost in what you're talking about.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when you have a compass, it goes along the magnetic field, and the south pole will point to this. The south, sorry, the north part of the compass needle will point towards the North Pole, and then the opposite end of the needle will point towards the south pole of the magnet.
Right, that's what I was talking about before. But it's only pointing the opposite end is only pointing south, not necessarily because there's anything in the compass that is being pulled in that direction. It's rather the compass is being pulled in the northern direction. That's why it points there, and then we infer where south is based on that.
So you're saying that only the north part is attracted to it, and then the south is just like a byproduct?
Exactly. Yeah, that's my understanding.
So then how come when you get a magnet that has a north and south pole and you have a compass, it'll point the north will point to the north, right? But if you flip around the magnet, then the north will flip around and then the south pole will point towards the south pole of the magnet.
Well,
That's not what happens.
Because it's
not what
both
happens.
sides are
It's not what happens. It's not what happens.
Yeah, could you rephrase that? I'm not sure I caught that.
Say you have a magnet, right? Like, say the shape and size of an eraser. The top half is north, the bottom half is south, right?
Yeah.
So you point the north towards the compass north will point back towards it, right? So then you flip around the magnet 180 degrees, and the compass needle will also flip 180 degrees.
But that's not
making
what
the
happens
south
when you
point
bring
towards
when
the
you
south
when you
part of
take
the
it when you take a compass across the equator, it doesn't flip. So
It has nothing to do with the equator. It has to do with the
I think I follow. I think I
because
follow.
north
I
and
think I follow.
south are just labels.
yeah, no, the south, but the south, right? The south on your globe is not a magnetic pole.
Then how do compasses pick up it?
It doesn't. Otherwise, it would do that. What you said, like, yeah, I've
Does
done
that
that
mean
with a magnet. I've done that with a magnet. I've
does that mean compasses don't
held a compass near a magnet, right? And it's pointed north towards the magnet, and then I flipped the magnet over, and the south flips around, and south wants to point to it, right? That happens. I've got a little GIF of it. Actually, I've made a little GIF of that happen.
Yeah, I think that's what he was talking about. Was that not what you were describing?
So yeah, but that doesn't happen,
can we
right?
tell
So
where
when
we're
when you take a compass, like you start off near in the Arctic Circle with your compass, and then you go to Antarctica, the north pointer on your compass is not suddenly pointing towards the South Pole. That doesn't happen.
No,
No,
the
I don't
south
think
point of the compass points towards the south.
Yeah. I caught that. Yeah, Bobby. Yeah, I hear you. It's not that the north is all of a sudden going to point into this to the south. I think
north and south.
he'd have misheard you. Yeah, I follow.
Because the south
Well, I
pole.
mean, yeah, on a compass.
I'm saying that would have to be the case. If the South Pole was a magnetic pole, that would have to do that then. Just like when you flip your magnet over, south suddenly wants to point towards that, right?
Yeah, but the South Pole would be like the opposite charge type thing, right?
No,
So it's not that
just part of the flow. It's just different names for like the different points where the magnetic field comes into contact.
The point being that the north pin does not it's not being stated that the north pin would all of a sudden point to the South Pole.
Well, it wouldn't. The south half.
Well, the south pin won't either. Like it doesn't. Like there's videos of people taking compasses to Antarctica and they don't fucking work.
Well, yeah, that has to do with all the what is it, magnetic declination and stuff like that.
Well, it could be. That's what we're told. That's what we're told.
Yeah.
Is this the magnetic South Pole or the geographical South Pole?
Well, in that sense, you have to assume there's even a pole to begin with, right? That's more.
Well, if there wasn't a pole, magnets, compasses wouldn't work on Earth.
Not necessarily. If there's only one actual pole, like center point, right, and north points to it, like we were saying before, everything else is just inferred.
Well, then there's also the problem that it's not actually the location on the ground. It's not actually the location on the ground that it's pointing to. It's a field.
Yeah,
a field being generated.
That's another story.
Aligning with, and also, right. So this is what you can look this up if you want. That will tell you, right, that geographic North Pole, right, or
that's just like the coordinates. It's different than
actually, geographic North Pole is actually the magnetic South Pole. So the north pin on your compass is actually pointing towards magnetic south. Look this up
But
if you
that's
want. This is
irrelevant
what
because we
they
still
fucking
have
tell you. This is what
labels
they
for
tell you, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the magnetic south
It's
pole
that,
is actually in the north. A magnetic north pole is actually in the south. If you want to consider them to be magnetic poles, right?
it's a bit it's a bit strange. I mean, if you think
It's a
about
bit
it, you know,
janky, but it still
the
works out.
magnet.
Just switch the
Well, if you
names.
think, it's just a naming thing because it's just about the. I don't know if charge is the proper term, but if you think about it, like let's say you call south negative and north positive. You don't have positive attracting positive, right? So if you have the positive part of your needle pointing north, well, north has to be negative to attract it.
Yes, that's true.
It's just a more of a naming
On
convention
the
thing.
South Pole, then the
Yeah.
positive side of the needle would be attracted to it, proving that both north and south exist.
Well, again, like we were saying before, it's not that a compass will be both pulled in either direction and find equilibrium like that. It really just points to what's actually attracting to it.
Yeah,
or
it points
attracting
in
it.
line with the magnetic field. It just lines itself up with the path of least resistance.
Right. So the point being, one could not necessarily say that, because it points in both directions, north and south, that there's actually a pole in the south that it's pointing to.
Well, it's not like a pole on either side. It's just like a field going around the whole thing. Like, just imagine
that's the interesting thing.
Then there's a magnetic field going around it.
But that's the interesting
north and south.
That's the interesting thing about this, right? So if there's, I've seen at least two different topologies for this. So if you have a ball and you have a compass on it, I mean, people may argue that like it wouldn't even work on a ball, but that's another story, right? But if you think of even a plane, picture like a donut sitting on a table. The center of that donut is north. The field lines go outwardly and then wrap back inwardly, and then down and back under and then up.
Huh? Like a spiral?
Yeah, it's called a toroidal field.
Is this
how
like
they would describe it. Yeah, look it up. Look it up. A torus or toroidal field. It's kind of like a donut shaped.
Does that mean the Earth is a donut?
No, but the field lines are. This is actually like it's known. Like, have you ever done that in like grade school, quote unquote, science class?
I think I know what you're talking about. Like the donut shape of the magnetic field, right? Like
exactly.
Goes to, but like it's not like a hole in the middle. It's like goes to like a point, kind of.
That's the thing. So if you picture like if you take your bar magnet and you stand it upright.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you lie down and you put iron filings, you'll see that they will all kind of wrap around it in like in this kind of shape, right? So if you stand
I'm gonna take a screenshot and like just draw quickly on my notes app a little diagram.
Sure. So if you take that bar magnet, you stand it upright, rather drill a hole in your table, take that bar magnet, stand it upright, fit it in the hole. That field line will emit or come out the top of the bar magnet, wrap around, go down through the table, and then back up through the bottom.
Yeah, hold on.
And then depending on the strength of the magnet, that field line can extend out further. Or those field lines or that bubble, if you right. Like there are magnets out there that are so powerful that if you put your face to it, too close to it, you'll feel like a little bit of pain behind the back of your eyes.
Ooh.
Yeah, because there's little, I don't know, metallic or, magnetically affected minerals and or other molecules and shit in the back of your retina or back of your eyes that would be being pulled towards that magnet.
Yeah, hold on here. I'll take a screenshot of this. I just did a really crappy drawing. But I'm posting in the no mic
Yeah.
chat or whatever. Oh, it won't let me put images?
You're a newbie.
Yeah. Wait, which one are
That's
you?
all right.
Are you Milk? Mick?
Oh, Mick, yeah. Another
Sorry.
milkman.
Here. Do you accept DMs?
Yeah, I'll take it.
Here.
I'll
This what you mean?
post it for you. Let's take it. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Like, that wouldn't work if the Earth was flat. Because
Not
it
necessarily.
would be like one of those, like, flat magnets.
No, this is what I'm talking about. So that bar magnet, stand it upright, and you'll see that the field lines extending from the center of that magnet will protrude outwards. And if this is what we're actually...
Did you know that your mom's ass is flat?
Ah, you're funny. So you see what I mean? This is exactly what I'm talking about.
What is?
Not you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this other guy.
Where did you send it?
I didn't post it yet. I'm trying to.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Sorry. Yeah.
Look, he's 48 years old, dude. He doesn't know how to. He's working on it.
And you are, sir?
What? Yes, I am, sir. You can call me sir if you like.
What if
I'm asking who are you?
His name
Mr. Mr. Jump in midway through a conversation. Mr. Jump in midway through a conversation. Man.
But if we're assuming the Earth is like a disc, right, with like shit underneath, like upside down mountains,
Who said it's a
magnetic
disc?
field wouldn't work out the way it would according to the North and South poles.
Who said it's a disc?
No. Can someone elaborate what the shape of the flat Earth is for me?
Well, that's the problem, sir. Because we're not in here. My experience in this room is not about trying to discuss a shape per se. We're discussing the attributes of the top surface. Like flat is not a shape. If you think about it, we're in politics right now, right?
So we don't have an established shape for this flat Earth. So then, how can we prove it exists if we don't even know what it looks like?
But again, we're not trying to prove a shape.
Then what are we trying to do?
We're talking about the surface description. If you have a shape, whatever shape it is, okay, like a cube, a fucking upside down pyramid, both of them have flat faces. If you're describing one of the faces as being flat without having examined the perimeter or the extremities of the entire object, you can't really know. You just know you're on a flat surface.
What
or
about
level.
the fundamental laws of physics?
Like what?
Like every action
Which one?
has to have an equal or opposite reaction, or like how gravity works.
Yeah.
Like what comes up must
What's
come
gravity?
down. Or two objects are attracted to each other.
How sure are you that those actually hold up to scrutiny?
Well, I'm pretty sure since two objects
Well,
are
let me ask you. So what do you mean by gravity?
What? Huh?
Huh?
Like you're asking me what I mean by gravity?
Yeah, let's be specific.
Pick up a rock and drop it.
Okay, so you're describing the effect, the phenomena that you witness, right?
Because
Okay.
Earth has a larger mass than the rock,
Well,
astronomically. And
well, that's
because
the
of that,
theory.
it bends the fabric of space-time enough for it to be pulled towards it.
So that's the working theory. And in a way, you've kind of butchered it because you blended two different descriptions or explanations of the one phenomena. Right? You're blending a bit of Newton with Einstein in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
First, you said mass attracts mass.
Yes.
Right? That's
Yes,
Newton's.
and when you drop a rock, Earth would also be pulled towards the rock a little bit, but just so minuscule amount that it couldn't.
But that's the thing. Well, that's the thing. That's the working theory. Or at least it was 300, 400 years ago.
I was underwater and I dropped a pumice stone and it went up.
Yeah, so Bobby, what's interesting about this, when you really dig into it, is as you kind of pointed out initially. You said, I asked you what gravity is, and you said you explained it as being the phenomena that you witness. You take a rock, you hold it up in the air, and you drop it. So the phenomena you witnessing the object falling down is gravity. We can all witness that, but the bigger question is, why is that happening?
Because the Earth is an amalgamation of lots of matter. So much matter, in fact, that space, the fabric of space itself, is being warped ever so slightly enough to compensate. What's the word I'm looking for?
You're talking about bending space time. Right?
Well, yes, just ever so slightly.
Okay. So the question I would ask you on that is, how is that ever proven?
Well, you can prove it in 2 dimensions, or 3, depending on how you think of it. If you have like a plastic tarp, or like that's slightly flexible in a circle.
No, that's not proof.
Drop like
That's
a
just
steel ball.
that's a demonstration of the conceptualization, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not proof.
But it's using Earth's gravity to create
That's
its
not
own
proof, bro. It's not proof.
fake gravity.
It's not proof.
Yeah. So Bobby, let me ask you. Let me kind of give you an idea of something to think about. Right? If I propose to you, check this out. I'm going to propose to you that the reason why I take a rock, I hold it up in the air, and I drop it is because there are invisible leprechauns and unicorns flying around that prefer that the rock be on the ground. Okay? I'm going to take the rock, I put it in the air, it actually falls down. And then I say to you, look, dude, the rock actually fell to the ground. And you know from what I told you before that invisible leprechauns and unicorns prefer rocks being on the ground. And now, since the rock actually fell to the ground, that actually proves to you that my theory is correct.
Well,
that there are indeed invisible leprechauns
and unicorns are mathematical equations done by relativity. And
so are you saying that you accept my theory and my proof, quote unquote, that there are indeed invisible leprechauns and unicorns flying around?
Well, not exactly. Have you ever done any physics equations where you calculate the trajectories of moving objects?
Yeah, you take derivatives of displacement, you calculate acceleration.
Second squared and
stuff. So this is the interesting thing. You and I everybody here can go out, take a rock, launch it in the air, and calculate the time it's going to take to get to the ground based off of the known equations. Go do that. And then go do that little test and get more or less accurate or equivalent values.
Of course,
of course. No one's necessarily denying that. What's in question is the reason why that's happening. Because just because, like I was kind of showing you a second ago, just because I have a model or a mathematical equation that works out, it does not necessarily, like in pure theory, it doesn't necessarily mean that the philosophical underpinnings of said theory tied in with the mathematical model are actually true. It just means that the math checks out.
What would you propose the reason behind it be?
Well, here's the thing. That's like an age-old question, dude. I don't necessarily aim to claim a reason, but one thing we do know for sure that we can do to demonstrate this phenomena and actually, in a way, manipulate it is basically describing this phenomena using buoyancy and density. So, for example, kind of like what T-Dub was pointing out to you before, if you take what was it? I don't know, a stick. Right? I take a stick, I hold it up in the air, and I drop it. It falls to the ground. I take that same stick and I bring it underwater. It's going to float to the top. It's the same material, but the surrounding medium changed. And then when you investigate, you look at the densities of these materials. Right? There's a relationship between the densities of these materials, and based on that, you can basically predict the trajectory.
When you put when you put an object in a liquid, there's always going to be a displacement factor.
Yep.
And that's going to require
any medium, any medium,
Exactly. Yeah, equally so. If you put an object in air, there's a displacement of air too.
Yes.
So that's the interesting thing. So when you take any object, when you take
the vacuum of space, if there's
but we're not going by assumptions, dude. We're trying to deduce this with zero assumptions, or at least to begin with, no assumptions. And then eventually maybe have to integrate assumptions, but minimize them as much as possible. So right now, all we're looking at, we have two things of different densities, one object and a surrounding medium. And when we observe the object going up in the medium or down in the medium, we can determine whether that object has a lower density or a higher density. Exactly. Now, the reason why that happens, why is it not the other way around? Well, who the fuck knows?
Why is what not the other way around? Like if it goes up or down?
For example, yeah. So if I take a rock and I put it in water, it goes down. If I put it in air, it goes down. Why is it not the case that if I take a rock and I put it in the air, it flies up? And I take the rock, I put it underwater, it flies up. Why not? Well,
because air has
a pumice rock, Will. A pumice rock. Well, that's the whole point. Well, that's the thing. So this is all we've been able to determine so far. That's all.
What about? Do you believe
to ascribe to ascribe a cause?
Trips into space. Do you believe that?
I'll defer to somebody else on that. But I just wanted to close the point that to ascribe a reason why these things happen, it's anybody's best guess, dude.
So what about other things that we have figured out other than buoyancy that maybe could be a little harder to believe, like rockets, for instance, or observing bodies, celestial bodies in space and how their moons interact, or stars?
I don't know if somebody else wants to take it.
Honestly, though, what's your opinion on that? Do you think it's real, or do you think that's just made up? And based on that, wouldn't that be an assumption?
Which part?
If any of it is
said like three different things. You said three different things there.
Yes. Rockets.
You said rockets, celestial bodies, and moons around planets. Like those are all distinct
one
things.
by one. Do you think we actually sent things to space?
Like shooting stuff up? Yeah. Where it went, I don't know.
Space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You got it.
What about aerodynamics?
They say that outer space is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
Of thermodynamics? How so? I'm curious.
Yeah. So, the second law of thermodynamics, where energy levels within a system will even out.
Yeah.
So if you have
defined
a vacuum next to air pressure. Yeah. So if you have a vacuum next to some air pressure, then the air pressure will
both be like half
distribute.
Vacuum.
Yeah.
Kind of
So
like
if
how
there really
Delta
was
P
a
would work.
vacuum next to the Earth, all the gas would just dissipate.
But the
Yeah.
gravity of Earth holds it together.
Gas expands to fill available volume.
Yeah. Gas expands to fill an available volume. Now, T-Dub, why doesn't the gas near the ground expand to fill the entire container? Why is the air really high up, a lot thinner than the air near the surface?
It does, though. It is still doing that, right?
Well, it
Because
isn't, is it?
gas
Because we've got
itself
high
has a
pressure near the
mass.
surface and low
It's just
pressure
a lot less dense.
high in altitude.
Think
Why
of,
is
have
that,
you ever
Tito?
done the experiment where you have like oil, water, and like honey, and then different like densities of liquids, how they like kind of stack on each other after you will let them settle?
Yeah, liquid isn't like gas. It doesn't
Like
expand.
you can have like dish soap and then like oil and water, and like
It has
the
a
oil will
freestanding
float on
surface.
top of the
It doesn't
water, right?
expand to fill all the volume that's available to it.
So imagine that, but like the least dense liquid.
No, I
is
can't. I
because,
can't
like,
because
gas
it's not gas. It's liquid.
like,
You
behaves
can't
like a
liken it to
fluid.
that. No, gas is not the same. Gas is unbonded and just freely expands in all
It's
directions.
pretty similar. It behaves in a fluid
No, it's not. It doesn't
state.
have a freestanding surface. No, it doesn't settle to a point where it's like, just has a freestanding surface like liquid. No, it doesn't do that.
Maybe not in a confined container, but in space it does behave like a fluid. It will eventually dissipate. when
No, in
gravity
space
is,
it would just fill the
stable.
space. That's gas's
It would
job.
lose its energy.
Fill space. That's what its job is. Fill space. That's all it's going to do. Just it fills whatever available space it has.
So
Right?
do you think it defies the laws of gravity? Because that would
No, there is no laws of
gas
gravity.
doesn't
There's,
have
there's no laws of gravity.
mass to
There's
it.
no laws of gravity to defy.
So you don't believe in gravity? Because if gravity didn't exist, then the Earth
No,
would
I shouldn't have to believe in gravity. It should be, if gravity exists, it would be a knowledge thing. It wouldn't be a belief. You wouldn't need to believe it. It would just be understood.
Okay, if gravity exists,
Why are you guys so afraid of using the word
gas
belief?
has a mass to it, doesn't it? Like any other thing. And if mass is attracted to more mass,
You have to define
Earth
mass.
is a
You have
mass,
to define
gas
mass.
is a
You have to
mass.
define. You have to
So gas is
define.
attracted
You have
to
to
the
do.
Earth.
You have to define mass, bro. I don't want to, bro. Talk to someone else. I'm just going to get
mass is
frustrated.
matter?
Fuck, man. Talk to
Sorry,
someone else.
matter.
Talk to
I
someone
know,
else.
it must be very troubling, Tito,
Don't
to
talk
have
to
to
Mez.
defend your
No,
worldview.
someone put Mez on mute, please. I'm not on the screen. Can someone, please put Mez on mute.
Sorry, Don. Yeah, Bobby, I already explained to you the conundrum with the gravity thing. We already talked about that.
We know that matter is attracted to each other, right?
How do you know that?
Because this Earth exists.
That's circular reasoning, dude.
And everything in it does. I will admit that it's pretty circular.
It is circular reasoning. Right. If there is...
I know there is ways to explain it, but just as you couldn't really explain about celestial bodies, I'd need to
I didn't even...
recap on my knowledge.
Well, it wasn't that I couldn't. I just didn't endeavor to do so. We didn't even talk about it yet. The conversation kind of derailed. But I don't make a claim to them. The thing is, you're making a claim that this is the reason why something's happening. If you know that to be the case, you would think that you could demonstrate that, right?
I see what you mean. I would just need to think of an example where it could be demonstrated.
I mean, you would think that this has been done in the past. Maybe you could cite somebody who has done it.
I'm sure I could.
Well, have at it. Take your time.
Here, I found a 3-minute video. 9th grade physics.
What's in the video?
Let's see here. Well, that's what I'm about to find out.
What did you search to stumble on it?
Hold on. Particles of matter attract each other.
Okay. So what are they doing?
Oh, I'm just waiting to see this video. It's pretty
Okay.
slow. No, this one's weird. You want to see it?
Sure.
It's like a video from really long ago of like this weird Flash website. It's like an interactive science computer program, but it looks so stupid.
Oh, okay. So it's a simulation. It's a simulation?
Not a simulation. It's like a animation.
Right. Yeah. So on a computer, they're simulating the phenomena.
No.
No? Post it in the chat. Are you able to post
I mean, I don't think this is the right. I'm so fucking tired. I'm just having
early?
because it's.
Then here you did. What are you saying? You there, dude? Yeah. I guess he gone.
No, he's still there. You might be watching it or something. I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, like Newton's law. Every object in the universe with mass attracts every other object in the universe that has mass. The force is
Unfortunately,
proportional
that's
to the
been
product of
superseded.
two masses, and inversely proportional to the square of the distance between their centers. Thus, two
Yeah, we've
coffee
all
cups
heard
have an attractive force on each other, and two planets also have an attractive force on each other. Here's a good one. Here's a good one.
We've all heard this
This
before.
explains the phenomenon of gravity very well.
In that video, did they go through how this was proven to be the case?
Here. This'll probably.
Well, I mean, it's your citation, quote unquote. You know, if you can find a timestamp where they actually go in it, provide it. Otherwise, you know, you're just going to hurl an elephant at us. It's not exactly appropriate. It's not proper etiquette, as they would say.
How so? I post
Well,
it's
you're
just a
making
little article, a little read. Do you want to read it?
Well, can you cite something in it? That's all I'm getting at.
Oh, you just want me to like put a quote?
Well, that's what a citation is, basically. Article, citation, you know, quote, this paragraph, this statement, you know, by so and so. Right? You usually that tends to expedite things a little bit. It is your homework after all. So. Gotcha. Okay, so Newton's law stated that every object in the universe with mass attracts every other object in the okay. Yeah. So how is this demonstrated to be the case?
You're asking me?
Well, yeah. You would think that you would know, right? Because apparently you know this to be true. How did they know this was true?
I'm sure you could look it up.
I know dude. I'll be frank with you. We were almost all taught this. Okay, I've seen this. I saw this 15 years ago for the first time.
Yeah.
Okay, in high school and shit. The problem is they assert this to be true, but they never actually go into how they know this to be true. Again, it goes back to that example I gave you before with the invisible.
Is have theories, because like the way we are, we're just like eyes on a planet. We can't really.
That's the thing, right? That's not
believe in religion, and their arguments can be just as strong to them as ours are to each other.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Those are two different categories. Here we're talking about the physical, natural world. We can observe phenomena and test them out with experimentation and shit. When it comes to metaphysics and God and stuff like that, you can't really do that.
Yeah, they just believe off like what they hear.
I mean, there's so many different cultures around the world with all sorts of different ideas of all that. Okay, that's a totally different category. Here, the claim is there is a force or a thing or whatever that is causing this other thing to happen. Like if I take a pot of water, I think if I keep the pressure constant and I up the heat, eventually the thing's going to boil. So I boost the heat up. Oh shit! Heat with a constant pressure causes water to boil. Oh shit! Okay. Oh well, let me try it the other way around. I'll keep the temperature constant, and I'll reduce the pressure or whatever, or the opposite, whatever it is. No shit, the water freezes or the water boils. Okay, we know why things happen. Cause and effect. If the effect here is rock falls to the ground, what's the cause? How would one even venture to try and manipulate the cause of that phenomena to confirm that it is actually indeed the cause? It's kind of like, I don't know if you want to call it paradoxical, but it's a conundrum.
That's what we really can do, because we can't just like hold two planets together and watch them. We can watch comets hit planets from telescopes and satellites.
Check this out. Before one would go to speculate what's going on up in the sky, okay, like start over here. Before one builds this giant scaffold of mathematical equations and this, that, the other thing to explain what they think is going on up there, let's try it down here. You see? Start with that, nail that, and then build up from there.
I mean, that is what they did.
What did they do?
They started here and then they built up to like more advanced ideas like gravity.
Well, that's the idea that we're talking about right now. So what did they do I was asking Bobby, so what did they actually do to confirm their theory of gravity? What the alleged cause of the phenomena is.
I think it has to do with
it's not 100% determined yet. There's the most advanced theory right now about what causes gravity is the warping of space-time.
Yeah, Einstein, right? So this conceptual
that's the running idea, but prior to that it was Newtonian, which was mass attracts mass. So it's adapted as we've learned more.
Right. So in neither of these cases were these things confirmed to actually be the case. right?
What do you
Like
mean
if,
they
for
went
example,
into confirmed?
what I mean by that is if Newton's was true, there would be no need for adaptations from the likes of Einstein and then all the other successors who have tried to build upon Einstein because they found issues.
So this is important for Bobby to understand, right? As has just been described by your peer, right? And Viking, the political Viking, in the side chat. So he's put some quotes in there.
Some random quotes.
Simon, Newton's laws were wrong, right? Einstein superseded Newton on gravity, right? So it's not
if someone just said like everyone flies around with fairy wings, I don't see any difference in power between these quotes.
Theoretical understanding of gravity is no longer Newtonian physics; it's Einsteinian.
It's Einstein. My apologies. I realize that.
And what you put in there, you put you put models of gravity began with Aristotle, who thought that the natural place for an object was down. So that would just be, an object having equilibrium, right? Seeking an equilibrium, right? Galileo, by experiment, okay, don't know that it was an experiment, right? It was just him demonstrating dropping things, showed that gravity caused all objects to fall to Earth at the same rate. Right? No, he didn't, because as you said before, right? Gas is matter, right? So even though it's tiny, right? They're particles, they're objects, and they don't fall, do they?
It only doesn't fall because of pressure.
No, they just move in all directions to fill available volume, right? At very super high speeds, right? They're not falling.
Gases do fall. Yeah.
No, they don't. They don't fall down. No, they don't.
But it does, though. It's just like.
No, it doesn't.
It's just a lot more chaotic. It's higher state of energy. It just loosely follows gravity. Whereas solid matter is a lot more solid.
Even if I granted you that, which it doesn't, right? Nobody's demonstrated that gas falls down.
Well, how do you know that it doesn't?
This statement here is wrong because he did not show that gravity caused all objects to fall at the same rate.
Can you?
I mean, if you take two objects of different mass and put them in like a vacuum, they fall at the same rate. That's been proven.
Gas doesn't fall at that rate. Sorry.
But we're not talking. We're talking about objects being falling. You asked for an example of that at the same rate. And two objects of different mass can fall at the same rate. That's been proven in vacuum.
No, it hasn't. Gas doesn't do that. Gas, when you insert gas into a vacuum chamber, what does it do?
Yeah, but other objects outside of gas, like do you acknowledge that other objects of different mass can fall at the same rate?
All objects, then.
Okay, so what if you?
No, I didn't say all objects. I said they've proven that it can happen.
Right. So it's
you have one single.
What? Solids and liquids?
Wait, what?
Well, I can't even apply to liquids because a liquid in a vacuum will just evaporate. So can't be that. So just solids within a medium. And even though they call it a vacuum, it is still a medium, which exists. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum, right? So you're still gonna. Right. So it's medium dependent, because if you increased the density of the medium, the opposite would happen. It'd go up, right?
Yeah, depending on the medium, sure, yeah.
Right. So not gravity then.
Yes.
What do you mean? Why is gravity not? Why you keep acting like that? That means gravity is not a factor.
Because
it's just because there could be opposing forces like density or something doesn't mean that it like negates that gravity can be a factor.
The thing is, dude, it hasn't even been established that there is an independent force in the first place. I was explaining to Bobby earlier, right?
Remember Einstein? That's superseded now. It's not understood as a force anymore. It's no forces acting on things, no forces acting on objects to make them fall.
Okay, so what was it? What were you saying? The other guy?
What I was saying before, I don't know if you were in the chat or not. I was explaining to Bobby that if one were to try and formulate an explanation for why things go down or up. Okay, and you set up, you conduct a little test or whatever. All we have at our disposal are various mediums and various objects of different densities. And what one would discover for the first time if they were to do this setup is that objects of higher densities than their surrounding medium will go down, albeit at different rates, right, depending on the object's densities themselves, versus the opposite case. If you have an object that is of less density than the surrounding medium, it will go up. Period. That's the first observation that you have. So to extrapolate from there and say, oh, there must be a downward force pulling special objects down, or conversely, that there's a special force pulling less dense things up, right, would be a leap of logic in either direction. Because the vectors are.
It's a leap of. I don't necessarily agree with you calling it a leap of faith, because the thing is, like, I mean, when you speak about gravity in this way that you're talking about it is extremely mysterious and sounds kind of like, where is it? Like, what is it made of? Why don't we have more evidence of it? And I agree with that when you talk about it that way. But we do see when we use what we've observed about gravity that you can make very accurate predictions about what is going to happen based on these forces.
No, it's not a force. No, not a force. No, stop saying force. Yeah. Not a force. Remember, you agreed with that. Not a force.
Yeah, bro. All we have are trajectories, okay, and equations mapping out trajectories. So, for example, everyone's heard of the famous.
But they take into consideration the formula that we have for gravity. That's what it takes into.
Check this out, right? Everyone's seen, or everyone's probably heard of or worked with, in elementary school or secondary school science class or whatever, that, upside down parabolic trajectory with an acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, whatever. Everyone's seen that. Okay, you've probably dabbled with it yourself. Okay, that's just an equation mapping out a trajectory. Okay, you take the first derivative of that displacement function and you get an acceleration. Okay, big deal.
Right. So
why is that happening? Right. Is the ultimate question. Right. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay. Exactly. And Heretic is pushing the point in the side chat. Where's the demonstration? Where's the demonstration? Experimentation.
Did that guy cut out?
No.
Hello. Right. So
you're back now.
Where's the demonstration? You need scientific
of what?
Scientific experimentation showing that there's a cause of an effect. So you're going to need observe natural phenomenon for a start, right? Something that's occurring in nature. You're wondering what is the cause of. So what? Apple falling off tree, something like that. Rock displaced from, cliff face, fell down. Okay, right? Natural phenomenon. Okay, so then now you're going to wonder what the cause is. And you're going to formulate a hypothesis, and then you're going to actualize that hypothesis by, in a test, in an experiment, where you're going to manipulate your supposed cause to see if it produces an effect or a change in the effect. So you're going to have your independent variables and control variables. Has that been done for gravity?
We don't follow that exact formula for all forms of science. Like, there's observational science, because there are certain variables that we can't interact with directly.
You're invoking a natural cause and effect relationship, right? Which that would only be adjudicated through use of the scientific method. That's what natural science does, right? That's what natural science is for. That's the scientific method. That's how you validate the cause of an effect, right? That's how you validate that cause of the effect through that scientific experiment.
Right, but there are circumstances in which you can do science and you don't directly manipulate the variables. You can do it through observation.
You must always physically manipulate or vary your independent variable in scientific experiment.
Okay, if you have a more personally strict definition of what you consider science, then we can use that as you can use your personal definition. That's fine.
It's not a personal strict definition, son. It's the way that
there's lots of fields of science where they don't interact with the variables directly.
It's not natural science, and they cannot confirm a cause of an effect if they are not following that method.
Well, it's very hard to confirm anything in our reality, like beyond a doubt. It's almost impossible to confirm beyond all doubt anything.
I just want to point out something, dude. At best, in such a situation where you have, quote unquote, a scientific field that does stuff, observing shit and whatever, at best you can call that a field of study. To call it science would be arguably a misnomer.
It would be, and if they claim it to be science and they're not employing the scientific method, then by definition it's pseudoscience, because pseudoscience is defined as a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on the scientific method. Mistakenly regarded.
No, we just have different definitions, I guess, of like what we consider fields of science, but that's fine. We don't need to get bogged down in this. If we want to operate with your definition, that's fine.
Different definitions. There is no different definitions. There's only definitions.
Okay, so like you don't think like there's no field, like anybody that's doing like any kind of analytical observational type of science, you don't consider that science.
Not if they're not employing the scientific method, then it's not natural science, and they haven't adjudicated a natural cause.
So we can just reuse yours. I'm not going to get bogged down in this with you. If you want to like sit here and like I have to like agree with your definition of what you consider science.
If you have another way to confirm that gravity can cause an effect, you won't find one. That is the only way in natural science to adjudicate a natural cause and effect relationship, is by use of the scientific method. It is the gold standard.
Okay, so I mean, do you guys have any like gold standard evidence that shows like, you know, scientific experiments that show the Earth is flat?
No, that's a category error. That's not, you wouldn't apply.
I'm just curious as to why like I need to provide like that, but you guys don't.
Because you're invoking a natural cause and effect relationship. When it comes to the geometry,
you guys are invoking the preposition that the Earth is flat.
Bro, when it comes to the geometry of the surface, not invoking a natural cause and effect relationship. We're just talking about observation and measurement of a thing.
There is a cause and effect relationship there. The cause and effect relationship is your perception of what you're observing in your environment and what you're measuring, and you're making the assertion the effect is that the Earth is flat.
No. We're talking about what is, not how or why, right? So when it comes to you and your gravity and things falling, that's a how-why question, right? Something that you could potentially use the scientific...
Hold on. You cut out. You're going to have to restart.
So am I not coming through?
Now you're good.
Okay, so when you're talking about gravity and things falling, you are talking about cause and effect. Something you could potentially employ the scientific method with, right? But when it comes to just the geometry of a surface, right, or an object, that's not a how-why question. That's a what-is question. It doesn't need the scientific method. Category error.
Okay. We can just move on because this part of the conversation is just kind of feeling a little bit boring. But like maybe we can move on to like what we were talking about before with like.
Right, so there is.
What was the other guy asking?
Before we move on, right, we can agree there is no scientific validation by way of using the scientific method for gravity.
No, all of the theories of gravity are all mathematical right now.
Okay. Let's move on then. If you want to move on, we can.
We have observable phenomenon, and then we have mathematical equations that we use to like make predictions about what we observe, and that's where gravity is at right now.
Speculation, then.
Wait, what?
It's speculation then.
No, it's not speculation because you can make predictions.
No,
so
it doesn't
what,
matter.
What different? Well, let me respond. So what differentiates it?
Bro, that's not scientific. That's not scientific.
Okay. What makes it a differentiation is that the math aligns with what we observe, and then we can take it a step further, and then we can make predictions on how things are going to work or what we will observe in the future. And when those predictions come true, that grants credibility to the theory.
That's bordering on. If you make an affirmation out of that, that's affirming the consequent, right? And
How is that affirming the consequence? If somebody, so like, do you have a job? Like, what do you do? Let me ask you that.
No, we're going. You're begging.
Okay, well, let's say for example, let's say that my job is to be like a stock trader, and I come up with a formula that predicts like whether a stock is going to go up or down. Okay, and my boss says, well, how do you know if this is going to work? And I say, okay, I'm going to make a bunch of predictions about which stock is going to go up, and I get proven right 100% of the time. Eventually, they're going to say, well, this formula that you've established obviously has credibility. It is being proven right 100% of the time. So we need to grant it some credibility. We may not understand why it's right, but we are seeing.
Bro, it's not like that, right? And besides, your predictions aren't right all of the time. Actually, they say in cosmology that it's off by a factor of 10 to the power of 120, right?
Yeah,
right, but it's much better than any other theory that has been put forward.
It's not much better.
Yeah.
Okay, so then what other theory performs better in prediction?
Don't need one. But you don't have scientific validation for yours. I don't need to replace it.
Okay, well, I'm just asking, do you have an opposing theory that offers just as much credibility or ability to predict?
You either have the scientific validation for what you're talking about or you don't. You've already conceded you don't.
Yeah, but you're conceding that you don't as well.
No buts, bro. No buts.
But you're conceding that you don't have it either.
No, but I'm not making a claim.
So you admit that you don't have it either?
About it.
So you don't have. So you just don't. So you don't make any claims. You have no theories. You have no models. No nothing.
I don't need to. If yours doesn't hold up, then it's out.
No, that's not how it works. If you have no theory.
No. Either yours is correct or it's not.
Than you, then somebody has nothing.
Providing an alternative.
Better to have $1 than to have nothing. You're arguing that, like, if it's not right 100% of the time, we throw it out, and that doesn't make sense. Like, you don't have any predictions with the flat Earth. There's nothing. Like, you guys have not predicted anything.
Bro, it's not that it's not even right 100% of the time because it doesn't have any scientific validation.
Okay, but what has the flat Earth? Where is its scientific validation? What has it ever predicted? What has it ever been like?
Flat Earth is not a scientific claim, bro. The shape of the Earth.
Okay, but that's my point. Is that you're sitting here throwing stones from a glass house? Like, you don't have any scientific validation for anything that you're espousing.
I'm not making a scientific claim.
So you're not doing anything? You're just sitting here and disagree?
Not at the moment. You are.
That's a rough spot to just be a contrarian only.
No, you're seeking for an out and a cope and a reason.
I'm not looking for a cope. You're just being contrarian. You're saying you're disagreeing and arguing, and then when you get pressed, you say, I didn't make any claim. That's kind of cowardly. That's very cowardly behavior.
I don't need to make a claim to know that yours doesn't hold up.
Yeah, but you're being cowardly. You should make a claim. You should make a stance on something.
I should do something. I should paint on the wall. Right?
I mean, if you're gonna sit here and act like you're like and act as an arbiter, then yeah, you should have some authority or credibility. But to just sit here and disagree just for the sake of disagreeing is not a good look.
It's your claim. I don't need to do anything else.
I've supported my claim. You just don't want to accept that. You don't have to accept it. It's up to you. You know, you can believe whatever you want.
It's your sad cope. My dad's gonna beat your dad up. That's all that shit is, bro.
What are you talking about? What does that have to do with anything?
Immature school ground playground behavior, bro.
What? Who said anything about anybody beating anyone up? What are you talking about? You mentioned that.
It's in the same vein, right? I don't need to say anything about your claim to know that your claim is wrong or isn't supported by any scientific validation.
It is supported by things. It makes predictions.
I don't care about your predictions, bro. If it's not supported by scientific validation, then it doesn't hold true to anything. You don't.
Okay, well then that's how you can. If that's how you view your reality, but in my reality, if I'm making observations and people are able to make predictions and their logic and reasoning as to how they're coming to those predictions is sound and is making sense to me, I'm gonna go with that versus going with something made up out of nowhere. I'm gonna go with the thing that shows results. I think most people operate that way.
Illogical. That would be correlation versus causation, right? Correlation is not causation in science, all right? So that's not scientific. Also, you'd be begging the question and affirming the consequent.
That's not how that works.
If my unscientific theory is correct, then I will predict that I will see X. I see X, therefore my unscientific theory is correct. It's called.
I mean, if you guys can provide any kind of theory of your own that we could make some predictions
in order to falsify yours.
No. You haven't falsified anything.
Yes, you haven't verified it. It hasn't gone through any verification.
All you've done is set an impossibly.
It hasn't stood the test, the standards of the scientific method, and you're left with logical fallacy.
You just set the burden for scientific proof as high as you arbitrarily choose.
Not me.
You're being arbitrary about it.
I didn't.
No.
Hey, T-Dub, could you show some decorum in our debate, please, sir?
Can you just bite me?
How about you talk about the ice wall, buddy?
How about you shut the fuck up?
You what?
Well, I know it exists, sir.
No, but seriously, Simple Jack, it's as simple as this, right? Simple Jack. If you are claiming a cause and effect relationship in nature and you can't validate it through the scientific method, then it has no scientific standing. Period. End of story. Out the window. I don't have to entertain it any further. I don't have to provide any alternatives. I don't have to do anything else. Done.
Okay, that's your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion.
If we want to talk is speculation, right? We can talk speculation, right? You have to agree that it is in the realm of speculation.
No, I don't agree. I don't agree with that, and I don't have to.
Okay, so let's just move on from that point then, because it's going to go around in circles and we're going to get nowhere. And
Pretty
if someone's
much,
I'm going to go and do a couple of things anyway. So if someone else wants to take over, join in. Sorry, Mike, you go for it.
Yeah. So check this out, Simple Jack. What you were describing before was, in your example, you modeled something mathematically, okay, and it shows to be accurate. You can forecast, X, as X increases, Y will do this. Great, okay, and you demonstrate over and over again that it's spot on, plus or minus a little bit of error that it can be more or less accounted for or bounded in some way, shape, or form. Okay? Great job. Now, if someone asks you, why is this curve, for example, behaving this way? Okay? That's the type of question that we're kind of asking here. What is causing this trajectory to map out in the way that you discovered it to be? Okay? And in this conversation or rather in your neck of the woods, people are arguing, there's this mysterious phenomena that we're just going to call gravity that is making things tend like this. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you're throwing it at everybody. You're throwing it at everybody. Here's my math. It checks out. Therefore, this theory of mine that there's this mysterious force or whatever holds true. Okay, someone like anyone in this room can come at you and say, "Hey, check this out. I've got this same mathematical model, same 9.8 meters per second acceleration downwards. It maps perfectly on it, just like yours. Except I know rather that instead of it being this mysterious force called gravity, it is a bunch of invisible leprechauns and unicorns flying around, pushing things down at this rate." Who's correct? Same prediction, same output, same predictable power.
Who's correct? I mean, in this case, it's not a matter of like correct. It's a matter of who's more accurate. And the person that's more accurate is going to be the person that's not making an outlandish claim. So if somebody says, "Hey, there's this force," hold on. There's this. If somebody's saying, "Hey, there's this force," we don't know exactly what's causing it or what it is, but here's what we observe about it, and here's what we know about it based on the math. That I'd be inclined to agree with, versus somebody who says, "Oh, I know exactly what's causing it. It's a leprechaun and a unicorn," and then I would be like, "Okay, you need to provide proof of that." And if they can't prove that, then I'm going to go with the person who doesn't make the crazy claim.
But you guys are making the crazy claim. You're making a claim initially that there was this force emanating from the center of mass, pulling things down. That was the first step. Second step, Einstein, 400 years after Newton.
Why is that a claim?
Whatever.
That's what we observed.
Making the claim, right, that it's a bending and warping of space-time, a four-dimensional abstract construct reified into existence, having causal power on physical objects. Okay, same phenomena, different explanation. Neither case has been validated to actually have any real world substance to it. So your neck of the woods is equally
that's not true. There's been a ton of validation of gravity.
You have not. The only validation that has been done is on the mathematical modeling proving accurate via testing. The reasoning behind it is more of a philosophical type of argument than anything else at this point, because it has not been, as T-Dub was trying to demonstrate, to explain to you, there has been no cause and effect relationship demonstrated between, for example, mass, pulling mass to itself, or altering some sort of abstract four-dimensional space-time to show that it has cause. But there hasn't been that. So it really, this whole thing does exist in the realm of philosophy at this point. So who's the arbiter?
That's not true. There's been plenty of stuff that we've observed in the real world.
The follow-up question to that would be, who's the arbiter of what would constitute proper reasoning in this dilemma?
Okay, so to respond to some of the things you're saying, like there has been observed effects of gravity, like such as the tides in the orbit of the moon, like all of that is like things that we observe. They didn't just like make up this idea of gravity. Like we saw things happening. We wanted to get really specific about why things were behaving the way they were behaving. We wanted to be so specific that we literally started doing math to measure and understand it better. And the math and stuff started pointing to something we didn't expect. Like you act as if like people had this like idea and they just wanted to believe in gravity. No, I'm pretty sure they would have loved to believe in whatever would have made the most sense to them. But the problem is that what they were observing in the natural world, what they were observing and measuring was not lining up with like very simple ideas such as density or stuff like that. It wasn't like, it was kind of lining up, but it wasn't accurate enough to make predictions. They had to take it a step further and do real measurements and do real math. When they started doing that is when they determined, oh, there is something happening here that we can't see, that we did not anticipate. There's something else happening here, and they gave it a name, and the name is gravity.
Do you mean to say that you don't actually know, and you're using you are using a catch-all term called gravity to define the thing that you don't actually know?
Gravity is a term for something for a phenomenon that we observe. That's all it means. Gravity is the term for the phenomenon we see about mass attracting mass, or the warping of space-time, or whatever you want to define it as.
Wait, what? Dude, now you're mixing things up. Is gravity the phenomena, or is it the cause?
It's both. The phenomena and the cause are the same thing. Yeah, in this case, yeah, they're the same.
Phenomena, and the phenomena is the cause? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, the cause is gravity, which would be like mass attracting mass, or the warping of space-time, right? Right?
Go on.
Do you
That's
agree
what
with
you're
that?
saying. But you also said at the same time that the gravity is the phenomena of the rock falling out of my hand. Which one is
the
it?
The phenomena is what is observed, the observed phenomenon.
All right. But people, it almost sounded like you were saying, and some people have actually said it in this way, is, I'm observing gravity when the thing falls out of my hands, i.e. the rock falling out of my hand is gravity.
No, that's an indirect observation of the effect of gravity.
Okay, so at least you've picked a side that makes it a lot more clear. So now you have to prove the cause.
Okay, but that's the problem that we're running into, is that you're setting a bar of what you would consider proof. You're setting it higher than like everybody else in the world. So if your bar is like, you need to bring me a jar of gravity right now in my hand. It needs to be a jar of pure distilled gravity. Like, I'm not going to be able to do that. So we'll just end up talking here forever.
Well, see, here's the thing. I mean, no one's making the claim that gravity is a substance that you can jar up and hand to somebody. Right? If I'm in my kitchen and I demonstrate to you, right, at standard atmospheric pressure, right, just in my kitchen, whatever, I take a pot of water,
you
I
keep
boil it.
glitching.
Oh, hang on. Are we good?
You're good now, but I missed a little bit of what you were saying, but you sound fine now.
Okay. I think somebody else is crackling a little bit. What I'm saying, I'm not saying to you that it is required that you jar up a little a bottle of gravity and you hand it to somebody to demonstrate, to show that it's actually there. Okay, it's akin to if I'm just in my kitchen, right, standard atmospheric pressure, and I demonstrate to you that heat boils water when the pressure stays constant, more or less. Right? I am demonstrating to you that there's a causal relationship between the high temperature and the water starting to bubble. And then I can invert that a little bit, maintain the temperature constant, and alter the pressure, and I can get the same effect. Okay, these two things are correlated. Okay, and manipulating either one and maintaining the other causes the phenomena. I'm not bottling up a temperature increase and giving it to you. Right? We're not getting you to. We're not requiring of you to create like a material substance of gravity and show it to somebody.
Right, but nobody is like claiming to know what the cause of gravity is definitively. We don't know what that is yet.
Okay, well at least you're being honest now, because people would say we know it's bent from warping space-time.
No,
we know
that's just the most compelling theory right now. Like prior to that, it was Newtonian physics was the king of the world.
Right. So you mean to say in the end that it is an unknown? And I think that's fair. I think I think most of us would agree with that.
I mean, we know elements of it. Like we know the speed at which it pulls on Earth. We can use math to calculate the speed at which it affects other mediums and things like that. So like it's not completely alien to us. We see its effects. We can measure its effects. So that does reveal something about it.
We acknowledge that we can measure an acceleration downwards. We were talking about that earlier. That's fine. You get a little parabola, upside down parabola.
Right, and that reveals to us something about gravity.
That's not even true. Not entirely.
I know. Yeah, it's kind of that's a little bit more elementary there. But you get my point. You can still map something out more or less. Okay, but in the end, it all boils down to why is this happening? And as you just stated, it's our best guess, but we don't actually know, and I'm fine with that. And I think that's on.
Okay. All right, fair enough.
That's what I was saying to Bobby earlier, but he's not here anymore, so that's cool.
Yeah, guys, like, you gotta tell people about the moonlight being cold when they bring up it having effect on the ocean. Because, I mean, if something's heating it up, I mean, cooling it down every night, that's gotta have something to do with it.
What did you say, mate?
No, I was saying, like, when people bring up, like, gravity and the moon having effect on the ocean, you've got to tell them that you can go outside and measure moonlight being colder than the shade. Right, you guys know that, right?
Yeah, I've seen those tests done. Like, I don't.
But you've never
know.
actually done it yourself. Like, I've done that myself.
Yeah, but even still, I don't necessarily think that means anything. What can you get out of that? I don't know.
No, but what are you talking about? 1 degree? Are you controlled opposition, mate? Like, that's the entire ocean getting cooled down on a daily basis, and then it's changing the amount that it's getting cooled down by the phases of the moon. That's a fact that you can test. Everyone can go out and test with a thermometer. I mean, 1 degree might not seem like much to you, but if it's the entire ocean, a couple degrees, it's huge.
Yeah, so there's an explanation for it, but I can't remember what it is. But like, I don't know. So right, so can you science that?
Can I science it? You mean just like actually calculate the
Yeah, well, what does it tell you anyway? Like, what are you gonna say about it? How does it relate to anything?
I mean, it's fundamentally not reflecting the sun's light. It's one of the very few scientific evidences we have for them misleading us in a humongous way.
What is this globe earther saying?
Wait, I'm not a globe earther.
All right.
It's not science, dude. That looking at the measuring the temperature of moonlight is definitely not science.
How is that not science?
But I'd say it would kind of suggest that possibly, or it's an indication maybe that the moon is its own light. That's not reflecting sunlight. It's creating its own light somehow.
Yeah.
I think it kind of debunks that, but it's
turning. That's a huge piece of proof.
It's really interesting observation. I'd say it's not much you can get more out of that than, you know.
If someone's saying the moon has an effect on the ocean that's gravity, but it's actually changing its temperature, you don't think that could have an effect that would create tides? You do know that, like, freezing and heating up water does change its, like...
I don't know about the moon cooling the water, the ocean. I don't know about that.
You've never tried a thermometer. I mean, just go. I mean, it's like one of the best proofs. You got to be controlled opposition at this point. Like, it's like the main proof of flat Earth is like that the moon's sunlight is cold. How is that not the main proof, bro?
Proof of what?
Proof that they're lying about so much shit. If they can't even explain why moonlight is cold.
I don't need to know that. If they're going to make a claim and they can't support it, right? I don't need to come up with any other idea. This just went through with another guy.
Yeah. Look, if you're on some zealotous, like, trying to be so scientific that you won't even throw someone a bone like that, then yeah, it makes sense. But that's your.
Well, you can speculate all you like. On Sundays, we bring in speculation.
Wait, T-Dog. I have an answer.
An answer about what?
You guys say the Earth is not actually moving at 1,600 kilometers per second or hour. I don't know. And that is you say that I اسحاق اقفل المايك بتاعك عشان بسمع صوتك. Okay. You're saying that the Earth is moving, and if Earth was actually moving, we would feel it, right?
I'm not saying the Earth is moving.
Now you guys say if it was moving, we would feel it, but we don't feel it, so therefore it's not moving.
No, I'm not saying if it was moving, I'd feel it. I'm not saying that.
Oh, what are flat earthers say then about the moving of the Earth?
No, flat earthers. No. I say, right, I don't experience the Earth to be moving.
You know why?
Because it's not moving.
No, have you been in an airplane before?
Yes.
Do you experience the acceleration or the normal velocity of the airplane?
Yeah, we experience acceleration, yeah.
Acceleration, exactly. The Earth moves in a uniform velocity.
No, that's not the claim. No, it's not the claim that it moves in a uniform motion. No, it's not. That's not the claim.
What do you mean?
The claim is that the globe Earth rotates on its axis, right? Uniform circular motion is acceleration, right? So yeah, you could say they claim it.
Uniform circular motion is acceleration.
So you could say that they claim it rotates in a uniform fashion, but that is acceleration.
I don't think that is acceleration. Do you know
that
what
is a change in direction or velocity is acceleration.
Okay, does the direction of the rotation of the Earth change? No.
Yes. So you on the surface, if it was a ball and it was rotating, every moment that you move, you're changing direction because you're on a curved surface that is rotating, right? So it's not linear. It's yes. Also, the orbit that is claimed,
share my screen.
Right, so the Earth's orbit is also a circular motion and elliptical. So they're claiming that it speeds up and slows down as well. in its orbital motion.
Oh. Do you know that, like, when the Earth rotates around its axis, the rotation isn't like... I want to show you. I can't demonstrate with my mouth. I want to show you, like, how it looks like. Because you really misunderstood this one, honestly. But what other questions do you have about the globe Earth that you find wrong?
The questions? I don't have any questions about it. It's wrong. I don't.
All right. Do you think
I can ask you? I can ask you if you. The questions I have is if you think that we live on a ball, right? What proof do you have of that?
Proof? Do I have a lot of proofs, honestly? But I already told them all, but you keep rejecting them. You keep I don't know.
No, not rejecting. There's a difference between refuting or debunking, right, and rejecting.
Can you
I don't think he debunked anything.
Yeah. Is this?
I've been here since yesterday.
So if I reject it, right, what's the reason that I reject it?
Okay. Can you debunk this?
Was it justified? Was it justifiable?
What is justifiable?
My rejection. So if you're saying I reject a so-claimed evidence, right? You got to.
If you reject the light experiment that was done by flat earthers yesterday. Like you were 5 guys and you were saying a lot of nothing. You just told me the light scatters. Therefore, the experiment isn't right. It should have been done by laser, but I don't think that's the case. Because it doesn't matter if the light scatters or not. It's still on the same surface. So it should appear on 17 feet high if it's a flat earth, but it was actually 23 feet high. The guy had to, carry his light upon his head. So, there's a curvature in there. About a good couple feet difference. And also the experiment was like $20,000 and done by flat earthers. So
nobody knew that the Earth was a globe before this, right?
Before this?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Nobody knew it was a globe. So everybody wasn't sure. Nobody knew. Nobody knew the Earth was a globe until that point in time. A flat earther came along and did this test, right?
No. It's not about that. This is one of the many evidence that we can use against you guys because you don't believe in subjective science. You just say a lot of science.
Let's get to the first time. When was the first time? When was the first time? When was the first time?
No. Don't get to the first time, mate. I want you to
let's go to the first time. Let's go to the first time, and we'll work our way right up to that point, and we'll see if it was the first time that it was ever proven or not.
T-Dub, what is your proof, undeniable proof that I can, that will make me shut up for the rest of my life? That
all you have to do, type in the longest bridge in China or whatever that goes over water. I forget which country it's in. And there's literally no... It's based on Euclidean plane geometry. There's no curvature in those bridges that go over that water.
Yes, see, he gets it. Not like you, Ishaq. You're stupid, Ishaq.
So you're a flat earther then?
Wait, who's a flat earther?
I mean, you two that are talking, you're saying he gets it.
Yeah, we are. We are flat earthers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to debate this. I just want to reach the truth here because I don't see the truth. I just see a lot of gaslighting.
Yeah, we believe in the cause, but they ruin the cause by hating others, and I don't want to ruin our cause.
Yeah, like yesterday.
Stop
All right, that's enough from the LARPer. We're not going to hear anything more from the LARPer. All right, you're not going to LARP as a flat earther.
I'll mute Isaac, bro. T-Dub.
No, not gonna put up with LARPers, people pretending.
I'm not laughing, mate. Come on.
LARPing, pretending, live action.
He's not
role
LARPing.
Playing. Yes,
he's not
is.
I'm the one LARPing, not him. I'm the one saying I'm pretending. I'm the one pretending, not him.
He's not a flat earther. He's not a flat earther.
Okay, I was the one pretending, not him. Mute me, not him.
Oh, you were the one pretending to be the flat earther?
Yeah, I'll mute him and mute me.
No, I'm pretty sure it was Ishak just saying that. You were not lighting up
Ishak.
as he was stating.
It's Isaac.
Yeah, Ishak, whatever.
Mate, you're like a fucking dictator. If someone doesn't want to say the thing you want, I'm gonna mute them.
No, I just don't like pretender clowns. All right, so he's not going to pretend to be something he's not. Right?
All right, fine. Isaac says he's not gonna pretend. He says sorry. Unmute him.
Unmute him. Yeah, he better not.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
This is so fucking funny. I don't actually understand the way that they actually like believe they're right. Like I know that they think. Yeah, I woke up. I see the.
Okay, look. Type in Euclidean plane geometry, and then research what that is, and then find out that that's what they use to make everything. It's not. You couldn't do that in a video game.
Yes, I agree. I think Baz also a pretender, bro.
No, he seems legit.
Isaac, can you turn on noise suppression بس عشان see?
I'm trying my best here. You know, my mic sensitivity is just so bad.
في noise suppression
Yeah. Okay. What about now? My voice kind of.
Yeah, perfect. لا سامع نفسي.
Oh man. Wait. How do I do that? What about now?
مرحبا. Oh, no, now it's good.
All right.
Perfect. Anyways, let's discuss another. Welcome everybody to another episode of 24/7 Flat Earth. Today we're going to discuss frequently asked questions about Earth. People usually claim, like flat earthers, claim that the horizon looks flat. That's when you look at the horizon and it appears flat, not curved. And that is because the Earth is huge. Its curvature is too subtle to see with the naked eye at the ground level. However, from high altitudes like planes or weather balloons, the curve becomes more visible. Therefore, first claim debunked. Does anyone have any questions?
How do you know that?
I was wondering, Tomato, are you a fruit or a vegetable?
Fruit.
Are you a fruit?
He's a fruit, I think.
Or a vegetable?
Yeah, tomatoes are
I'm not trying to figure out if I'm confused. I think you're a bit of both, maybe.
He's a fruit. He's a fruit.
A tomato's a fruit?
Yes.
Ah, good.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'd say you're a fruit. No worries.
All right, so nobody has.
So what's your you don't have any measurements of curvature, Goomba?
I have no idea what do you mean, mate.
What are you talking about? You can see curvature in a hot air balloon. What are you talking about?
When you go up the elevation, the curvature is more visible.
There's no curvature. Have you seen the footage from the ISS, and it shows Earth to be completely flat? That's ISS. That gets higher than a hot air balloon.
You can see a flat curvature because the Earth is pretty huge. Yeah?
Flat curvature.
Listen. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let's get perfectly round. Don't say that. Be respectful, mate. Okay. Let's get an ant, a small ant. Okay. Okay. Let's get a small little ant and put it on a very perfectly circular ball. Okay. What would the ant see? Would it see a curvature or would it see it as flat?
The ant would think he's on a ball and get the fuck off it. Get back on the grass and get some food, you moron.
All right,
you think ants are stupid? I think an ant's smarter than you, bro. The ant would go, I'm on a flat ball.
The thing is, that
24/7
analogy is an analogy
which is not
flat
very
earthers use.
The horizon would be curved on a ball, you numpty.
If you have an ant on a basketball and you lift that ant up, it will have to keep looking down and down and down. But anytime you go up in altitude, you never have to look down. The horizon always comes to your eye.
Yeah, no, it doesn't always come to eye level. But anyway, look, bro, your ant on your basketball would probably have to be something like 22,000 times smaller before it couldn't perceive the curvature of the basketball. So let's throw that out. But how about this? How about you tell us how we know that there's curvature to not see?
How do we what?
How do we know that there is curvature of the Earth that we're not seeing?
How do we know that there is a curvature of the Earth that we're not seeing?
Yeah.
I told you, or
We go
lot of
back.
times, experiments. Yeah.
The light experiment.
I really
The fake
don't
one.
get how you guys think. But anyways, moving on to the next question. There is no curvature over water. That when the ships leave, I don't know how to explain this one. I need to show you guys a video, but I can't share my screen. I really wish I could share my video. Is there a way I can share my video, Tito?
It looks like it's sinking.
Yeah, can I
Is that what
share
you're
my
trying to
video?
say?
Any flat Earth mod that really likes freedom of speech here and freedom of video? Tito.
Bro, you can stream or whiteboard.
I can stream.
You can stream or whiteboard, I think, but you can't. We don't allow you to turn your camera on.
Okay, let me try a whiteboard. A whiteboard. I can turn on my camera, but I can't stream. But I don't know how to turn on a whiteboard too.
No, you should be able to stream unless you're not a high enough level yet.
Oh yeah. So I need a high level? What high? How high do I need?
Like a lot of debates.
I don't know.
Dang.
You'd have to ask the administration or go and check the rules and that.
All right.
T-Dub, what do you think about like how if you went up high enough, it's gonna look round at some point anyway, because it's like the distance that you can see. It's like light you can't actually see far enough. It's like imagine if you had an infinitely big flat plane, right, and then you had candles like 1 meter away from each other, like all over the entire plane. If you're in the middle and you go up, the candles at the edge, you're going to see them disappear first, and it's going to be like a circle. Do you know what I mean?
I think he does.
Kinda. I don't know if that's what would actually happen or not. When I just look out, it just looks all flat to me. I'm not seeing any curve. So, yeah. No matter what altitude I can achieve.
Right?
Whatever altitude I've ever achieved, it's never looked like it's curving to me.
So
yeah, it's never looked curved to me either. I'm just saying, like, as a phenomenon, logically, I could see if they were able to get high enough up, it's going to be the edges of our, you can only see so far in each direction.
Edges of your vision, yeah. So the extent of your vision being equidistant in all directions from a point, I guess. I don't know.
Tito.
Yeah, I get that.
No, I know it sucks, but it's like a really important thing to know, bro. Because like that's like last minute. I don't know. I just feel like it's such an important thing to know.
Yeah, I don't need to make excuses, bro. I don't need to make excuses or explain anything, right? We all observe the Earth as flat and motionless. Anybody with an antithetical claim bears the burden to prove that.
No, I know, but I'm just saying it's kind of just bad luck. No, I'm just saying genuine as a flat earther, it's bad luck that the circumference of the sun's light is going to make it look round. And also that other fact that I said with those candles on a flat plane, the ones furthest away just disappear far. The light's not going to travel that far. But anyway, I just think it's important to sometimes... Yeah,
they're interesting things to think about, I guess.
It's hard to say if that should even be mentioned to people trying to research it, because it's just very confusing, but I just feel like it's important.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Of course you can. You just did.
Sorry, I like to stick to an argument that I have always, unless I got it fully debunked or fully proven. So, that one light experiment of the flat earthers who said it was interesting. Can you tell me what scientific basis do you refuse to believe this particular experiment? Like what do you
experiment,
base
bro? What
your
experiment are you
refusal
talking
on?
about? What experiment?
The one I sent, here. I think you know it. I don't remember the name of the guy. I think it's Jaren or something. Yeah, Tomato sent it.
Okay, yeah. That's not an experiment.
Yeah, I think you know this one.
No, it's not an experiment, bro.
Why?
It's not a scientific experiment.
Why is it not scientific?
Because it's not trying to figure out the cause of an effect in nature.
It's trying to figure out the curvature of the Earth.
What curvature of the Earth? There's none to figure out.
They're trying to say if we lift the light up, because they have the holes in the same position and the boards in the same position, and the camera in the position of the hole. Therefore, if the Earth is, not a curvature, there's no curvature in the Earth, he wouldn't have to lift the light up his head, but he did anyway because he kind of seems to know that there's a, curvature.
Oh, okay. So okay, right. Even though it's not scientific and it's not an experiment, let's follow your logic path. Right?
Okay.
Yeah. Let's for a moment entertain that somehow it is scientific, right? Has it ever been repeated?
Yeah.
Has it ever been repeated?
Yeah, I think multiple times, but
yeah. Do you want to show that?
Sure.
Show when it was
There's
repeated.
multiple videos.
Yeah, show that particular test being done repeatedly.
What do you mean repeatedly? Like I should show
by
you
other
multiple
people,
videos,
or the same people who did it again.
Should they be flat earthers
at a later date, or independent people going out and saying, "Hey, let's try that.
Why?
Let's see if that
Isn't
does
this guy
work."
independent?
Right? Yeah. So
still a flat earther.
more other say it done again, because that would be a standard within the scientific community that something is repeatable.
Well, there's a lot of people
it's
who
repeated.
It, but what's
something that is known to be a scientific fact has been established through repeated testing and experiment.
Sure, but
okay.
If I show you more experiments and get the same results,
no, the same experiment. That's not an experiment. The same one.
Okay, the same experiment that is not experiment. Okay. Sure. Mm-hmm. When I show you,
we want a data set. We want a data set to compare, right? We want to see what was the evaluate.
Yeah, hypothetically, if it came like all
and all the variables involved,
hypothetically,
right? Yep.
Yeah, sure, but I'm trying to ask here if hypothetically all of it came. Let's say all had the same results as the first experiment.
Let's have a look at the data. You put put it all on the table, and we'll have a look at the data. Let's go. Put it on the table for us. Let's have a look.
Sure. Okay. Let me just try and look up. Maybe I'm mistaken. It's fine. Just life.
Yo, dude, I found a video that is so cool. Look at this one. What distance was between each cardboard wall? Let's run the number through the Earth's curve calculator together. Okay, let's see. 2.
If he's holding it up to 23 feet high and you're seeing the light, well, that's. We don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting. Next hole. And seeing the light backward 17. Here we have a backup experiment. Look back at the experiment. Seen through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light looking back toward 17 off the water. The Earth is flat, holding it up to 23 feet high, and we're seeing the light. Well, that's because curve. So I should only be able to see it when it's 17. Okay, go ahead and drag down there. You're going to hold the light there. Enrique, how high is your light? 17 feet. I mean, we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting. Yeah.
This laser test actually uses a laser. Huh. Wait a minute.
Really suck at searching.
Flat Earth core.
Over 8 foot. The time of the measurement indicated a marginal refraction of the two sides. Our calculation gave a result.
And these motherfuckers are funny. Oh. اسحاق انت بتعمل ايه؟
مدري قاعد استخدم كروك. مشكلة ترى ما هو دليل يعني فاهم علي. هو قاعد يطلب مني أعطيه تجارب أكثر، ومن هذا المنطلق يبغى يحسب إنه ذا دليل. فاهم علي يعني. طب أنت على الأقل قول لي ليش تحسب التجربة سيئة؟ هو إيش هو حرف المشكلة.
Oi.
Words coming out of your mouth, bro. What the fuck?
Why do you mute, bro?
English only in this channel.
Alright, we're gonna speak English.
Sorry, didn't know that.
It's okay.
Beep boop, beep 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 boop boop. Does Morse code count as English?
No.
Huh. I mean, it's a code, not a language.
Beep, boop, beep, beep.
Beep, beep, boop,
What the
boop.
hell did you just say?
Fucking mad juicy, bro. What the fuck?
Man.
Are you bored, bro? I can tell you're bored, bro.
I am. You can. I'm literally in a Flat Earthers panel. How can you not tell?
Nah, I can fucking tell straight away.
I take it you're finding it a little difficult to find any instance where that particular test was repeated.
Yes, T-Dub. The Earth is flat.
Because it's
Everyone
probably
knows
a
that.
$20,000 experiment, and
So
not everyone is going to repeat
the only
it.
thing that you can actually appeal to for the Earth being a globe was this one time.
So listen.
Flat Earth.
Can we get something straight? Listen. Can we get something straight? Do you think this, experiment is let's say, a conspiracy?
Yes.
Because he's a formidable known flat earther who did the experiment, yet you are refusing to take this experiment that you don't call an experiment as a proof. And most of the videos you guys use to prove something isn't even as nearly documented as this video. So I think this is like double standards, Maybe find a way to debunk the experiment itself other than rejecting it fully, saying we should have a really clean person who did that. I think this guy's pretty clean. He's still a flat earther till this day. So, just want to know, what scientific basis do you...
Scientific basis. Bro, look, we have countless amounts of long-distance observations that are impossible on a globe, right? You don't have any observations that match up with the claimed values
really relative,
of the globe.
That's
well,
relative.
No, it's not. If we have observations...
I can say I have a lot of impossible things that can be done in a flat Earth
okay.
in a globe Earth.
Really? Are they observations that are impossible on a flat Earth?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, go ahead and present one.
Flat Earthers...
Well, you don't have any to present, do you? You're just going to try to deflect away from that.
I don't know.
You don't have anything to present, bro. Yeah, well, it's not that hard. Just stay focused. Okay, long-distance observations that match up with the globe mathematics. Do you have any at all that you can share? Because I can show countless amounts that absolutely destroy it.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, so do you have any long-distance observations that match up with the globe mathematics? Because I have countless amounts to present that destroy the globe mathematics.
Okay, so do I have a long distance observation with the globe mathematics that does add up, like that can work on a...
Yeah, like the geometric horizon being where it would have to be on a globe, right? The curvature existing in reality, which would have to be the case if the Earth were a globe. Do you have anything empirical, any practical demonstrations that you can show me?
Well, I don't have
that back up the globe.
Straight evidence here because
there isn't any.
This debate thing, but I can. Okay, that's a jump. We can kind.
No, it's not. I've been looking into this for 8 years now, and nobody's ever presented one.
No,
so
please. It's a relative view. You can say I've been looking into something, and then I'd say, oh no, I feel I'm right. I've been looking into a long time. That's not an argument.
Well, it sounds like that you haven't been looking into it for long, and that you don't have any evidence to present. But I have a ton of evidence to present, but you guys don't even care about that.
Why? I didn't say I didn't care about that. I just said that maybe your points are relative. That's it. Maybe you're right.
How are they relative? How is seeing across a 20-mile lake where there should be 300 foot of curvature relative?
I just think that's perspective of the way you're explaining it.
How does that have anything to do? How does that have anything to do with perspective?
Because you don't have solid evidence. I don't think that
is solid evidence, dude. Right? If you have a 20-mile body of water on a globe, how much curvature should there be over 20 miles?
I don't know. I'm not the best at math.
Well, it's 293 foot over 21 miles, which is the observation.
So what about horizon distance and curvature?
Oh, yep. So the horizon distance. Okay, so this observation was done from 5 foot observation height. Do you know the distance to the horizon from a 5 foot observation height?
From a 5 foot, I don't know.
Yeah, it's 2.73 miles. 2.73 miles.
How much is that in kilometers?
Like 5 or something.
So approximately 6, because that way I know.
Yeah, you can. Right. We can give you 6. That's fine. It's not 6, but it's more like 5, like I said.
Sure.
But anyway, it doesn't matter because there's no horizon at all over the 21-mile flat surface of the water of the lake, right? That's impossible on a globe.
So does this disprove the ship sinking into the ocean and the horizon?
Sinking?
Because you said there's no
like the Titanic?
Here. Not like the Titanic.
You don't want ships to sink, bro. You want ships... Ships don't go over a physical.
Can we not twist my words?
No, you just deflected, bro. You just deflected away from what I was talking about, and then started talking about a different topic.
No,
which is
you were
ships.
talking about the horizon, the curvature. So I'm talking about the ships.
Yeah. So okay. So what horizon, bro? Like I have an observation here, right? Where the horizon would have to be
over the horizon.
What horizon? There is no horizon in this observation. There is no horizon in this observation.
Okay. Let's talk about the ships.
Let's talk about the ships. Right, so the ships, what are the ships going over? Right, what are they being blocked by? The curvature of the Earth?
Once they
the
get past
way
the
they're
horizon?
heading down.
So once they go over the horizon?
Yeah.
Are the ships going over the horizon? Okay, so in this observation, there would have to be a horizon at a certain distance.
Well, let's see if he knows. What's the distance to the horizon, do you know?
I think it's 6 kilometers.
From what height?
For who? From what height, yeah. For who?
From sea level.
No, dude, that's not how it works. From sea level, the horizon would be 0 kilometers.
No.
Yeah.
From an average.
Depends on the height. Look, let me explain it to you, bro. You sound like you're new to this, right?
Sure.
So let me help you out. Okay, so depending on the height of the observer, right, you can calculate how far away the horizon would have to be if the Earth was a globe. For example, if you were 1 foot making the observation, it would be at 1.2 miles. If you were 6 foot, it would be at 3 miles.
Mm-hmm.
If you were 8 foot, it would be at 3.5 miles. And if you were 66 foot tall, then it would be at 10 miles.
I've seen
What's
videos of some people recording ships, like the movement of them over the horizon. Let's say hypothetically there's a horizon. Maybe you don't believe. I don't know. I'm not kind of understanding the argument here. Maybe I'm not so educated, but yeah.
Okay, so if the Earth is a globe,
he recorded
right? So I get you. You're not understanding the argument. I'm trying to help you out, though. I'm trying to help you understand.
Sure.
Okay, so what happens in most cases is when the ship sails away, even if it's a giant ship, right, it gets smaller and smaller until it gets too small for the human eye to resolve, which is when it gets down to 0.2 degrees, right? That's the angular resolution limitation of the human eye. So if something gets smaller than that, you can't see it anymore, right? But what we can do is zoom back in on the ship and bring the ship back to view.
Oh, the zoom. No, I seen a video. Yeah. There was a guy.
Have a look in the side chat. You'll see a giant ship.
Yeah, I'm looking at the GIF. I know this one. So there's another video of a guy actually using zoom, and the ship seems to sink in. And then he went over a tower, and then the ship goes back in. So just that, proves the horizon.
Right. So sometimes,
video if you want so.
Please do.
Okay.
Sometimes there's contributing factors that you have to take into consideration. Now, if it was actually behind a horizon, it wouldn't sometimes go behind the horizon. It would always go behind the horizon. But it doesn't, right? Sometimes there's things that can block the bottom of the ship, like ocean swells, right? Or different types of weather conditions. You can have different types of mirage effects called sinking, for example, which is defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, apparently sinks beneath it. So you have to take these extra factors into consideration as well. The thing is, we can replicate
I'm pretty sure the video had good weather conditions.
Good weather conditions doesn't make a difference. Sinking usually happens in clear weather conditions, right? If you look into it, right, it states that. Okay, so it's not about the weather conditions; it's about the temperature conditions. Okay, so these are not flat Earth
because of the temperature.
Yes, it can make the ship.
The sinking movement. Is it about what?
Okay, so you have different types of mirages, right? I don't know if you've seen those images where it looks like there's ships floating in the air.
Yes.
It's called, right? So sometimes you can get the opposite of that, right? So that when the ships are floating in the air, That happens when you've got a cooler layer of air down low and then a warmer layer of air above it, right? And it displaces where you see the ship, and it makes it look like it's higher than what it is. Now, sometimes you can get the opposite of that temperature gradient, where you have warmer air below and then cooler air above it, and that's called sinking, right? And it's defined as something that would normally be visible on the horizon, apparently sinks beneath it, right? So we need to take that into consideration as a possibility, and we also need to take in ocean swells. Right, ocean swells is another big cause of that. So any of these videos where you zoom in on the ship and you can't bring it back to view, you would need to have a look at the conditions on that particular day. Look at the ocean swells. Look at the weather conditions.
Can we use exposure? Some effects that can bring back the ship, because you just said that it's not actually the ship is gone. The ship's still there, but the weather, let's say the temperature does that. Okay, so
look, oceans, if it's hidden behind ocean swells, right? If it's hidden behind ocean swells, how are you going to bring it back to it's hidden behind something physical?
But
let's say sea level, it's all the same, actually.
But the main
the
point
ship should be,
the
same
main point
height.
is that if the reason is because it's gone over the physical curvature of the Earth, then you would be able to show that that it is at the precise distance away from the observer, right, and the exact amount of obstruction of view is present in conjunction with the observer's height and the claimed curvature rate of the Earth. Now, if you can show that, but you won't be able to. Nobody has ever been able to present that to us. Ever.
I think there's a video, though. I think I saw one. But I don't have it. It was in Arabic, and I can provide it.
What's in the video? Just tell us what you saw in the video.
So basically the ships does sink, Tomatoes.
Okay, why didn't the ship that I posted in the side chat sink?
I don't know. Maybe the video have a different context. I'm not 100% sure what the video is about.
Context.
Yeah, maybe the ship is not going, into the horizon where they're going.
So the Earth wasn't curved on this. In there's no curvature in this part of the ocean.
No. It's not about the Earth not being in a curve. I'm talking about maybe the ship is going another direction.
What do you mean?
I don't have,
when
I don't
he zooms
know
out.
Context.
When he zooms, this is a giant ship, right? When he zooms out, you can't see the ship at all, right? Then he zooms in, and you can see the entire ship again. Okay, that's what happens most of the time. Now, I explained that other things can happen sometimes, but the thing is, right? The horizon on a globe is at a specific distance away, right? And it's not that far. So, right? So if you're 6 foot tall standing at the beach, the horizon's 3 miles away on a globe. But when we actually go out and test in reality, we can see magnitudes further. That's why I was talking about the lake observation that I was talking about, right? It's 21 miles. The horizon would have to be at 2.7 miles or about 5 kilometers, right? But there's no horizon. It's completely flat water. And then there's a shoreline on the other side of the lake that you can see perfectly. It should be obstructed behind 230 foot of curvature. That's like a 20-story building of curvature, but you can see the entire shoreline and the town on the other side of the lake. So it's cannot be a globe, right? You have to have this curvature over the distance. You have to have a geometric horizon. We have countless amounts of these observations now that completely debunk the globe.
Sure. I think we can look more into it. I still.
Hey, tomato, stupid fuck, right? So the fog disappears when you zoom in, does it? Smart guy. Idiot.
Anyway, I think we can look more into it. I think.
Yeah, I've been looking into it, bro. You need to look more into it. I've looked into it, and I'm.
No, I did, but I'm just unable to present the evidence because it's not here with me now.
You're
But I think
unable
I
to
have,
present
but not
anything.
now. Okay.
All you have is a TikTok video of Jaren holding a flashlight
Come
above some
on,
cardboard.
man. Come
That's
on.
all you have.
Don't get into.
bro.
No, trying to minimize my argument.
So
It's fine.
maybe
It's fine, no problem.
you're considering that you've entered this arena a little bit unprepared, right?
No, it's not about being unprepared. I'm not insecure about any belief. I'm just. It's fine. I can poke with you until I find the truth. It's no problem. I'm not. What does that change for me if the Earth is curvature?
We've got a whole server
globe?
full of information.
I don't
right?
care.
If you're interested, we've got a whole server full of a whole library full of information.
Sure. Well, we can look into that later. It's fine. It's just I'm not. I don't have as free time as you think. I'd actually have some work, like actual work, and cannot be sticking around a lot. I'm sorry. It's just like yesterday, I had to go. So, well, now I don't have enough time to debate. So, thanks, fellas. I think that was more respectful.
Yeah, no problem, dude. Look, next time. Come back with your video that you were talking about, and we can go over it step by step, and you'll be able to see that the horizon is
Sure. May the lights of the flat earthers, shine upon me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I think that.
Oh, you're wrong. You're wrong. You just haven't realized it yet, but that's okay.
Sure.
You will.
Sure. Thank you, mate. I'll see you guys later. Thank you.
All right. Catch you later, dude.
Did you say let the lights of the flat earthers shine down on me? Funny.
What kind of shit is that?
That would actually be a good lyric. Let the light of the flat earthers shine down upon us.
Oh, it's Flat Day. Hey.
What up?
Flat Day's like, I can feel a song. Thanks for the lyrics, bro.
Seriously, I'm gonna throw that shit in there. What's up with the guy Tomato you muted?
I didn't mute him, but yeah, he ran away. He's gone. But yeah, he was saying that you can't see the ship because of fog. He was like, "You moron! There's fog." And then you zoom in, and that somehow you can see through the fog then and see the whole ship. But when you zoomed out, it's blocked by the fog. Yeah, real high level argument.
Yeah, right. That's crazy. What kind of camera would that be? Like that would be like the camera, the FLIR
it's like
camera.
the fog remover modification.
Right.
Yeah, infrafog 9000.
The dude who made the observation of the black swan bow from Santa Barbara, where I'm from. He's got a buddy. I don't know if you ever heard of Pablo's Dog. That's his channel name on YouTube.
I've heard of it.
Yeah, all he does, like a couple times a week, he'll go out to the spot.
Oh yeah, I know the one. Yep.
Yeah, you'll see like a half-hour video of just the water. You know what I mean? And what do you call it? Where was I going with this? Fuck, I forgot what I was going to say about it.
Pablo's Dog and BLSM.
Yeah. What was I going to say? I just totally got a brain freeze right now, bro. Sorry.
Something about the Black Swan.
Oh, okay. That dude Pablo's Dog works for that company, FLIR. He's like one of the head people there. So he's always telling me like he wants, I bump into him every once in a while in Santa Barbara, and he's always telling me like he doesn't ever want to put his name in the videos or anything like that. He says a few people he works with know what what his thoughts are on that, but he got to keep it real low pro because they sell cameras and shit. Like they sell their equipment to the government agencies and shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he got some pretty cool little gadgets. So
Yeah, definitely.
those cameras are so overpriced, though. I mean, I guess if you have the money to get them, you know.
Well, the P900 is pretty cheap.
Yeah.
It's like 300.
Didn't they discontinue the? I had a P1000 once. I had for about a year, and in that year, I took over 350,000 pictures of P1000. That's a great camera. Probably the best camera I've ever had.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
I was at Santa Barbara City College one day, and I had my Nikon D850. I was taking pictures with that, and I had the it was a 150 to 600 lens. I was messing around with it, and they also got the 200 to 500 lens. That's like a $1,200 lens from Nikon. So the camera was like cost me. I got it on Craigslist almost brand new for $2,000, and then I had about $12,000 worth of lenses. And I'll tell you what, none of those lenses, and even with the Nikon D850, couldn't even touch the P1000 as far as like. I mean, they say
there's just no comparison. I mean, even like a 600 millimeter lens, it's only like some tiny amount of optical zoom compared to the 125x optical zoom P1000.
Yeah, I mean the like cameras like the D850 with some of those lenses are great for like getting a good photograph of something. But you know what, bro? With that P1000, I took a lot of like not even far away pictures, like close pictures that turned out really good. Actually, I was really surprised. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, it does. Another good thing is it doesn't have the what are they called? Accutations. I think that's the right word. Where every time you click the shutter of like the D850 or one of the Nikons that's a DSLR, basically, you only have a certain amount of shutter clicks before, just like cars only have a certain amount of miles. It's like planned obsolescence, basically. But the P1000 being, since it's not a DSLR, it doesn't have that. So I didn't realize what a good camera I had at the time, and then come to find out that NASA buy like 51% of the stock of Nikon, and then like they stopped producing those the P cameras.
I don't know. I heard that, but there's a P1100 out now, so I don't know if that's how new that is.
Really? No shit. 1100, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Damn,
they should have called it something else, but yeah.
Yeah. No other company has been able to come close to that. They're called like the zoom cameras, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I call them super zoom cameras, but yeah, no other companies make such a powerful zoom camera.
Yeah. What's crazy is when you have that camera and you're like zooming in on things at night, like I was zooming on the moon or stars, you can hear shit. Like the sound that it picks up. I mean, I know it's probably not picking up the sound from the moon or something, but like it has this like otherworldly sound that no other camera I've noticed has that sound. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, man. No, sorry. No idea.
There's this one guy, he's a glober, right? But he's got one, and he just like he does moon, planets, like. But he also so he set up his girlfriend on the side of this hill, and he was holding a sign, and he was 5 miles away, I think, or something like that. And he's like zoomed in, and you can read the sign. It's blurry, but you can read it. Like, yeah. So.
Crazy.
But he actually did daytime observations with it of Saturn and Jupiter.
Daytime, huh?
Yeah, daytime. Yeah. So I'm not sure if it's like twilight. Like it seems pretty bright. It seems like he didn't show the sun is in the sky, but it's light. It's like the sky's still blue, like has the blue tinge to it. So yeah. But he zooms in and right on Jupiter. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Dude, I remember in 2019 when Mercury did the retrograde, and for I had about an hour and a half of footage where they were clouding the sky a lot, but there was times where the sun would break through, and when that P1000, I'd zoom in and I could see Mercury doing the retrograde, and when I zoomed in on it, and then I came back to the computer at the pad, and then I zoomed in on it again and did some editing. The way that the Mercury looked, it looked like well, you know how, for instance, how stars, like, they look like if you took a bunch of ovals and put them together, like, that's one of the space symbols they have. Like, it looks like that, like something trying to like bouncing around inside of something. Basically, is the best way I could describe it. But Mercury was completely black, and you could just see it looked like it was being contained inside something very small, and on every side of it, it was just like trying to, like, bouncing off the walls. I guess that's the best way I could describe it. Like almost like like all black insect that's trapped in something, and so you're seeing like movement from every direction of that circle. Like flapping, not flapping, but like fluttering or something like that. I guess that would be the best way to describe it.
I wish I had one here because every clear night out to the a little bit southwest, and about I don't know, like between eye level and like 20 degrees above, or even a bit higher. There's these lights that appear, like they'll just spawn out of nowhere, and it's just from this one region, and they spawn and they just travel, like sometimes they'll do like little arcs, sometimes they'll like look like they're coming straight towards you, sometimes like they're going north or south in a straight line, like it's just weird, and then they just fade out. Sometimes they get really bright and then fade out, and just for a second. They're just weird. I don't even know what the fuck they are. I don't have one. I don't have. I've tried with my phone. Doesn't do the justice.
Oh yeah, phone. Not even the best phone can really do that justice. Unfortunately. Yeah. The phones, they say like, oh, like this phone I have right now. It's like a $300 phone. They're having all kinds of deals where you can go in and get a phone for like $5. It's a pretty dope phone. But even with 50 megapixels, it's just not even anything close to what a regular camera with like 15 megapixels has. What is a P1000? I think it's like 15 megapixels or something like that. But yeah, it is a great camera though. I kind of took it for granted at the time when I had it, I guess. I don't know. But there was a time when I had a lot more money than I do now, and I was able to buy a lot of expensive toys. I was just first coming into Flat Earth, and like I spent every waking breath and every moment and every dollar I had on things that like could present my argument. And it's just like, even if I wasn't arguing with somebody, I was just so fascinated with it. You know what I mean? With everything about it. Yeah. Back in the days, I used to be so gung ho on like flat smacking people. I haven't even used that word flat smack in so long. I feel funny saying it, but like I used to go way out of my way to flat smack people, and now I'm just like real reserved about it. Talking to people, I don't try to flat smack them. I just wait for like an opportunity in what they're saying to ask them a question, like, "What do you think they did?" Whatever it is. Every person's like on a need to know individual basis. You know what I mean? I don't think you could really have the same exact argument with any two people. You can, but it's every person's different. You can plan a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you, bro. Yeah, everyone's different, and some people aren't ready to hear this kind of information.
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much.
It's a lot like to take in if you haven't heard about it at all. It's so much to explain to someone.
Yeah. And then they always ask questions. They're like, why? And I always say, like, dude, why would you give a fuck about why you like? You really want to know why I think they did it, or why? Like, I was like, that's just gonna muddy the waters of the facts. Like, my opinion, you should not give two shits about my opinion about why I think they do this or that. Like, it really doesn't matter why, you know. But they always want the why, and then if you're gonna theorize and give them the why, then I feel like it just muddies the waters, you know. Pretty much. I mean, there's always
They all ask the same questions. It's hilarious. Like it's like they're subconsciously programmed to all ask the exact same 10 like dumb questions.
I know,
like,
right?
We could just have we could just have it recorded, right? The responses, and just push a button when they ask the same question, so you don't have to say it again like 50 times in a row.
Remember those old like teddy bears, like stuffed teddy whatever, and they had like a recording in them, and you'd pull the string and they have like 8 different things that they'd say. You don't know which one you're gonna get. It would be random, but it would be like 8 different things. You know what I mean? It would be like that. That's right, sporadic. Running a good script doesn't do that, huh? It seems like this is the only Discord server now. There doesn't seem to be any other Discord servers with flat earthers in them anymore, huh? Or do you guys know of any other one? You guys go to?
Politics and religion. That's a good one.
Okay.
What?
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
active.
But
And then the home server. Yeah, there's other ones, but yeah, I don't really go to them. I just go to this one, and then the other PNR server and the home server sometimes.
Okay. I jump in Jim Panda's thing every once in a while.
Yeah, I'm not a member of that anymore. It's just chaos over there. They're just fighting with each other about politics and stuff.
Yeah. I'll listen in for a little while, and then I'll when there's a quiet moment, I'll get in and be like, all right, you guys have 5 minutes to ask me any questions you want. You know, I'm donating my time right now. I don't have to do this, but I'm donating my time to you guys. You know what I mean? And I'll present it like that, you know? I've even told Jim Panda, I'm like, I wouldn't tell you no if you asked me to be a mod on your channel, bro. You know what I mean? I've told him that a couple times. Does anybody ever remember this chick? She had like a really thick, like British accent. I might not be British. I'm not really good with my accents, but like a really thick European or British accent, and she went by the name. It was all in capitals. KJV1611. Anybody remember her?
No.
No.
What's up? What's up? Anybody here?
Yo, how's it going, Alpha?
Hey, T-Dub. Pretty quiet today, huh?
Yeah, it is just a little bit.
Got to gain that momentum back to take back the #1 spot from these clowns.
Yeah, it's like we had 2 or 3 days over in PNR where it was like really busy over there, and this place got neglected, and it makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Been doing good so far. Yesterday was pretty active. I didn't get to hear the other guy, CSGO, leave the channel, so I don't know how he fared. The other guy who was
Who's that?
from Hong Kong.
I might have missed that.
Oh yeah, he was yesterday, or I would say like hours ago. He was in the chat. Then we had Isaac, who was a young guy who was defending the globe.
Huh?
Someone said something.
What did he do?
It's Goofy Leaf.
Oh, okay. What up, Flat Earth Ranger?
What up, AV? What up?
Just checking in, man, before I go to work.
We just waking up over here. Like 6:40 a.m.
Yeah, checking to see if there's any Glovers that come into this chat. Doesn't sound like it. Lately, there's a lot of burden of proof switching that's been happening with these guys that come through here. That's a trend that has been happening for the past couple of days.
Oh, I noticed.
They cunningly make it sound like they're the ones asking the questions, and then they get everybody on the team to like start answering their questions. I've been listening at work. I'm like, damn.
Oh yeah, it's like they're doing anything to say I don't know.
I know, bro.
Yeah.
Anything to keep from saying I don't know.
I know, man.
What's up, DJ?
Hey, sup, Alpha. Sorry, man, I was away from my microphone.
Welcome back.
Cheers, man. I like what you're doing recently with that gas pressure argument. You know, I feel like that needed to be refined a bit, and the way you approach it's good.
Yeah, I was trying to get it a little bit more concise, and it's coming together. But so far the argument is pretty solid. There isn't anything that I can think of that I can't talk about, other than making it just like a little bit shorter. I think it's going along pretty good.
Yeah, well, that seems to be the argument of the year, right? By the anti-flat Earth side, right? They come in and they ask us, "Where's your container? What's it made out of? How far away is it?" If you can't answer those questions, then they declare victory. So the new way of approaching that is definitely good, and that's interesting information as well. Most people have no idea. Most people have no idea that.
Sorry, go on.
You're right. I was just going to say quickly, right? Most people have no idea that they haven't validated their continuous gradient into a space vacuum. And I didn't even know that, right? I thought that they could just pop a barometer up there, you know, at that particular height or something, and that they would, you know, be able to show something like that. But they got nothing.
Nope.
Yeah, so Pads isn't here, is he? Pads, he was here, and he's going. I was hoping to get you two together, Alpha and Pads, because Pads was in here when you weren't in here the other day. I don't know if you were listening or any. You weren't in the call, but I don't know if you were listening on YouTube. But he was saying that it only takes like a moment of research on Google, and you can see. Look, there's this thing called a what was the name of it again? Something gauge. There's a certain type of instrument that's used for measuring extremely low pressure vacuums, right? And he was saying, see, so everybody just took Alpha's word that it's never been measured, blah, 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 blah. And then I was thinking about it for a while. I'm thinking, hang on, there's something not right here. And I had a little look into the instrument that he was talking about, right? And so it's an ionization gauge or something, right? So they expose it to the vacuum, and whatever gas is there gets ionized, right? And then it measures the current that's produced from the ionization of the gases, and that's relative and proportional to a certain amount of pressure that would be present from those gases, right? And like I was going, okay, so like there's something to this, right? But so they're using it in labs when they're constructing very extremely low pressure vacuums, like at CERN and places like that, right? And they claim to have these things on satellites. And I went, hang on. Now, I specifically remember that. So he was saying, see, so everybody just takes Alpha's word and just takes a moment of Google search and you can find how they measure this shit, right? And then I went, hang on a second. I remember Alpha saying something about there's a gap. So there's a gap between the top of the troposphere, so the beginning of the mesosphere, and then the thermosphere, right? So there's that gap, right? And so they claim they can, so the meteorologists can measure fairly high up with their balloons and shit, and then there's this gap between which they claim there is this mesosphere, and then where their satellites are, that they're using this instrument, they're claiming to use this instrumentation that Pads was talking about on their satellites, right? And I said, Pads, hang on, I think you're misrepresenting Alpha a bit, because the argument is that there's this low pressure system between where we can measure and then where they claim to measure, and there's this big gap in between that's unmeasured, right? And that was your argument, right? And then it's sort of shutting up. Yep. He's like, okay, fair enough. And I was thinking, I don't know if I'm misrepresenting Alpha here, but I'm pretty sure that that's what you were talking about, right? But Paz was making out like, oh, I've just completely and utterly destroyed Alpha's argument, right?
Yep, that's exactly how it went. He lied on you, Alpha.
Yeah, he's been wanting to, because space to him is a reality that can't be debunked. But the problem is it's never been established, and I'm trying to show him that the vacuum of space, as everybody's been told, is not the way that it's claimed to be. Because there's two things that you have to realize: that the air pressure value that's supposed to be there to be a vacuum is not there. It's not measured, right? So you can't measure any values in that region, nor can you measure any temperature. Temperature or air pressure, two things that cannot be measured there. There are calculations. So it goes troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and then exosphere. So in that way, this layer cake, diagram that they show everybody, there's no way in altitude they could measure from the stratosphere above, because the highest balloons can go is stratosphere. But anything above that, the balloon can't travel that way. So therefore, there's a limit. There's a limit to where balloons can go, and there's a limit to where air pressure can be measured. And beyond that, there's a lot of inferences to what the vacuum of space is. So yeah, I mean, if you can't demonstrate that the space that you think is there is a vacuum, then what else do you got? And that's where the satellites are. That's where, thermosphere is where the satellites are, and the temperature that they're said to be there, it's allegedly supposed to be super hot. And when you have super hot temperatures, you have gas expansion. So not only would you have air pressure increase, the pressure be different than it was, let's say in the higher altitudes in the stratosphere, but as soon as you approach the thermosphere where it's hot, then you have the gas expanding and doing work, which would then increase the pressure instead of decrease. You get me?
Right. Yeah, and there is there's a 30 to 50 mile area that they find it extremely difficult to get any sort of instrumentation into for long enough to be able to get an accurate reading, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
See, and it's a solid argument, because they can't demonstrate that the vacuum of space exists exactly how they're telling you. They got all these pressure values, right? The negative torr values and such, but they're nothing. You could look this over as much as you like. There's nothing in the paper for NOAA or from NASA or from any other agency that shows that the air pressures are the air pressure values are measured. So it never has been. So they're sitting on a whole bunch of nothing right now with space. So if they can't produce that information where the high vast pressure differential exists, from where the Kármán line is to where the vacuum of space is, the container argument doesn't need to be had. So we don't need to present the container if they can't present the super low vast pressure differential that exists, if it does. And that's the thing. So we can just say, well, you can't prove space is a vacuum. The space vacuum doesn't exist. I think that's how I want to codify it. The space vacuum doesn't exist that you think it does. Therefore, I don't need we don't need to talk about containers. It's secondary to this primary foundation being established. So what I've been saying so far is that if you're going to establish the container argument, you first have to establish that pressure values are measured to be super low, because we're even saying it, like we're giving that to them. But what are we giving to them? Are we giving them 10 to the negative 17, 10 to the negative 6? We're saying these, super low pressure value measurements, but there's nothing that has been measured. So we're actually doing the whole close and local sun thing that we used to do back in, like, when we first started with flat Earth. And I remember those arguments too, right? So this is kind of another one that we don't need to give them. They need to work for that. If they think it's been measured, then show how it's been measured. And I guarantee you, they're using data. I think Sporadic gave me a PDF. They're using data from like the 60s and the 70s. That it's all just inferences, man. It's not even the worst part is, so once let's just say, for example, if some by magic they found a way to get an air pressure measurement, for some reason, right? It was actually able to be found. They still have to they're faced with the high vast pressure differential. They would have to come up with a container for that gas pressure. But if they don't have that vast pressure differential, then how do they know it exists like the way it does for them to claim that that's what space is? Because in the thermosphere, you have heat. Inducing heat causes gas to expand. So how do they know it's not expanding in the thermosphere? See, we don't have to do what they think about. Like, if they go, well, it goes lower and lower all the way to the stratosphere. Even if that was the case, then we would say, well, what about the thermosphere? Doesn't it get hot there? Isn't the temperature that they claim to say that it gets super hot? What happens to gas when you heat it up? It expands, doesn't it?
Are we questioning the pressure gradient now?
Well, it's not a question. It's not been established, so there's no need to question it, dogs. Haven't you heard?
What?
Yeah, haven't you heard?
So why do people that climb high mountains need oxygen tanks?
Yeah, that's great. That's not the argument. The argument is from the stratosphere, which is high above that. So the point of where a mountain is not even close to the stratosphere. So I'm not really sure if you understand the layer cake of atmospheres within the Earth system, according to the globe. According to the globe, you got troposphere, you got stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and then exosphere. Well, the problem is in the highest of altitudes, beyond the stratosphere, air pressure is not able to be measured. Now, problem is, they're saying that the vacuum of space begins, or at least space does, low Earth orbit beyond the Kármán line, which is arbitrary. At the moment, it's said to be somewhere between 55 to 62 miles above the Earth's surface. Now, according to them, the low pressure values that exist there would necessitate the idea that you'd have to have of a high pressure differential from that to the surface. The other issue that we have is that's never been measured to have that pressure differential, or at least any super low pressure at that specific region. So you can't have an argument to say that the pressure values beyond the mesosphere, from the mesosphere onto the thermosphere to the exosphere, are even close to be measured. They're all inferences and calculations. Nothing is measured. They're extrapolations. There's nothing that can be measured because no instrument can do such a thing. So therefore, all the vacuum of space that you think exists doesn't exist.
That doesn't mean it doesn't exist just because it hasn't been measured the way you want it to.
Yeah, it does mean that. It does mean that.
The ISS is up there now. It's not.
Yeah, that's your imagination.
Real pressure out.
That's your imagination. But you haven't established that the low pressure value that should be there for these things to exist in the realm that they exist in that means that you can't provide evidence that that's where they're at. So it furthers the point that you can't provide evidence that these things exist in the environment that should be there, that they're claiming that they're in, and they're not in that environment because you can't prove it now. So space is fake.
Right, so you've said to me that the ISS isn't up there, so already we can't get there to measure it. And then you're saying that there's no measurement because
the environment. I'm talking about the environment. So whatever technology's up there, it's not in the environment they're telling you that it's in.
Then how is the ISS moving as fast as it can without burning up?
Yeah, don't tell me that. Go and see if you can figure out how air pressure is measured and or temperature, and then come back to me and tell me how this has been verified.
Well, one of the ways would be direct collisions causing something like heat of whatever object is moving through, friction.
Yeah. You can't use it. You can't use a drag coefficient in a place where you can't measure the air pressure in any way. So that's not going to work. It doesn't work.
So if you have something that you know at a certain speed will reach a certain temperature, why can't you then figure out that on
it's inferred? It's not measured. You can do that.
A fighter jet and then go up higher to the ISS.
You can do that. You can do that in the places where planes fly. You can't do that in the places where planes cannot fly. So the drag coefficient, it works whenever you're able to detail where the pressure values are, not where they aren't. You're only using inferences at this point. When you're saying that things are in a place where you can't measure the pressure to have that drag coefficient to be something applicable. That only works in places where we can measure air pressure.
That's just your personal vibes on it. Like, why should I care that
No,
you
it's
don't
not.
like this evidence?
It's never been established, dogs. Sorry. It's never been established.
So if I use a scale at if I use a scale on the floor of my house and then I say, okay, well, this scale measures, okay, here, if I go up 100 meters, I can use the same scale to measure something. You're like, no, it's never been established that you can go up 100 meters with a scale and
that's not what I'm saying either.
Measure things.
That's not what I'm saying either, because that same scale that you measured on the ground.
How's it disanalogous?
Because when you take that same scale from the ground, you take it to a higher altitude, and then it stops working at a specific altitude, and it doesn't work anywhere beyond that. How are you then going to measure anything beyond that?
Well, the ISS still does get minor collisions from particles, but it doesn't get.
That's a good story.
The same way.
That's a good story, but that's
in the lower atmosphere when we have
that's a good story.
Going up.
It's not measured. That's a good story. It's not measured. Show me the measurement.
Of course, it's measured. The heat's measured on the hull.
Really? Yeah, that's nice. How are they measuring this?
I'm fairly sure they've got like sensors on the hull or when they're outside of the ISS.
Yeah,
that's how they get the heat readings from in sunlight and non sunlight.
Go look it up. Go look it up. Because you're just speaking because you think it exists just like everybody else does. See, this argument was never really touched because we never actually went through, and we were just giving it to you guys. We're giving it to you guys because we're like, okay, we want to get to the container argument, but now the container argument doesn't need to be had anymore. It can be shelved for now. It's secondary to this primary point. The primary point is that it's never been established. Now, if you can provide that it can be established, perhaps the container argument can come back in play. It's not in play any longer. I'm shelving it. Anybody else can talk about the container argument with you. I'm not going to anymore. I've taken that down. So now it's removed. The container argument's removed. Now you have to go to the primary information of like how you establish that the pressure has been measured. And if you can't do that, then we don't need to have a container argument.
I don't like your criteria. It doesn't seem to follow. It seems like you've just rejected it out of hand.
Yeah, I need to show me how it's been established. I can't reject something that has never been established, dude.
I did. Things that move very, very fast through the atmosphere heat up due to friction. But the ISS is moving extremely fast. You're saying it would have to be in an atmosphere if there wasn't extremely low pressure. It does heat up very, very fast.
Dogs,
moving very, very fast. It just logically follows.
I'm not
the
interrupting you on purpose.
Has
You're
like
breaking
the
up.
only material known to man that
Dogs,
doesn't heat up
you're
through
breaking
friction.
up.
Or
You're breaking up.
I'm sorry.
That's the only reason why
I
I'm
was talking again.
You're breaking up.
I was breaking. Thank you, AV. So I was saying that this logically follows that things in our atmosphere heat up due to friction. So if something is going faster than what we can do in the atmosphere and not heating up, then it seems like it mustn't be experiencing the friction that all fast-moving objects in the atmosphere experience. That's just a logical argument. It follows perfectly.
That's begging the question.
It's not, though. It's something that we're extrapolating
all I'm asking for you guys.
It follows.
All I'm asking for you guys to do, listen, this is what I'm asking you. I'm requiring you guys to show me the money. Show me where it's been measured. Show me how temperature, either two things, right? Show me temperature and show me air pressure values that need to be measured for, like where they say 62 to 55 miles above the Earth's surface. And if it's been measured, I need to see that measurement. Not inference, not calculation, not extrapolation. I want to see the measurement. Now, if you can't provide that, I'm going to keep saying that space is fake up until then. So show me that you can have a vacuum. Show me that you can have that vacuum of space that you declare is there. Show that to me.
Yeah, I don't know if they measure that.
They don't. Dogs is what I'm trying to tell you. And that's the thing that we've been giving you guys for a while, because we're having this container argument, but it's only because we haven't challenged you guys on the fact that it's never been measured. So that's the contention at the moment. It's you guys are going to have to now start looking for how this has been measured to solidify the space vacuum. Take some time on this, man. That's like maybe new to you.
Voyager's done it.
Yes. Everybody says that it's been done, but I want to see the evidence.
Okay. I'll try to find it.
Happy hunting.
Here's an article about it from the Helio sheath from the Voyager 1. Is that good enough for you?
Read the fine print of that thumbnail.
I'm doing that now.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll read it. Still not giving me what I'm asking for.
It seems to be the galactic cosmic rays temporarily decrease, which allowed them to calculate the pressure in the Helio sheath.
Hey guys.
Is anybody here a flat earther?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll talk to you guys. Just read through that article, Doc. See if you can find anything where it says measurement.
Yeah, I did. They measured cosmic rays, they measured the speed of sound, and that gave them a calculation of the pressure.
Who's a globe puncher here?
In the same way that the heat of the ice is. All right, I'll mute.
Don't worry, dude. Do you have any evidence that the Earth is a globe? Whoever's talking.
Yeah. When you're on a plane, you can see the curvature.
Have you ever seen the Earth? It's flat, buddy.
Alpha, have you ever seen the Earth?
Yes, I see the Earth every day.
You saw it.
Right,
I've seen it.
Have you ever seen it from like a zoomed out angle, though? Like in the distance?
Listen, let's just. You're saying
The
you see
computer generated images.
All right. So, do you guys usually come into a room and all start talking at once? Is that how you handle business?
Yeah, that's what we do.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
That's not how you're going to get things done. Pick an alpha in your group and let him speak. Right?
I'm the alpha.
All right, Deshaun's the alpha.
Fucking hell, dude. You guys are a hot mess. All right, so it doesn't matter who I speak to. Just speak to one guy.
All right, calm down. You called out Deshaun. Deshaun, you have the conversation with Alpha. Go.
What is your position on the Earth?
Position. Well, the thing is, we're challenging you guys to bring any evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's why this channel
I'm a flat earther.
exists.
Wait, I'm a flat earther, though.
What makes the Earth flat? Go ahead and describe to us.
Because I can see it.
Okay, go ahead and tell to me how. Give me an argument for flat Earth.
Yeah, Deshaun, give him one flat Earth proof.
I mean, why is he gonna have arguments? Can't he just think the Earth is flat? Why did my OMC have like proof and evidence?
Yeah, that's your alpha. Let him talk. Don't help him.
No, but when I'm riding on my skateboard,
I thought the guy was speaking. Why do you clowns need to all speak at once for the person who's speaking?
Okay, but you and Ranger are speaking at once, bro. Comply by your own rules, retard.
Yeah, so mute Jay. He's not going to be reasonable.
Aw, for Jay's gonna be reasonable. Shut your bitch ass up, little pussy boy.
This guy's a young kid. He's a young kid.
Calm down. Let's relax, guys. Let's relax.
Dude, seriously.
Please handle Jay.
No. Like, if you guys are all going to talk at once, we're not going to speak to all three of you. Only one. That's it.
Okay, I'm just going to say I'm not a globe-tard. I'm a flat earther.
You're not. Yeah. Just stick to what you know.
Let him give his proof.
From my subjective evidence, unlimited experience, I would say when I walk outside.
It's not subjective. It's not subjective. Subjective would mean only to you. It's objective.
Yes,
flat Earth is an objective.
Which is why I said from my subjective experience.
It's projective.
It's not subjective. It's objective.
My experience is subjective.
Okay, dude.
Yes or no?
Apart from you, it doesn't matter. Let's just say, for instance, something was to happen to you and you were to be, unalived. And then at that point, it still would stand to reason that everybody else experiences a flat Earth. So it doesn't matter if you were here to tell us about it or not. So apart from you, your subjective opinion, it would still be flat. So it doesn't matter whether you say so or somebody else believes it to be something else. It's still flat.
True.
So I need an argument. I need an argument for flat Earth. If you're saying you're a flat earther, let's hear it.
When I walk outside, I see the Earth is flat. There's no curvature.
Yeah, and what's curvature?
Curvature is like the shape and the road is not bending. The road is flat. When I look into the distance, I see a flat surface.
That's a bad argument.
Untrue.
Okay.
All right,
prove me wrong.
All right, that's fine. That's fine. That's a bad argument. If you're a flat earther for a while, that's a terrible argument.
I'm a new flat earther.
I think you should just listen for a while if you're a new flat earther.
Yeah,
this forum exists because we have. Yeah, well, sounded like you were the alpha of the group because all of you were trying to talk at once. All right, so who else do we got in here? We got Boy Dan.
I think Jay wants to talk. He's a globe-tard, trying to convince him that the Earth is flat.
All right, I'm gonna pass the buck off to somebody else. So, we got Flat Earth Ranger, we got DJ, we got T-Dub. I'm gonna head out. I'm gonna be on listening mode. I'll talk to you guys later.
So the alpha just got debunked and he's
alpha.
Sounds like he's running away.
Doesn't seem like the alpha, buddy. You're running away.
He's definitely not running away, Boyden. Would you like to have a conversation with someone like DJ, maybe, if he's here?
Yeah, he would.
I'd like to know why this guy's using a voice changer.
Your name isn't Boyden.
Dude, nobody sounds like Barry White in real life.
We got it with the voice changer.
You got one. Dude, you didn't trick anyone with the freaking voice changer. It's cringe.
It's so weird.
You guys are all cringe that came in here. Like one guy lopping to be a flat earther. A bunch of cheerleaders. Your little
This is like the fourth time somebody from GF6 is using a voice changer.
What is your evidence that I'm using?
There you go. Shut the fuck up, bro. You can go on mute with your voice changer
off. Yeah, remove the voice changer. Then you can be unmuted. Let us know when you.
It's not his first time here.
He's not got voice changer.
It's not his first time here. I remember his. If that guy if he's on his PFP is a celebrity, so I saw that image before. If it's him, He was here
We had
before.
Rich Evans come in with a voice changer sounding like a woman. I mean, Peter had come in once, it sounded like, so come on, guys.
He's not got a voice changer on. Guys, please.
Yeah, that's what they're here for. Got him. Goofy.
He's not got a voice changer on.
Yeah, so it's
He's
just
not
He's not a flat earther, bro. He's just pretending.
If no voice changer, what's the guy in for?
What's the
he
what?
will stay on mute until he lets us know in the side chat that he's removed the voice changer.
He's not got a voice changer on.
Then he'll stay
isn't that
on
discrimination?
mute. Then he will
Isn't
stay
that
on mute.
discrimination?
Okay, just mute Boyden too. He isn't here.
No. You're discriminating his voice.
No more discussing it.
Oh my God! What is
Just get rid of Boyden too. Yeah.
So, do you have any proof of the globe?
Which one do you want to talk to out of the clowns?
Oh,
No,
no,
we have a
Boyden
new person here. There's a new person. that's
Boyden?
popping in.
Yeah, Boyden seemed pretty.
Oh, she left.
All right. You've been chosen, Boyden.
3 of them have the same amount of cognitive dissonance, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly.
All right, we're gonna talk to those guys.
Okay,
okay,
Boyden's
Jay.
silent. Jay, yeah, but Jay's up.
Jay wants to talk. All right, you're up, Jay.
What do you got for us?
Hello?
Jay? Do you think you live on a big spinning ball?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you hear the guy talking to you right now?
Who's talking?
Teed up.
Yeah, Jay. What do you reckon? Do you live on a big spinning ball in outer space? Is that what you think?
Personally, I feel like the Earth is round because that's the information that's been provided to us by the government. Why would the government have to lie about the Earth being flat or round? That's my question.
So in what form? So this information that you got from the government, in what form was it? Can you share it with us?
I suppose when I was in school, they taught me that, about the Earth, and they said it was round, and we're in the Milky Way galaxy.
Right, so they just told you. Did they give you any reasons why you should think that's true?
I mean, like I said, I don't know why I would need to, look deeper into that, because is it really that important of information to know whether the Earth is flat or round?
You don't think it's important? Then why did you join this call then?
I'm just asking you, why is it that important? And that they would need to change it. You would need to be a flat earther. Why is it that important to you personally? I'm asking you.
Well, I think it's pretty, it's pretty monumental. The truth it matters, right? The truth matters, doesn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm asking. Why would they need to change the truth? Why would they need to change? Why do you think they would need to change the narrative from it being flat to round? What is the
first we need to establish whether what they're telling us is true, right? Is there any way that we can even tell if that's true? So that's why we need to evaluate the information and see if they've given us any proof of that information.
And would you not say that all the rockets and satellites in the air doesn't kind of show that what they have is somewhat true?
Computer generated.
How would a satellite work? I'm just curious. How would a satellite work if the Earth is flat? Is there a science behind that, or?
The Earth is flat, and the satellites hang from balloons, most likely.
Well, hang on. Do you even know how they're claimed to work?
I mean, there's services like Starlink, which there's a bunch of satellites in the air that all connect to get internet connection. I don't see how something like that would work with a balloon, for instance. And if it was a balloon per se, then wouldn't you be able to see the balloons if you're on an airplane? Or is that an ultra high balloon?
You can't see them if they're transparent somehow.
Yeah, I'm still wondering, like, how would the Starlink work then? Because, the Starlink is thousands of satellites. I don't think they would all be able to sustain so many balloons at once, Like, balloons are not that reliable to stay up for that long. And go on a specific pattern.
It's not reliable because you tested them. You're saying not reliable. So what are the tests that you've done to see that the balloons are not reliable?
By the way, the Starlink satellites are thousands. There's like 7,000 Starlink satellites in the sky. 7,000.
Okay, nice. 7,000 balloon. Nice.
Like, how do you think you know this is true?
What, that the satellites in the air? Because I'm able to use an internet connection dish, and that dish points to the sky and gives me internet connectivity. Like, how else would I get internet from that?
Yeah, that doesn't mean you know how Starlink actually works.
How do you know the balloons?
How do you think it works? How do you think it works?
I don't care. It's not my claim.
Okay, but you're claiming the Earth is flat, so I'm asking you, how would something like that work if it is flat?
I'm not an engineer. I mean, are you an engineer? Do you have any idea how these things actually work?
That's why I'm asking, because I'm curious on you guys' argument, so I'm trying to see like what you guys hypothesize how that would work
regarding this. I'm sorry.
Okay. Does anyone have any ideas?
Yeah,
you're trying to reverse a burden on somebody.
It can be any type of capsule. No one knows.
Earth is flat. Yeah, Earth is flat.
Have you ever heard about?
How do you like that?
Most
ever heard about HAPS? High altitude platforms. So it's a platform system. You can't know which one it is. There is so many.
But for me, like, if you think about a satellite and how it goes around the Earth, like, for me, it makes sense that the Earth would be round because it goes around it like they say it does. So, like, if you say the Earth is flat, I don't understand how a balloon would stay in one place.
It goes around the ball in space. Prove that.
Bro, you realize that the Starlink satellites are so low, you can literally see them moving at night if you really wanted to. You can see them in the sky moving.
The problem is, dude, you are automatically believing things without looking into it. If we measure Earth flat, what does that mean for what you think satellites are? There's a consequence.
Message what?
Flat. F-L-A-T.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I actually didn't hear a single thing you just said. Could you repeat yourself?
Yeah, like, we measure Earth flat. So what does that mean for how you believe satellites operate? It means they're probably different. We don't know. We can actually test the surface of the Earth. We cannot independently verify what these high altitude technologies are really doing. So we tested the Earth. As a consequence, right? What you believe these things to be doing are not compatible with what we know to be true down on the ground.
Okay, forget about the satellite argument then. What do you think the sky is? Like, what is your theory on the sky?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, are you trying to extract a positive claim from us regarding something we don't know?
Oh, I'm just asking you, like, if you were to get a rocket and you were to sit on the rocket, where would you go? You didn't call on to me. I'm asking you a question. Like, I'm not trying to trap you.
I don't know. Why would I know that?
Because that's what I'm trying to establish. What is the government trying to hide? Like, I don't get it. There has to be something. If they want the whole space theory to make sense,
trying to hide anything. I don't think they're trying to hide anything.
Then why else would it be flat?
I think they're delusional, not liars.
How would they be delusional? They have all this technology that's able to fly. They could easily tell if the Earth is flat or not.
Because they want to believe, just like you. They want to believe in the globe so badly that they're retrofitting and shoehorning all their data into the globe model.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Same thing for
flat Earth, it does actually. Like, this is how it began.
You want to believe in flat Earth?
No, we measured it. We don't have to believe anymore because we measured it.
What method of measurement did you use?
Lasers, microwave links, infrared observations. How about you? Did you ever measure the Earth?
And did you see that whole like shadow theory on the?
Yeah, he didn't hear your question at all. Sporadic.
Yeah, listen. Did you measure the Earth? We've done it with microwave links, lasers, and infrared observations.
But what are you measuring? What are you measuring?
You didn't.
Yeah, he's just not going to answer your question. Maybe.
I said the Earth, the
I
surface.
just asked him what
Multiple
measurements are you using,
surfaces.
Ranger. So just stop butting in, bro. Like, what the hell? You're just lazing him. I'm
he
asking him a
asked
question.
you a
What you
question
said.
twice, and you asked him a new question 3 times. You didn't.
Okay, I'm asking him. I'm asking him to clarify his proof and evidence of him measuring shit. You can't just say,
Water
"Oh, I measured it using
surfaces-
infrared radiation, nuclear power," and not have any evidence
I didn't
behind
say
it.
that. Come on, dude.
Doesn't work like that, buddy.
We tested salt flats. We tested ice lakes. We tested ocean surfaces.
Okay, but
We
what
even
was
tested
the
terrain
test?
surfaces.
I'm asking what the test was. Like, how does it prove? That's what I'm asking. What's the proof?
Because we're using Euclidean geometric measurements to determine if the surface is
So
Euclidean.
explain to me how you're using Euclidean geometric
I'm doing that
measurements.
right now. You
to
keep
prove
butting in
it.
to interrupt me in the middle of me explaining what this is.
But you're not proving it. You're not proving it. You're just saying it.
You asked me to explain it. You asked me.
Oh
do
my
you
god,
want,
this
do you want
Ranger
me to
laser
finish or
guy is
not?
annoying.
All right,
Go
no,
ahead.
listen, you're annoying. All right, listen, you keep
Go
butting
ahead,
in when I'm
finish.
in the middle of an explanation.
Go ahead.
All right, well, I'm done. Did you hear what I said, or were you too busy talking through it?
Oh my god, bro.
He didn't do the experiment, dude. He just read it online. He doesn't have the answer.
Yeah, he didn't do the experiment. He doesn't understand the math behind it. He just says like Euclidean. He says all these big
so you're making
fancy
all these
words.
assumptions. You're making all these assumptions.
Sporadic. Okay, sporadic. Answer this question then. What does Euclidean mean? Define Euclidean.
It's a measurement. He has a new question for you, and Twix had to put
Okay,
in.
is your name sporadic? Ranger, hop off this guy's dick and let me talk to him. Hop off this guy's dick and let me talk to him, please.
Space surfaces can be measured orthogonally in 3 dimensions.
What
You don't
is
have a
Euclidean
curving
geometry?
surface. Right, so straight lines and angles in Cartesian space. We use those to test to see if a surface is non-Cartesian, if it's non-Euclidean and curving.
I'm
i.e. a
sporadic.
geodesic.
Who
Do you
made
know what a
Euclidean? Who
geodesic
made
is?
Euclidean geometry? Who made Euclidean
You know what a
geometry?
geodesic is. Holy.
He asked you a question. He couldn't help but interrupt you.
Okay, but I'm backtracking to what he said in the beginning because you can't just make a statement then continue talking and not go backtrack. Come on, what the fuck?
No, when I'm in
debate
the
is
middle of making a statement, you interrupt me to tell me that I didn't finish or I didn't answer it right, and that's being very dishonest. We're testing
Okay,
for
go ahead and
curvature
finish your
using straight
statement.
line angle measurements. We're testing for curvature using straight line angle measurements.
Straight line angle measurements.
Yes, azimuthal and elevation angles.
Okay, and who developed
Laser
this
transits and multiple
method?
frequencies and straight line propagations over a curving surface that does not show up as curvature of the Earth. So we're looking for a divergence of drop over distance. Okay, the drop over distance that should be present on a globe is given to us by the globe's dimensions, like WGS 84, for example. In this example, the average rate of curvature approximates to about 8 inches per mile squared up to about 1,000 miles, and that's super accurate. So when we shoot a laser transit across and have multiple targets and multiple different frequencies, and each time they're not detecting drop over distance, it informs us that the surface itself, in this case water, conforming to gravimetric, according to the gravity vector, which is pulling down to what is said to be a common radius, is not happening. It's not pulling the light around. It's not pulling the surface down. It's not doing anything to give us any sense of curvature.
Bro, I'm gonna keep it honest. Do you even understand a single thing you're trying to explain?
Yeah, I'm trying to explain that we're trying to measure drop over distance over a surface, and we don't detect anything that conforms to either WGS 84 or to any gravity model like UGM 96.
What was the size of this experiment? Like, what was the
Multiple experiments have been done with multiple ranges over a short distance, over a couple miles, out to dozens of miles. We've even referenced a military combat laser experiment. It's really a test that was done in Hawaii, where they shot a laser over 149 kilometers, and they could not find any atmospheric refraction conforming to Earth's curvature either.
And before you ask a new question, how have you measured the Earth, Jay? The question you avoid.
Well, personally, I haven't measured the Earth, but I don't think this guy's done any personal tests either, so I don't really know how that's a good argument or how it's compelling.
We are not asking you for personal measurement. We know that you never measured Earth. everyone know that. So we are not asking you for your personal measurement, but just the general one.
Nobody here measured the earth. Let's just get that clear. Nobody here measured the
Twez,
earth.
shut up. You're next. Shut up, Twez. You're next.
Okay, but if you can't understand the math and everything behind the calculations, then how can you use it as a subsequent?
Yeah, look,
Why doesn't even know what Euclidean geometry is?
Stop dancing around the question. Stop dancing around the question.
Necros, your
So
mic's
we
coming in a
understand
bit low,
math,
bro.
we understand the geometry. So can you tell us when did you measure the Earth and who measured it?
He
And
said he
what
hasn't
was the
measured it,
measurement?
though. He already said he hasn't measured it. Right?
Yeah, I said that a
I'm
couple times.
asking him who have done that in the history of humanity. Who
Deshaun, you're
measured the
literally
Earth?
muted, bro. Unmuted.
You're obviously not muted. We can hear you talking.
Deshaun, you're unmuted, bro. You can ask them yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we
I'm just
presented
gonna ask
the geometric claims of what the curvature of the Earth is and how we tested for it.
Yeah, Deshaun has a question.
So he's telling me that go ask them. So no one measured the Earth. So the Earth is not a globe. So no one measured the curvature of the Earth.
I have a
So
question.
it's just an assumption.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
You know, for pilots, yeah, what would you say the flat Earth explanation is for the reason why it would be quicker for them to travel in like a curve?
What would you
rather
say,
than
flat
traveling in
earther?
a straight
What
line?
would you say, flat earther?
I haven't come to the answer yet, so I'm asking you more. The people with expertise.
Yeah, so I can link you to videos of presentations done by commercial pilots, military pilots that are flat earthers. Now, the planes are designed to fly over a flat stationary Earth, right? Like they assume in their calculations when designing the aircraft that the Earth is flat and stationary, right? They say it's for simplification purposes. And when they train the pilots, right, they train them to treat the Earth like as flat and stationary as well. So the planes are designed to fly over a flat plane, literally.
Wow. Damn. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and look, the paths will look different depending on which map projection you map them out on. So that's all. Like if you map out the paths on a Mercator projection, you know they're going to make like little arches. But if you map them out on an AE map, they'll look like straight lines. So it really depends. But look, what we were talking about before was if the Earth is a globe, there has to be certain characteristics that go along with that. Like they tell us the size, the exact size, right? They say the radius value is 3959 miles. That means we can calculate how much drop there should be over distance. So if we go to a large body of water, say a 10-mile lake, that means it would have to have 66 foot of drop over that 10 miles if the Earth's a globe. And depending on the height of the observer, you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance. Right? So if you're 6 foot tall, the horizon should be at 3 miles. Right? Or if you take a lower or higher observation height, it would be nearer or further. So we can go out and start testing over large bodies of water, and we've done that. And we can see magnitudes further than you would be able to see on the globe. We've got tons of demonstrations, right, in high definition, many of these done by professionals as well, that completely destroy the globe radius value claims.
Yes. That makes sense. A lot of sense.
Yeah, so we've had people do these observations in different locations, different weather conditions, right? Different lakes, different sections of water. And not only can we see like further, we can see magnitudes further. For example, there's an observation in Utah over the Great Salt Lakes. It's a 21-mile stretch, right, between the observation point and the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Now, it's crystal clear conditions. There's no wind. The lake's like a perfect mirror surface. Now, if the Earth was a globe, you would have to have 293 foot of curvature over that 21 miles. Right? That's like a 28-story building or something like that. Like a huge amount of curvature, basically. So you shouldn't be able to stand at 6 foot tall on one side and zoom in and see the town or the shoreline on the other side of the lake. So this guy goes there and he sets up his super zoom camera and he's got it on a tripod sitting on one side of the lake, and it's 5 foot elevation above the water on the tripod. And he can zoom in and literally see the entire town, the entire shoreline, right? According to that 5 foot observation height on a globe,
would have to have a horizon at 2.7. I think it's 2.73 miles or something like that. Right, but there's no horizon at all. There's nothing is obstructed. Nothing's like hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It would have to be if the Earth's a globe. Right, then they wait till it gets dark. He's got his friend on the other side of the lake, and they shoot high-powered lasers across the lake towards each other to see if they can see the beam coming across the lake. And yeah, they both see the laser beam. So there's an accumulation of these tests that have been done in different locations, right? They go like, this is just us testing the surface of the Earth and seeing if the mathematics that's being presented to us all from a young age actually match reality. And it turns out it doesn't.
Okay.
So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? A lot of people think, flat earthers are making some crazy claims about some crazy pizza disc floating in space. That's not the case. Like, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. What's that?
Would you make a claim if there's like the end of the Earth, the edge?
No, we wouldn't know that. It's a whole other rabbit hole, that question alone. But what we know is that stacks of people have circumnavigated the Earth, right? So once you look into that, you'll find that like Magellan and Captain Cook and Amelia Earhart, all these people have circumnavigated the Earth. But once you look into it, you'll find that they only circumnavigated the Earth east to west. Right? Okay, so that would work on a flat surface just fine, or a globe. But what would debunk the flat Earth is if someone circumnavigated north to south. Right, because east and west are just circles around a north point.
But haven't there been like people that send like cameras to space?
Space.
Or would you say that's like digitally altered footage?
Well, the only people that have ever said to have even left low Earth orbit are 26, people that worked for NASA basically back in the Apollo missions. That was over 50 years ago.
But people say like it's a quote unquote like school experiment where you can send like a camera to space with a balloon or something.
Oh yeah. Well, it's a little disingenuous to say that that's space. Propaganda? Well, not really. It's just a bit of a trick, really. No, I got you right. There's lots of YouTube videos where they're like, the Red Bull jump, the space jump. Yeah. Sending garlic bread to space, all that sort of thing. Sending an egg to space.
Would you say you shouldn't believe that?
Well, it's just they're sending them up. Like the maximum height that you can send those weather balloons up is about 120,000 feet. So it's really not that high. It's not even high enough to see the curvature. So if you have a look at the footage closely, you'll see that they use like wide-angle lenses, kind of like fisheye lenses.
Also,
right? Well, it looks curved, but then when the camera pans the other way, it curves the wrong direction. So yeah, if you have a look at like the Red Bull jump or any of these, you'll see throughout the footage the horizon's curving, the wrong way half the footage, right? Sometimes it flattens out, sometimes it curves the right way, but it's just a lens effect, right? It just depends if the horizon is above the center of the frame or below the center of the frame. You can have a look at that, right? Look at any of those videos. You'll see the horizon warping all over the place.
Yeah, I'm going to have a look. That's quite interesting, actually. Would we say, like, would flat earthers, is it possible that other planets can be round or they're all flat? Or you just don't?
Well, the Earth, we wouldn't. So the Earth, like, you would have to assume. So try not to, like, put the flat Earth inside the globe Earth model of outer space when you're thinking about the flat Earth. So we're not claiming it's like a flat planet with all these other round planets, right? It's a completely, entirely different system, an enclosed system.
We're not claiming it to be a planet at all. So when you say other planets...
I heard you tell him it's not a disk in space. So I think you might have to talk slower because I heard you say it, but then he went back to planets in space.
Exactly. Yeah, so if we see other things, in the sky, it's like, okay, what similarities does Earth have to, say, when you're looking at the moon? Like, sure, the moon looks round, right? Sun looks round.
Yeah.
But what the Earth doesn't, like, have any similarities to that unless you're imagining it, using your imagination, or, which is fair enough. It's something we were taught from a young age, right? So they picture that you're on a ball and all the other planets in the sky are balls, right? So people have that deeply ingrained into their mind. But, you know, if you actually test the Earth, right, it would have to have certain characteristics, like I was saying before. It would have to have drop over distance. And when we go out and check, there is no drop over distance. Right? It has to be there if the Earth's a globe. So then after we do all these different types of tests on the Earth, right, we can't find any curvature. So we start asking the globe side. It's like, who throughout all of history actually got out there and actually like validated this drop over distance, right? So you start digging into it, Googling it and whatnot, like who measured the curvature of the Earth, like who tested it, you know, and you come up short when you start researching that. You'll find things like ancient Greeks, like Eratosthenes, you know, using sticks and shadows to get angle measurements and then doing calculations, right? But they're not actually measuring the Earth. They're just pre-assuming certain things and then doing calculations based off those assumptions. So we don't have any measurement, right, that the Earth is actually curving at all. Like, we all experience the Earth as flat and stationary, right? That doesn't prove that it is that. Like, you'd have to go and test it, but that's like the starting point. So it's not crazy to suggest such a thing, right, when we all experience that in our everyday lives. Now, when you go up in a plane, right, that's not high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. And then you go up to like the Red Bull jump height, or like when they're sending up the garlic bread or Big Mac or whatever the hell they're sending up on these things. Once again, it's not high enough. Even the Globe Earth scientist, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, made a video saying you wouldn't see any curvature of the Earth from the height of the Red Bull jump, right? The space jump. That was 129,000 feet high. So, yeah, we're not validating any curvature. You know, every observation we go out and do is just like we can't find any curvature at all.
He left. You're talking to yourself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so basically we find null results everywhere we go, like to put it in a statistical hypothesis way. You know, every time we test, we get the result that's not expected. We don't get the globe. So are we supposed to conclude that globe curvature must still exist somewhere, despite everybody's efforts who've tried it and failed? And despite no positive evidence ever being presented for it.
All of them are gone.
Oh, they're gone? No, that kid with the voice changer was the chuckle fuck who does the squirrely laugh.
Oh, shit.
You're up, Twex.
Yeah, he was saying something about everyone in here's nuts or something I couldn't quite understand.
He said no one here has measured the Earth or something like that.
Twax!
You guys don't know math.
Yeah, he said that too.
Yeah, Twex. A lot of people here have gone out and done these long distance observations. I've done it.
Yeah, I've done it. Radwin's done it. You've done it. Yep.
32 miles across Lake Okeechobee in Florida.
Damn, that's a good one.
I just got to get the pictures in my camera back.
Oh, nice, bro. Yeah, look forward to seeing that one.
What do you got? Something from 1969 where you have to take the film in?
Negative. Somebody needs to borrow my camera.
Negative.
Negative.
Damn. He's going to Photomat. The Photomat store. He's driving all around the country looking for a Photomat to get his pictures developed.
Better take it to Old Hoss.
Word.
And I had to step away for a few minutes. I was getting really pissed at these assholes. Like, do you know what Euclidean means? Yeah, man. Like, flat lines, flat angles. In Euclid, he described all these different laws of geometry that you can create. Parallel lines, perpendicular lines, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think he was going to just ask you to create your own personal units of measures and laws for measurement, like those laws of geometry. Your personal thing. Don't use something that is made up by someone else. What the fuck is
so you
that?
can do it that way, which is how the Greeks used to do it. The Greeks didn't necessarily have standards of measure so much when they built things. They used ratios. They'd use like a gnomon pole. They'd find something in nature that had a certain length, and everything was built off the ratios of that.
Yeah, and better than that, the Egyptians, they did use the royal cubit from the elbow of the king their king to the tip of his fingers. So that was the unit of measure. Multiply that shit, so it will give you 1 cubit, 2 cubit, 3 cubit, and it's a unit of measure. So you are using just your hand. You're comparing the shit to some other shit.
That's exactly it. Their mathematics was more based off of ratios than like computational mathematics that we have today. This is to this, is that is to that. This is proportional, that is not. This is analogous, that is not. Plato's divided line in the Republic gets into this. And he describes fractal geometry in the phi ratio by saying you take a line of a set length, of any arbitrary length, and you divide that line unevenly by any arbitrary means. And then you divide the two segments such that they're analogous to each other. And that creates a phi ratio. That creates a fractal. Pretty brilliant.
So they don't understand the math. They don't understand the geometry, and they come to us and claim that they project on us like we don't. The heck?
Yeah, like there's no way these flat earthers know what parallel lines are. It's like, yeah, we draw a straight line. We use that as a standard of measure against a curving line. A curving arc. And if the straight line doesn't match the other line, then the other line is not analogous. So if the curve of the Earth doesn't match your straight line of propagation, then you may have validated a curving Earth. And if it does, then you've invalidated a curving Earth. You get the null result. You say, where's the curvature at? Let me test it over here. Let me test it over there. Let me test it this way and that way. Let's look at all the evidence that has gone before us to see if anybody else has gotten these measurements. Nope, not anywhere to be found. Sorry, guys. At some point, you just got to stop and give up and say, this is bullshit. Nobody has that curvature. Nobody has the R value. So if you have like a curving point, right? Or a curving line, if you take 2 points along that line, and then you have a tangent to that curve at each point, the perpendicular to the tangents of both of those points will meet at the radius of the arc, if that makes sense. And this is the geometry behind the reciprocal zenith angle claim. They're claiming that their plumb lines are meeting from two separate points on a curving surface 3959 miles down, that their leveling accuracy is accurate to almost 4,000 miles. And we thought, right? We thought the optic was going to be accurate.
I think the guy that is called Jay that was here a couple minutes ago with the two others, it's Star Life.
Oh yeah.
The one that